to Malcolm. So with that in mind, yeah, I'm not jumping for like this is not a victory for anybody. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? Because this is what America is in this day, and this is what we refuse to confront. This is our life. This is our life right now, and we need to all just kind of get a grip with that.
Yeah, like I'm seeing a lot of people. If y'all can remember Malcolm X's speech when he was like, "If the house burning down, the house Negro will fight harder than the master to put the house fire out." While the field Negro sitting back there looking and laughing.
We sick, son. We sick.
A lot of house Negro type shit going on, but no crazy.
More kids aren't being shot, Ray. Like, what am I hearing? Are you saying that black kids aren't being shot every day? I'm trying to understand.
You know the irony about Malcolm X is that he couldn't engage in the kind of activism that King and others were engaging in because Elijah Muhammad had a leash on him. So it was a lot of words, and as a lot of times, and this is no fault of Malcolm's, it was only words.
We can move on because ain't no way I'm gonna do this one with
Elijah Muhammad.
Don't take the bait.
There's no biggie.
Oh my God. Let's move on. We're gonna move on.
I think it's right to move on, but like let's not evoke Malcolm.
Yeah, so
applicable here.
Yeah, so shut up.
Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just saying let's not evoke Malcolm as if it's applicable here.
You know what? Fuck that, Articulate. I'm sorry. Elijah Muhammad was holding it back from political activity.
Exactly.
Or, unless you don't know history. So invoking Malcolm is exactly what we need to be doing. I'm sorry.
I mean, for me, you know, and Jack, I agree with that first part. I just don't think that Charlie Kirk is that important to be evoking Malcolm. You know,
I was just using it as.
Oh, this is that new type of.
Exactly.
I don't want to say. I don't know. It's not exactly black. If you're black and you're speaking on issues that don't have much to do with you, my recommendation was to say nothing. My recommendation was to reflect on what Malcolm would say, not to say what Malcolm would say. What you don't do is go out here and start just crying for somebody that wouldn't ever shed a tear for you. It's not some business. That was your argument. But you want to use that. You want to use that to shit on Malcolm X. I am smart. That's why I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So, but so you should know the difference. It's not about him, bro.
There's nobody in here that you're talking about. Name the people you're talking about. They're not here. Stop talking about black people that aren't here celebrating. They're not here.
You don't articulate. You don't have to let him land. Or you need to go to the audience.
Okay, I'll go to the audience and do me like Malcolm did, I guess.
You're not Malcolm.
Just words, right?
Audience, like you said.
No, we treat
Don't nobody bring him back up.
No, nobody here to see him.
I actually brought it back. I will bring it back on this. But yeah, just to say, it's not about Charlie Kirk. I could give a rat's ass about Charlie Kirk. That's all I'm telling you. It's like we shouldn't be so emotionally invested that we're happy that a race got killed. We just should not care. It's about indifference. That's the true form of showing that this type of stuff does not affect you. I don't care that he died. I'm not hurt that he died. And it doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever. We didn't win the Powerball, y'all. Like, we didn't win nothing. We're still in the same position we were before he got killed. There's no moral victories in life.
But that's not also.
That's a fact.
If all races disappeared tomorrow, we wouldn't be celebrating that.
Do you actually feel that you eradicate race? Do you actually feel that you can eradicate the racist population out there? Is that actually a serious question?
It was a very serious question that nobody answered.
You don't need racism.
Yeah, that's a good premise. The key to working is a false premise. The question is, it's a false premise.
So for me, like Charlie Kirk is not a politically organizing kind. His death is not something that we organize around politically, and I don't even think that his death brings about a certain kind of political awakening that would protect our communities more, that would allow us to actually, have our communities do important shit for black folks, right? So, like, for me, it's not about being emotionally invested in Charlie Kirk, but it is to say that, like, when we have random acts of political violence like this, we should be deeply concerned. And for me, like I think people are creating these straw mans about us like shedding tears for a racist guy. No, it's about really being like we're in a political climate right now where folks like who's to say that this couldn't happen to, for example, Breonna Joy Gray if she's giving a talk, right? If like a retaliation doesn't happen like that. My point is that we need to be very careful about how we understand this moment where folks are getting hit for their political views. For me, a better way to eliminate the racists and folks like Charlie Kirk is not by shooting them, but it's about actually creating a world in which they cannot even thrive or exist. It's not about engaging in political violence like this.
Well, I don't think that any of us are engaging in any political violence.
I wouldn't say. I'm not saying.
And it sounds like respectability politics to me.
What?
That we're supposed to somehow take this higher road. I mean,
it's not a higher road. It's about strategy.
Well, that shit reeks of how we
That's
got
a
here.
strategy. Higher road.
That shit reeks of how we got here in the first place. And part of the part of the danger in some of that is that, to assume that if we act like good little Negroes, they're going to hate us less, which is bullshit. Our people had to learn that the hard way. We thought that when we dressed up in suits and when we went to church and when we did this and did that, until our 4 little girls were killed with that.
Yeah, but no.
And then it happened in Chicago.
If I could just land. So no matter what the fuck we do, it doesn't change that trajectory. We've seen it, we've witnessed it. So to think otherwise is actually.
So what happened in Chicago?
Medgar Evers tried the same thing, and he ended up.
So what happened in Chicago?
Going down the list.
So let's talk about what happened in Chicago when Dr. King organized gay members who engaged in nonviolence to actually bring it into housing discrimination in Chicago, or at least try to, right? So y'all can quote these convenient moments in history, but my point is that like it's not a matter of whether you care about the person or not. It's about what's an effective political strategy, and I don't think I don't even know who this guy who killed Charlie Kirk is affiliated with politically. But to like kind of jump on this as if it's like an effective political strategy for me is premature at best.
But do you think that and this is for people who feel on both ends, do you think that sometimes just as when these type of situations we could just like give each other grace? Like I don't necessarily feel all the way the way you feel, Black Freedom, but I don't really feel, I guess, all the way as somebody else. Like, I don't know. I haven't really decided how I feel. I don't care really or whatever, but I don't know. And I think that we are so quick to call each other coons when we have different opinions on stuff like this. And I don't think it has to go there. It's like we almost have more smoke for each other than the situation happened. That's really we kind of on the outside looking in. So like, I think we should have more grace for how we feel as Black people about it. That's just my opinion.
Well, then that should also include not encouraging others to feel the way that they feel.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree with that too.
We're having a discussion.
And I didn't know that we were having a political strategy in this moment. I thought this was just basically a reaction. It just happened literally within the last few hours. So it's not as if we're mobilizing. We're just having a conversation.
Exactly.
Right, but exactly, we're not mobilizing. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's just another fucking day. It's just another fucking day. We're not doing nothing but yapping like we did yesterday.
Well, that's kind of what people do on Clubhouse. So if I'm mobilizing and strategizing, it's not on here.
That's a fact.
I think y'all missing my point though, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's par for the course that if emotionally triggering events happen, I think people of color especially need a moratorium before they get into the people trying to morally police them and emotionally police them and telling them how they need to respond.
I'm just trying to become
treating content creator. They're like mechanical bulls. Like if something happens worthy of our attention and time, and we speak on it, and it just happened 30 minutes ago, can we give it 24 hours before we say, here's the emotional strategy of how you Black people should feel? Just give it a beat.
I thought it was y'all niggas that's always talking about niggas and their emotions, but I'll yield on that.
Hey, Andre. Welcome to the stage, Pananikia. I know I messed that up.
No need.
Shut up. Shut up. Asian. Bayanki.
Yeah, Bayonki.
Hey, First Lady.
Okay, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I take it we're talking about, we're having a discussion about this recent breaking news about Charlie Kirk's death and how black people should operate in hearing about his death.
Okay, so let me just be clear, because sometimes people like to blur the lines. There was a conversation in saying that I don't think that we should be celebrating the death of him. There's a difference with saying you shouldn't be talking about it or something of that sort. Nobody's saying any of that. Celebrating versus, all right, well, you know what? Okay, he dead, he died. All right, cool, let's move on. But that's really the conversation, right, in regards to that. However, I think maybe when people are speaking, they're interpreting something else different, and it may be coming across as if they're telling people what to do. I don't know. I haven't really been paying that much attention to the inside of what people are saying, but yeah, that's the conversation. Thank you for joining. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you for the rundown of the conversation. I mean, it's tragic. I mean, if we're not celebrating, should we be mourning his death? I mean,
No.
I mean, like, and I'll just say this and then I'll be quiet. Like, I mean, from my observations of conversations that Charlie Kirk had, I'm like, I don't feel any kind of way. He's gone. Good. Okay. I mean, he's like Cameron said it best. Niggas die every day, B.
Okay. Hey, I believe people are entitled to their opinions. I'm not sure. I wasn't in the space previously before where this sentiment came from. It sounded like people were actually like cheering, like yay, yay, hip hip hooray, the racist is dead kind of thing. And some people don't think that that's cool, like to be celebrating that somebody died.
Might I ask, is it wrong if people were celebrating a virile racist dying
Corey, can I pick
or being killed? Like, I just heard the previous speaker say, is it tragic? Yeah. Is it? I'm asking the question. Is it tragic?
And
I might want to grab it. I'm gonna look up what tragic is.
Yeah, Corey, I hear you, brother. And I said that kind of facetiously, like, I mean, tragic, that he died, and that's why I went on further to say, like, I know I've listened to Charlie Kirk for quite a number of years now, and heard the vile things that he said about black people, and heard the vile things that he said about, like, the people that look like me and exist in this world like me. So am I sad that Charlie Kirk is dead? Fuck no, I am not. I am not. And I'm not going to try to force myself to feel any otherwise. It is, and I'll say tragic loosely, that he lost his life, that he is no longer amongst the living. But I kind of feel like, yo, you know what? You reap what you sow.
Well, it's interesting because I remember when Osama bin Laden was assassinated and killed. Americans celebrate when international terrorists or what we deem terrorists are killed. But when it's somebody that's spreading domestic terrorism in various ways, then we're supposed to view that very differently when it's on our side.
Well, technically, because he was technically an American like us, I think that is what people are trying to placate the notion of, like, oh my gosh, he was an American, he was a dad, he was all like. While that may be very, very much true, he still had an everyday life that he chose to actually go out and spew nonsense. He went out there and made comments about Palestinian people and how they are the equivalent to cattle. And that they should not get a relatively thought about and all these. Like, these are the real things he was doing. And let's be clear, his organization station, the Turning Point USA, he only has on YouTube 14 million subscribers. You don't really get that much engagement as well. So like, I understand he may be someone they make clips out of, but he really didn't get that much notoriety. Like, he was only popular with my youth group, and that's it.
Well, he is popular with young people. I've got kids that are in college. One just got out of college. So, how should one feel when this individual makes the world a dangerous place for your kids? How should you feel when it comes to their demise?
Well, he was literally in the middle of saying something. He had just said something about trans people doing mass shootings, and then he said something about gang violence and those type of mass shootings, which we all know that dog whistle. So, I mean, he was in the midst of doing what he does the best, and I would say he's pretty popular.
You guys, well, he did. Well, not for you, not for anybody on the stage, but for people who think that Charlie Kirk is actually going to I understand he may do something with the young people at the time because our brains are very much influential at the time. But as we get older, we see the shit that he's actually doing. You see the harm that he's actually doing, and then the people who surround himself around in that circle, like, let's be real, let's go back and watch that video again of him getting shot. You can literally see a lot of those people who are around him are white people. Like, they're not any of us.
Yeah, man. As I said before, I don't think anybody should cry over his death. I'm just curious as to what this means politically in terms of, what part of Trump's justification for entering DC was nothing really about crime in DC, but because one of the staffers or something got killed, right, or robbed or some shit like that. I can't exactly remember, right? Like, an administration.
And Black wasn't even killed. It was supposedly beat up.
It been beat up.
Which I don't fucking believe that happened.
Right? Like an administration president who takes, personal slights and then weaponizes the military and a good part of the executive branch against black and brown cities. I would not be surprised if Trump finds another reason to do this even further and to push even harder.
How do the young niggas say it today? We smoking on that Charlie Kirk pack.
Hey, stop it.
Smoking on that Charlie Kirk.
And then the final point for me is that, again, like, I think when we're talking about political violence, assuming that this is political violence, I don't think that this, puts outside the realm of possibility that a progressive, somebody on the left who's giving a public talk would not be targeted open season, whether it's an act of retaliation or otherwise. I just get concerned about acts of political violence generally and what it means politically. If folks want to celebrate is that the folks, don't care about it, I think that's perfectly fine. I don't care about him dying or being killed. What I care about, again, like I said, is what it means politically.
But Black Freedom, we've already seen that example earlier this year. The congressperson or the state assembly person from what was it, Minnesota, her and her husband. Like, we've already seen these acts already playing out.
They should stop.
So this is like, this Charlie Kirk stuff is nothing new, and we're talking about two individuals who were just representing their constituents. Charlie Kirk made an occupation out of spewing hate. So what did he expect was going to happen? Somebody at some point in time was going to, be his find out since he was fucking around.
Well, I mean, so I hear that, but then, can the same principle apply to the representatives? Like, of course it couldn't. So my question, so my concern becomes, like, political violence that is existing now, and how, for me, that's deeply troubling. That we have these acts of political violence, and it really quells, I think, the ways in which I think it can have a chilling effect on the ways in which people, I know one person was like, I think it was Madison, who was like, this isn't an organizing strategy. But for those of us who do that work and who are thinking about what this means, I think it can in some ways, and they were already targeted and surveilled, I think it can have in some ways a chilling effect. And so my point is that, like, again, fuck Charlie Kirk, but this has implications that exist beyond just the singular racist figure.
But I think that ship has sailed, and you might be 6 years behind the trend. We have crossed into this era updated by Trump that this is par for the course. I mean, I don't know if you all saw the video of the representative in Tennessee or Kentucky who was at a public speech last night, or I saw it last night, literally saying the country is for white folk, that his ancestors built this country for us. It's for us. It's for us. And the natives, the savages, it's for us. The type of political environment, the socio-political environment that existed before this piece of shit human being came to the forefront of politics does not exist anymore. The norms that we are used to do not exist anymore. The type of respect, political dialogue, responses, etc., do not exist anymore. And we are behind the 8 ball if it's troubling now. It has been troubling.
Yeah, no, we all agree. I mean, I'm sorry.
No. No. See you later.
No, man.
Can Corey finish? This point?
Please let Corey finish. Thank you.
French.
Oh, not you. No. Hell no. Don't bring him back up.
Yeah, don't bring him up. He can't speak English well.
Yeah, so we have passed the point of troubling and being troubled. At this point, it is, this is gonna sound crude. I felt it as it was coming up. The same way that we have anesthetized, however you say the word, I probably said that wrong, ourselves to school shootings, which was the conversation they were having, right? The same way that we have gone numb to that is how I feel about this. Like, we passed the point that this is not regular anymore.
You look like a psychopath.
I agree with that, Corey. And I think that for me, that's why I have the position I have on this. It's like, it's not that it's now becoming troubling, but I think that there's been an uptick. Like, I mean, obviously this has been happening for centuries.
Hey, Barbie.
There are ebbs and flows. I feel like that we're in a flow moment right now. And in recent history, we can date it back to, the activists who were found.
Hey, be
quiet. Hey, for real. Nobody is in the mood for that. We're not doing that today. You about to get out of here, for real. For real. You're not about to do this. You're not about to do this. You're not. I don't give a fuck. Excuse me. You're going to be quiet today. I moved her down.
How much adding did she have to get?
Who was talking? Go ahead, Playfree.
No, I mean, like we saw this when it came to the murder of the activists. I mean, could be considered a murder. There hasn't been any official determination, I don't think. They were just found dead in their vehicles, and the vehicles were burned, but I think it was clearly murder. It may have been by law enforcement. But the activists in Ferguson, we've been living with this political violence for some time now. And for me, it's like, that's not okay. And I hear what you're saying, Corey, about, being inert to it. For me, I'm just not. And it's hard. It's just like I'm not, and I mean, in a different way, but just like I'm not inert to school shootings.
Yeah, I'm not either. But a separate idea that has come to me is that this is the point. This is the environment that they have been trying to cultivate.
I agree with that. Yeah.
This is exactly the point. They gonna show up at this motherfucker's funeral and perform and do all the things. I would not be surprised if Donald Trump is the eulogist. They gonna do all the things for the purpose of continuing to foment this violent response. This is the point. So they not mourning Charlie Kirk. He is about to be beatified. He is about to be their rallying cry.
I'll celebrate that.
He's going to be their political
martyr. Yep.
He's going to be their political martyr. Don't be surprised. If you see Charlie Kirk T-shirts out here and people out here wearing them, because they're going to make him his martyr. They're martyr. I don't.
And they're going to make it seem. They're going to make it seem as if he got.
And I don't know that if Charlie Kirk could come back and tell us after it happens if he would be sad about that.
Yeah.
I think they should increase security for all the Democrats right now. There's going to be some retaliation. There's going to be some crazies out there trying to.
I don't know if you're on Twitter right now, but if you see a lot of the reactions to people, what they're reacting to, even Democratic members decide to text or put anything out saying like we praying for Charlie Kirk's family, whatever. They're even saying like, no, this is fucking war. Like you guys are Democrat. You guys are the ones that fucking did this. The Democrats did this.
They are doing it. Even though they don't know though, but they were gonna do it either way. It was gonna happen. Anything that happens to one of them, they're gonna blame a Democrat for it. So that's gonna be.
I wouldn't be.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Whoever wants to start that.
What you said, Jonathan?
I said, I don't know if you've seen it, but I sent you an invite. I sent you a couple invites in the other spot.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I was literally arguing with TC because TC was trying to blame, saying that Democrats are being so violent. I don't understand why every time something happens, they got to get violent. Like, you cannot take outliers and start trying to blame outliers and say that is the mindset of the entire political party, right? That part, to me, doesn't make any fucking sense. It is the weirdest shit ever. You know what would happen if it were them? They would say this black on black crime is fucking crazy.
Yep.
This black on black crime is fucking crazy. What about this white on white crime?
Okay, can I speak here before I get? Can I give me a second here?
No, but people want to speak.
Just give me their 60 seconds.
No, we don't have to speak.
Yo, white ass, I don't give a fuck about you spazzing out, white lady. I don't give a fuck. No white your ass the fuck out of here.
One second. Let me take it.
Too many people on the stage and too many voices on at the same time.
All right.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody.
1 second. Who's that? 1 second, Jeremy. I'm gonna come right over to you. Just in case, because there's some new speakers on stage. I want to make sure I hear from everyone. But let's just be mindful. We don't do all that talking out of turn crap. Like, if there's a squabble, people going back and forth, or whatever, that's fine. Those two people can have that conversation, that dialogue. That was a great conversation between Corey and Black Freedom. I like the way that you all were able to express your thoughts.
Pay attention to.
Arguing back and forth.
Pay attention to this lady calling for lynchings in the chat.
Do you hear her talking?
You gotta check her to watch.
Y'all literally hear her talking, right?
Report her before you check her. recorded it for
Let her finish what she was saying. First lady.
Bring her back up. My bad.
All right. So let's just keep the conversation going and flowing. Baby, it's so good to see you here. All right, Justin is here, and I got G in the house. Oh my goodness, go in, G. All right, Sandra's there. Jeremy, one mic on you, babe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, for those in government that want to spark like a civil war, they just straight up just chose Kirk as the one that's gonna start it. You know what I mean? If they want to start it, then that's what they did. They probably used him as the martyr to trigger this whole shit. This is what's going on.
Is it possible for me to, because when they were having their back and forth, which was great, my name was mentioned, and if I could just respond to that in terms of
that'll be $5, man. Thank you.
That'd be what?
$5.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
But black people, we've always been policed in our emotions, told to forgive, rise above, that sort of a thing. And the pendulum, I heard something said about the pendulum swinging, because the pendulum has already swung, and pretending that this incident, is going to do that ignores the swing that was already battering our communities. And white supremacy has always used moments like this to justify targeting us. It's not new, and it's not something that we control by being silent, in my opinion, because strategy and emotion can coexist. Yes, we need long-term strategy and organizing, but that doesn't require pretending that the death of somebody who harmed us, is a national tragedy. Like, we can be politically disciplined while still acknowledging that some people feel relief from this. And the real danger, from my perspective, is the narrative. The danger isn't that black folks express relief or even celebrate. The danger is letting white-dominated media and political folks set the frame that his life was more valuable than the lives he targeted. So our job is to shift the conversation. Don't let his death overshadow the harm he caused, or the systems that are in place that he defends that harm us.
I would like to add something briefly. I agree with everything that Madison said. I think we're spending a little bit too much time talking about, well, what if Charlie gets martyred and all of these Klansmen start blowing up churches? While that's probably going to happen and was going to happen before he got assassinated, the reality is it's a much worse climate when you can say the things Charlie Kirk said and make millions and millions of dollars and live a very safe life. What you actually do want societally is for there to be some level of fear and desensitization for saying some of the brutally cruel, evil, inhuman things he said about people. Like, I'm just going to use a quote from Charlie. I think empathy is a newfangled, corrosive word that we use, and it's very toxic. We should throw empathy out the window. Someone in a free society, a free democracy, getting millions and millions of young white armed men to consider empathy as a word that doesn't belong in the English language. Someone who's going around saying you shouldn't want a black pilot. Someone saying that if a trans woman wants to play sports in high school, she should be taken out back and taken care of. I'm not saying bad things should happen to that person, but I also am saying a young white man or a young person in general shouldn't see mean, vicious people just get off scot-free being that way and making a multi-million-dollar career acting that way. You might have to be like, I might make $1 million, but I also might get shot in the neck while talking about black crime under a tent that says prove me wrong. Like, listen, come on. I don't celebrate anything, but I tell you what, if you look at other communities and how they feel about their oppressors, when they go, they do not go around warning other people in their community about being too celebratory. It just is what it is.
But here's the thing though, right? Why aren't we talking about the game plan? Because if you go to some of these other spaces that are happening right now here on this wonderful app, they're planning. They're already talking about war, right? That's the conversation we need to be having versus having an argument about, why this black person telling you not to celebrate and so on, whatever. That ain't gonna help us. What's the strategy moving forward?
Oh, I have a plan.
With what? There's what?
You have to arm.
There's nothing you can really do.
Yeah.
No, the main
there's safety.
The main
there's
issue.
safety.
The main.
Wait a minute, there's other people that want to speak though. Wait a minute, now let me get to some other people. G, how you say
I'd like
you
to
want to?
speak. If there's a chance, I'd like to speak, but you tell
I'll
me.
get to you. I'll get to you, Chucks. Then, G, you didn't say anything. Sandra, did you want to say something? 1, 2.
No, I just came to see what you got.
Great, no worries. Please stay right there. Hey, Mega. Bart, baby, how you doing? I hear you say that.
How are you?
Hello, how are you, beautiful?
Hello, my darling.
Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm very shocked. I've been on a deep dive on Twitter. Yeah, a month ago there was a post that said that Charlie Kirk feared being murdered by Israel. Funny enough, and a month later he gets shot. I think it's kind of crazy. I think there's some sort of I'm a big conspiracy theorist. I think there's some sort of weird agenda behind this, in which they're trying to prove some sort of point, or they're trying to distract people from something.
It's
very
only
suspicious.
been a couple hours. We don't gotta go straight to Jewish conspiracy.
Listen.
That's what she's saying,
I just find it very, very, very interesting that on the I saved the tweet on the 10th of where's the likes? Okay, here. It said, I'm not going to name names, Harrison H. Smith, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. That was on the 13th of the 8th, 2025. A month later, he gets shot in the neck, point blank. Even the guy arrested, they said that guy wasn't the guy that shot him. Do you get what I'm saying? For that shot to be so on point, sorry, that's crazy. That's giving a professional hit. That's not giving a random Joe around the corner that picked up a gun. That's giving long range target, shot. That is, I don't know. That was a shot and a half. That's not a amateur. Do you get what I'm saying? So
a lot of people don't like him. Okay, I must be honest. I'm really kind of shocked by this, but he caught my attention because he was open actually to speak to people that were going to debate him today. So it's really sad.
Miss White, you can't cut people off.
No, it's fine. I started to joke. I was shocked.
Y'all talking about cutting her off, but the ridiculous bullshit.
Barbie, wait, Barbie, were you, baby? I'm sorry, baby. Were you finished?
Oh no, go ahead. Thank you for letting me speak. Big up you guys.
I really thought she was gonna come and say Charlie Kirk got bodied when he was in London debating those Oxford kids, and they cremated his ass. And listen,
nah, they did good. They did good.
Masterclass in debating when people actually know what they're talking about, and not the idiots that Charlie Kirk debates on Jupiter.
No, I see some good American students there. You know that black girl, she's good.
Did their research. They actually called Charlie Kirk for being a community college dropout. That hurt his ego.
I don't think if I could, I'd really like a chance just to share something, if I may. But you tell me.
Go for it, sir.
Man in the room. If I could.
Go for it, sir.
Thank you. It's like Charlie Kirk. That's what the room is about. Okay, and it's like, I'm not saying I was ever a fan or anything. I was an observer of him, and I wasn't sure if he was just doing it for his own media attention and whatever. And it's like, however, in these circumstances of what's happened, all I feel inside myself, nothing to do with politics and race and colour, is that was a brave man. He was a brave man.
Yes. Let him finish. We allow all push me to the other side. Push him to the other side.
Okay, yeah, but maybe I'll go. But someone said let me finish, so fine. Thank you for that. And so I thought, well, he's a brave man who's got his own opinions, right or wrong. I'm not saying I support them or anything. It's like I'm just saying it's a brave man.
The fuck was a brave? Okay, so what the fuck was brave about going and badgering and picking with little college kids and on stages across America? Hold on. You may just let me just complete my thing. Let me just complete. Is this a white thing that y'all feel like y'all just can't just let me finish fucking talking? All right, so what was so fucking brave that he went around and sat on the stage and picked with motherfuckers and tried to outwit them as a fucking grown adult with kids that he could have been doing something? What the fuck was so brave about that? Please explain.
Now go ahead, Justin.
Your mute button work, Justin?
Justin, unmute. Go ahead and...
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, thank you. Actually, all I want to do is just answer my own view on that question. Okay, nothing more to do with his politics. Is what I see as brave is it's not about right or wrongness. It's like people like Trump and co. They have mass security. Candace Owens and the other. Tucker, they hide understandably in their own place, and that. But this guy, he just goes out and says this shit in front of people. He's a target.
He also has big security.
Yeah, he has security there.
He has security. His security is not
They didn't have security.
Shut the fuck up.
No, he didn't have it. They didn't have control.
This is where I stopped doing cocaine right there. That's the problem.
This guy got shot today, standing out, and I'm just saying, at least he was brave. I'm not saying he's right.
I agree with you, Justin. Don't listen to these people.
I'm just saying he's at least fucking brave.
They go over
bravery.
Okay, Justin. Alright, come on, y'all talking all at one time. We can't hear.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, did articulate leave?
Yo, why y'all? Come on, one at a time.
I'll boom this bitch. I'll boom it.
Please take your finger off the button. We're going to control the conversation.
All right.
Well, first lady, don't boom the room today. Please don't boom the room.
All right, y'all gotta please stop jumping off mic just to say, please keep your intrusive thoughts to yourself. We can't hear nobody else.
We're going to have to start shooting. If there's not a queue and you're not the person directly after, we're going to have to shoot you. No disrespect, but anybody that does that, that's just going to happen.
So did Justin finish? So if Justin finish, he's finished with his response. Okay, he's gone. All right.
I'm not no mod or no shit, but I don't even think it's that crazy in here today. Like, I know Charlie Kirk got shot, but is everybody just trigger happy? Too soon? Okay.
That's the room in my opinion, and I go to a lot of different rooms. This room is very tolerant when it comes to that. There's not really, I don't see trigger happy mods in here. But if people are over talking each other, we can't hear each other's thought to even respond to it conclusively. That's what's being said. I don't think it's that crazy, but people are over talking them. We can't hear the conversation. It doesn't have a natural flow.
Where did articulate go? Because I was,
he flew over our heads. It's fine. Can we move on?
Don't do that.
No, Lord.
I do think that.
Because I think all you guys, we're all saying the same position, like over and over and over and over again. I don't think anybody wishes unalivement onto any person. Nobody wishes death onto someone here upon this earth. However, when you feel and bigoted shit, guess what? Shit comes to you, and so there's nothing we can really say and die, and we move on.
I mean, some people do it, but I don't understand this whole idea of the enemy just living his best life. I want the enemy dead and gone. So
Hello. Because so now that it wasn't okay for me to celebrate, I'm celebrating today. I'm putting some food on the grill. I'm turning on the music. I think this is a great day. It's a great time to celebrate a fucking enemy dying and getting what he deserves. Yes.
It's kind of, and you know what, actually, you know what, I can really agree with you a little bit, Brooklyn, because wasn't it kind of the same thing when we were all celebrating when the plantation home that Annabelle burned down for us?
Yeah, when the fucking massa would die, the ancestors would celebrate and be happy. So we gonna do the same thing.
You know what? Shame on you. Shame on you.
You cannot be doing
Talking
this.
about he's a cracker that deserved it. Now what? What you gonna say?
Let's crack a
I
bird.
was about to say this. Look, I want to
y'all being racist.
Give me 1 second, right? I don't stand with him on any level. I think that it's good to see opposition gone, but I wouldn't wish death upon him because he had racist, sick ass, twisted ass, weird ass fucking beliefs, right? That was fucked up. He was fucked up. But I believe in karma and I believe in energy. I believe in the universe righting itself. I also believe, if you want to go to a more technical standpoint, that they're going to be monitoring people on apps like this, right, to see the mind state and if they're a potential danger. And you're going to have Secret Service and FBI and everybody else. If you start saying things that can be the equivalent of a threat or potential violence towards a political party, I don't think it's smart to do anymore. I think that's going to be taken seriously and it's going to be monitored, and it could put you under a scope that you don't want to be under, right?
We all been ICE is going to show up at your door.
I'm about to land right here, but I will say this. I do find it very ironic how much he advocated for gun rights and how much he minimized the deaths that would come from it for him to be shot in the throat. Because he said himself that, you know what, there's going to be some people that have to die for the Second Amendment to stand, and that's okay. I'm good with that. Empathy is not really a thing. So, I mean, that's very ironic to say that and then suffer that fate.
You know, wishing is one thing, but something that when it's after the fact, it's after the fact. It already happened. So at this point, it's not about wishing somebody was dead. It's the fact of the matter that somebody is at this point. And in terms of surveillance, I was just having this conversation last night. Yes, of course, you should monitor, period. If you're online, that is your image across the board. You should be monitoring that all the time. Nothing has changed with today. We're all under surveillance all the time. I use my name on this app. So anything I say or anything I do, I'm going to stand by it, whatever it is. So wishing is one thing, but after the fact, that's another one. It's a done.
It's a little poetic that the very tool he used to spread his hate, racism, misogyny, all the ugliness that he did was his voice, and they shot him in the throat.
He was only. I mean, they took that throat chakra.
What?
They said down.
Two things are undefeated. Father Time and Mother Irony is always undefeated. It is always undefeated. Father Time and Mother Irony.
That's a fact. And Mother Irony got a hold of that though, didn't it?
Yeah, bro. You remember when Kevin Samuels died and he died in an apartment alone?
Very celebratory about that one too. I'm sorry.
Talking about fat women.
He wasn't alone.
People felt the way that I did it.
He was one lady for. He was died in an apartment alone.
All right, y'all must want me to be the party pooper, right?
Okay, I was just saying irony.
Okay, thank you. You said it. Next caller.
And there are some things that him
Brooklyn, you've been talking a lot. Can somebody else get in?
Have I been talking? Okay, let me just go in the audience.
Nobody needs you to go in the audience. Nobody wants you to go in the audience. Michael, you were getting ready to say something? Audrey, I don't know if your mic came out.
I muted up after you said too many people were talking.
No. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I didn't say too many people were talking. I said that I didn't hear other voices. I wanted to hear other voices, so I was specifically talking about hearing your voice, sir.
I got you. I'm sorry. No, yeah, I'm sorry, First Lady. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Then I won't make way for you. Hey, Jay. Jay, what'd you say? Sierra.
I said, not you scaring them, First Lady.
No, child, ain't nobody scared.
That man nervous. You done make that man nervous.
He ain't no damn nervous.
I made it up right to you.
No, first, you don't understand how nervous you make the straight man.
No, First Lady, you put on your mama voice out here and shit. It was talking to her like, damn, First Lady.
First Lady, I'm walking.
You need to stop this lies. These are lies. I don't understand.
Men are telling you. How you gonna tell the men that are telling you that what we're hearing?
First Lady, have you ever seen that Maury episode where that one girl got and told that tall ass man to get on his knees? That was you. That's you.
Yep.
That's your ass. Who said move?
Raising the voice too, which is crazy. Now everybody's scared. She done scared the room quiet.
Shut up, Gemini.
So, First Lady asked about solutions. I think the stats can't be that much different now. With the same amount of, now, there are two parts to this. The same amount of percentage is way more than it is us. So the numbers is off. Of white people that own guns, black people own guns. As it relates to protecting your home, I think we still have that vestige of nonviolent political resistance in a culture today that, has it ever been? It's never met our nonviolence with nonviolence. And so I think that as they continue to foment this type of violence, the target or the effect of DC didn't happen the way they wanted it to. Black folk weren't out in the streets acting crazy, and we haven't had some instance of violence to trigger us, right, to go, Detroit on their ass. And so this might be theirs. And I just think that, for the people who want to, go to a gun range, get a gun card. Now, the stats say that most people are killed or injured by their own guns that they own in their own home. So, take that safety course a bit seriously. But, this just, well, Max, but this sitting around, kumbaya and talking about it, I don't think it's going to change anything. Especially, as I said, with the climate that is being created, we have entered into a place where violence is the language that they're calling for.
So let me make sure I understand. You're suggesting that people should go to the gun range, pick up some firearm, and get ready for the revolution? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if you need to.
Sure.
Well, I'm asking TJ if for his clarity, not for you to, chihuahua around. Go ahead.
She about to get the belt. Yes, that is essentially, if the revolution comes to your front door, meet them. Now, the problem is, and this is why we have to have these conversations in community and with people that got better sense, right? We are on the precipice of moving into an all-out dictatorship. This building up ICE, as I think Stacey Abrams and others have said, as Trump's personal police force, it's happening. As we're sitting here talking now, I'm sure, right? And these things are not connected as far as we think to ICE or to immigration or to black folks. Somebody asked in the chat, why is the Klan being brought up? What they gonna come do to black folk? Black folk ain't got shit to do with this. We've never had shit to do with any of the shit, but they target us anyway, right? So, I mean, I think at the very least, for the people who are scared, nervous, concerned, go to a jiu-jitsu class. Do something. Don't just be sitting waiting for it to come meet you unprepared in any type of way.
Trick, you on stage? I see you here. I know you had mentioned the fact that he was right in the midst of talking about trans mass shooting or something, and then that's when
he was building a question on trans mass shooters, and he says that there's too many trans mass shooters, and that's right when the shot comes out. It is now, and again,
it's actually when he said the gang violence.
Then he says the gang. Then he says the gang violence. Yeah, take this with a grain of salt. There is a picture of an individual on what's called the Lucy roof at the Utah Valley Center moments before he shot. There's a video of some guy on the roof. My mother said she wanted to extend her thoughts, but I'll save that for later because I know you guys are talking. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous photo of Jesse Jackson and others pointing at the top of the Lorraine Motel.
So there's a conversation regarding, this looming thing that Black people always have to be, empathetic, caring. But is that not our fabric? Is that not how we were brought up? I just want to know, like, are we changing those sentiments? Have we become something different? Just let me know.
It is a part of the fabric of how we've been brought up, but I think there's some conversation to be had about making your opponents docile. I think there's something to be said about that. And I've said this before, that if Black folk tapped into a portion of the rage that we have inside us genetically and turned it on this country, we would fuck this bitch up. However, we have accepted the docile nature that has been cultivated and bred into us, and then that coupled with the political ideology of someone that we have, turned into a saint and a martyr, right? That whether or not it served us the way that we wanted it to, whether or not it continues to serve us the way that we want it to, respectability politics and not being angry or showing emotion that would put your life in danger, all of that contributes to what you're saying, First Lady, and I think that sometimes we chalk it up to, well, we were raised to be kind and empathetic and the laudable parts of it, without talking about the reason that we were raised that way was so you wouldn't be the next Emmett Till.
Right, so that's what I was saying about the revolution, right? Because the way I hear this conversation started, it just sounded like, all right, we're ready to fight kind of thing. And what Just was saying earlier in regards to, we ain't got them kind of weapons. Like, you trying to fight the federal government? Like,
retarded.
What's going on? So that's what I'm trying to figure. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out what people are saying.
I don't think that it's the federal government that we really have to anymore. It's their goons.
Who do you think is bad for white people?
Hello?
I mean, I'm just, and listen, I'm talking about the Aprils. I don't mind going to war. I'll fight anyone. But yo, strategy is a thing. I feel like mostly like everybody else. I'm also not putting, like, whether we willing to die for it, I don't want to put my moms and my sisters and the women I know. I'm not ready to just willy nilly throw them out there. I don't know. I just think there needs to be a little bit more strategy involved. If y'all talking about fighting,
Right, and we have war fighters.
Just, I want to say this real quick. I want you to think of it on this level. We can't fight the federal government. They are armed, trained. They have skill sets and assets that we don't have access to. So that's just silly. However, to be armed and to be able to protect yourself from the outliers is super important, right? It's not going to be the federal government showing up at your house if things are happening. It's going to be your neighbor. Right. It's going to be the little group, the little active group.
Militia from the neighboring community.
Militias. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't know that Los Angeles County has more hate groups than any other county, even though we have the least amount of white people. As far as registered hate groups, we have the most. So to not be armed and be able to protect yourself against threats like that might activate once things go is just going to be short-sighted and stupid. I'm not saying not keep our guns. I'm not saying don't keep our guns. I'm saying, go get your guns. Definitely learn how to fight, all that shit. I encourage that. But maybe I'm missing what's being said, because it's like, we ready to go to war, and I mean, to be fair, we're ready to go to war. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
To be fair, Gemini, you might not have said it, but there's been a couple people in this conversation that have just, for no reason, talked about civil war and war. And
no.
It's a very irresponsible way to treat these things, but there is a responsible strategy. For the past 10 years, you've been in a climate where your family's in danger, especially if you're in a red state, if you're in the South. But now, at this point in time, anywhere in America. So if you're black, living in a black community, if you're just an American, living in an American community, it'd be important to be armed up, to be raising your children in a culture of discipline and self-defense and safety, and to maybe have a community watch. Like, you living in the country you're living in. It's only been about 40, 60 years of not continual stochastic and intentional terrorism against particular communities, namely ours. And you need to pay attention to where we are historically and try to learn from past tragedies. I got a Caltech KSG. It's just a shotgun. It's just from my house. I'm not walking around marching. I'm not like Mr. 2A. I just know I live in America and things get violent. And I'm in fucking Connecticut. If I was in the South, I'd be marching up and down my neighborhood in a community watch. If I didn't have that, it'd be a first priority. If I'm living in Atlanta, I'm worried about the rest of Georgia. Yeah, it is time to really, really talk about what the worst probabilities are and be prepared for that.
Now, when we talk about race war, that's not my conversation. I'm not.
I'm not talking about that.
It's a phrase that needs to be buried, really. That's a phrase that needs to be buried, really, because it's not happening.
Real quick, King. Yeah, I'm not saying get ready for the race war. What I'm saying is you need to have knowledge of arms and protect yourself, and be capable of using a firearm to protect yourself. Be familiar with said firearm. Go to the range, take it apart, put it back together. Know that firearm intricately, so whenever anything happens, it's muscle memory. It's not you learning during the process. I think if we have that right, which our ancestors died for, to keep and bear arms, and we don't exercise that, we're doing everybody a serious disservice, especially to protect yourself. When people do show up at your house, if they do, and I hope they don't, if somebody shows up at your house with the intent to harm you and yours, words ain't going to work. Hey, no, stop, it ain't going to work. I'm calling the cops, ain't going to work. You're going to have to be able to protect yourself in the moment. That's important.
But haven't we learned at this point that it's not gonna, like, it's 2025, like, I don't know, we describe shit like it's 1950. All of these shootings have been from long range. It haven't been, well, there was the one with the Democratic senators, but they were coming home from dinner, right? They were coming home. What'd you say?
They were at a baseball game, King.
Right.
But it wasn't long range.
And I, like, I'm minding my fucking business. I'm headed to a concert tonight. Motherfuckers don't just show up at your door. Like, I just, it's hard for me to hear these things and take it seriously, but I would, since there are war fighters, shout out to Hexet, there are war fighters in the room, like, how do y'all feel about all this? Or is it that, like, it is what it is. This is America. Motherfucker can get shot at the mall, like, anywhere. And that's just it. And you're not going to be able to protect yourself. This is the society that we've created. This is the society that we live in.
King, I'm going to tell you this. There are some outlying communities in Los Angeles County, because it's such a large county. It's one of the largest, if not the largest counties in the United States. There are some outlying communities that are MAGA, believe it or not, right? And in those communities, and I know because of a couple warehouses that we operate out of, they will intentionally go and break in and steal from the properties they know belong to black people. So what you're saying is not happening. It's happening right fucking now. It's not happening to you, but it's happening here right now, right? So if you're not able or capable of protecting yourself or prepared, which is the most important aspect of it, legally prepared to protect yourself, then you're a sitting fucking duck. And I don't want nobody to be a sitting fucking duck. It's much better to be prepared and not need to utilize something than to be unprepared and not have it when something does happen or the unexpected happens.
Gemini, what's happening where? What are you talking about?
Wait a minute, Trent. He can explain this over again. 1 second. Hey, Dave. Thank you for joining. Listen, because you guys were talking about the Civil War. I was saying revolution, whatever. I don't know if you guys heard me say this earlier, but I was saying right now on this app, they are planning their future. Okay, and all right, fine. Somebody's saying, "Oh, they're not gonna show up, but you do it, whatever." I want to understand about the temperature that's getting ready to come. These people have been on the edge of their seat waiting for this. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I've gone into Costco. I'm trying my little cart, and I just feel like this aggression, from certain people, not going to mention any colors or race. And now that this has happened, how are we going to move forward is what I'm trying to think about. Do you guys pick up what I'm putting down?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about. Because you might not meet somebody that's at the height of wanting to shoot you, but there's some energy that has already been stirring up. And I think that this right here is part of the match that's going to set this thing off. So
can I ask
that's what I was talking about.
Why do y'all think that this has anything to do with us? Like, this happened from a cracker shooting another cracker in a cracker state where hardly no black people are.
Right. So they just want something to pin on us. We don't have nothing to do with it. A lot of stuff we haven't had anything to do with. But yet and still, we still get the brunt end of it. Because they're going to find a way to push it and make it seem that way. That's just how it always goes. And that's what I'm talking about. Instead of us planning and thinking ahead, we always behind the 8 ball. So that's what I'm trying to
let me
But they've been pinning things on us. Like they've been doing that. Yeah. So I don't think this is like in the last room, like I said, I just don't think this is it. It's already been in motion. And I think, unfortunately, we've been, like you said earlier, that we just been too late or too lackadaisical and have not been listening. Like, Trump's election was a warning shot, and we just sat around like nothing.
Right.
And so it's like, for me, we got to pay attention, and we have to see where things are going, and we have to be active. We have to be proactive. We can't be reactive.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
That's what I was trying to say. But what does that entail doing? Like, that we aren't.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think I'm going to be quite honest. I've always been an advocate for people getting their conceal and carry and getting a gun and actually knowing how to use it. I think tactical training, especially for Black women, is very important. And I think that that's a start.
I mean, every black woman I know got a gun.
Not where I'm from. A lot of black women don't.
Yeah, that's not true.
I don't have one.
Yeah, like a lot of people don't know how to shoot, and a lot of people don't know how to shoot. They don't know how to clean their guns. They don't know how to shoot. I always tell black women, go to tactical training. Get yourself a gun. It is dangerous out there for us.
But do y'all think that that's just the majority, or is that the women? Because I don't know that all the black people I know, period, are very. Even the people that aren't. My mama got a gun. She's not a gun person, but everybody that live around me that's black got a gun. Like, it's just a thing to have.
That sounds like an Atlanta thing, but this is not.
But most black people live in the South, y'all.
Yeah, but we're out here too. I'm in LA. But hear me out. Just I want you to think of this, right? Having a gun is actually more dangerous than having a gun with training. That makes it less dangerous. Having a gun just means you're up in the ante because now you got a gun, but you're not really trained with it, so you're gonna get fucked off, right?
But why do you think we're not trained?
You don't have the muscle memory. The second that you raise that gun and you're not really a gun person, you're gonna get fucked up if somebody know what they're doing.
Why do you think that people are not trained?
Man, they're not training, bro. They're not training, bro. Having a gun, possession of a gun, I go to the range all the fucking time. I don't see a lot of blacks at the range I go to. Ain't no fucking.
Let's not argue about who.
Well, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is that's to me what they're saying. It just sounds like an assumption that because I don't know. You know, we can ask other people, but all the people I know, they have a gun and they've at least gone to the range or taken a class to know how to use it. I think black people are very up on gun.
I think it's more than going to the range. Like for me, I'm very specific. I'm saying tactical training. That is what people need to start doing. It's not just going to the range. You could see a piece of paper and clap, 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 and then go home. I'm talking about tactical training, actually knowing, like strategies, like skills, decision making, in high stress level environments. Using like physical tools like your firearms and stuff like that. That is what I tell people to do. It's not just going to the range.
I don't know. I just don't think everybody's a soldier. I think you have a certain amount of people that are going to do that will do that. But I think just like in real life, everybody's not a soldier. Even in the army, everybody is not doing combat. So I think having just knowing how to shoot for somebody like my mom, she just not a gun, but she know how to shoot. We make sure she know how to shoot. So if something were to happen, she can bang on a motherfucker if needed, but she don't really want to, deal with it. I've heard other women that are in the army that don't really like guns, so that's just the nature of humans. But I do think that is an assumption because you have cities like Houston, Atlanta, Miami, DC, or, give or take, that are in the South or Virginia, I'm sorry, that have like pretty much, more loose gun laws. And I know the women that I know, and especially the men, they got guns.
Just, this is what I did because I wanted to make sure it wasn't an assumption. I hear what you're saying. The good thing about gun ownership is you have to register. And when you have to register, you have to provide your ID, which contains your ethnicity. So they have stats to back that. What percentage, and I just looked it up, do you think of black, let me take that back. What percentage of gun owners do you think are black? No, let me take that back. Let me rephrase that. What percentage of blacks own guns?
Well, what's the point of it?
The percentage is increased low. That's the point. It's a minority.
I mean, it probably is low, but that's to say that it's first of all, it's a lot of people in the South that guns are a part of the culture. So before they were registering guns, it was black people with guns here, right? It was black people with guns. It's black people that knew how to use guns. It's a part of something that they grew up doing. Like when I moved to Georgia, I was shocked. All of the black people, all of the black women that I knew that hunted, that did it as a sport. And every gun is not going to be registered, so everybody is not going to know. They're not going to know the exact amount of black people that got fucking guns, but that's besides the point. Why are we even caring about black people with guns at this point? If anything, it's not going to be a race war. If anything, it'll be probably civil. And if that's the case, then it'll involve more than one race.
Wait.
Black people.
Hold on, Gemini. I see 30% of blacks and 38% of white people.
I see 24% when I look, right? But this is the thing.
Let's just say it's 24%. That's like 38% of white people. It's similar.
The 24% number is from 2017.
Just, but I want you to think about this. Most.
So it's more people that own guns now.
Just, I want you to think about this. When you say most, that means 51% or more, right? That's most. 24%, or let's even give 30%, is not most. So most of us don't own guns. That's what I'm
but hold on. Yeah, but that's relative. That's why you have to look up the other percentages. All right, so this is why you have to look up the percentages of what other demographics own guns. So that's why I looked up what percentage of white people own guns and Hispanics. So relative to everybody else, it's on par. 38% of white people, 30% of black people. Hold on, let me look at Hispanics.
Well, I want you to be clear, Judge. What you said was not relative to everybody else. You said all the black people I know, all the black people own guns.
Within gun ownership, that's why you have to understand statistical things and relativity. So I'm talking about those who own guns. So we're talking about relative to people who own guns. So there's a percentage of the population who owns guns, just overall. So actually, black people's is relatively on par, or just a little lagging, like it is in everything else that we do. So it actually does make sense.
What I'm saying,
if you understand the other, you can't just. See, just throwing a statement out about black people or about a demographic, there are other factors that you have to pull into it. So I didn't say most people have guns, because that's not the case. Most people don't have guns in general.
Right, but when you start saying all the black people I know, I'm telling you, like, a lot of black people I know don't.
Which I qualify by saying I live in Atlanta, a black city, and a southern city.
Right, which is probably unique to your region. But let's take it outside the relative part, because I agree with you on the relative part, right? It's got to be relative to other races, and we can look and see if we're on par and behind. I don't want us to be on par or behind. I want us to be ahead. I want us to be double. Like, I want us to be armed to the point where we have an advantage. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, there's no such thing as that, and it's kind of like the gun conversation is an important conversation to have, but an important aspect of the gun conversation is realism. There's no way for black people to arm themselves into safety. In fact, the higher percentage of us that is armed only results in a higher percentage of gun regulation in our communities, as well as more arms amongst our oppressors. And so this guns isn't in any way going to be the thing that liberates black people. It's the last line of defense when crackers are barreling into your neighborhood and kicking down your doors. And so you should have, in the same way you should be raised how to throw a correct punch, which most of y'all don't know how to do. You should also know how to fire a gun, disassemble it. You should be aware of what guns are best for your protection within your homes. Again, I highly recommend shotguns. Pistols are kind of overrated. But you should just know basic safety and self-defense. But you 2A radicals pretending that you're in any way, with any amount of investment, will be prepared for a wartime situation. You need to talk to more actual, like, special operatives, people who are veterans. The only way you get better at war is being in a war.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Articulous.
I didn't follow the conversation.
Yeah, that wasn't even a conversation.
You're talking about percentages of people who own guns.
No, that wasn't the conversation.
It was under the training.
Hey, listen, guys. Did it just change? Did the conversation just change?
If you haven't already placed your vote, please draw your attention to the top here and go ahead and cast your vote. We thank you for flying. We're politically correct.
If you don't have your gun legally, please don't answer the question. Thank you, because I'm
Hello. Black people have the second highest registered gun ownership of any demographic, and we're not the same. So from this data, it would show that we're actually more apt to having guns, because we're definitely not the second highest population or demographic in the country yet. If we're at 30, it says that Hispanics are at 20 and Asians are at 10. So that would say that black people are definitely up on gun ownership membership or guns at a higher rate than other demographics, right?
So wait, I'm so confused. What's the point of this again?
Yeah,
I said let's not get caught up in it, but they ain't listening.
Right. And that's just registered owners, right?
Wait, no, like again, I'm confused. What is the point? Like, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I already asked that question, Jay. So it doesn't need an answer because no.
Can y'all tell me what answer y'all put? Because I see a lot of gray. Can y'all tell me what answer is that one?
Those numbers could be skewed because depending on where you
Gray
live.
means you didn't participate in the service.
I did. Okay, so depending on where you live, you might not even have to register a weapon. So, like in certain states, state I live in, you don't have to register your weapon. Yeah. And I can tell you right now, fuck with me. You don't think I was a military veteran, and nobody knows what I have.
Most of you niggas are stumbling and fumbling over your guns in real situations. This shit is annoying, bro. You niggas.
Nah, they shooting their leg. What are you talking about?
Motherfuckers don't handle pistols when they don't go to
New York Giants player.
All you niggas are killers. All you niggas are fucking murderers.
Who the fuck said something about being a killer?
All y'all are fucking goofy. It sounds goofy. What are we talking about?
Can somebody please ask me here? Because she's a real killer. Can y'all please ask me? Because she gonna show you how to work that gun.
Y'all want to play?
That's the point that I'm making about black people
being proactive. Like I don't really understand like how the conversation was.
Because everybody not built for that. That's just everybody.
But nobody's even talking about people going to war. It's just protecting yourself, having the basic skills.
Exactly. Everybody's not even built for that. Like
it doesn't matter whether they're built for it, but if it's something that's coming, then you want to be prepared for it.
Thank you.
Being built and being prepared is two different things. I might not be built for it, but guess what?
So you spend your $8.99. So you spent your $8.99 on karate for 2 months. Now, Billy Bob is at your door, fucking you up, and you done froze up because you don't know how to. No, I'm just saying. If you had fights, if I could just like
nobody else can get a word in because everybody keeps cutting me off.
Well, I'm going
like no, then we just gonna keep on cutting each other off. So we just gonna keep on back and forth. I can do it because I got a lot of words to say. I mean, I can just nobody's even talking about $8.99 karate. What are you talking about? No. We're talking about
Okay, so now you got a gun and somebody at your door and you done clipped up and you can't shoot it right. Yeah, okay. Send everybody to war. You have a lot of dead grannies and panicky ass women. That's why everybody ain't at war now.
Let me be honest with y'all. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let me put y'all on it. ML could probably put you on, and Haitian can too. No matter how much training you got, until you're confronted with the situation, I can tell you a lot of people freeze up. Okay?
Yep.
A lot of people freeze up. They don't know how to use their fucking weapon, and they could have been trained for years. We got soldiers that constantly go to the range. I can tell you only got to get qualified, once every 6 months now? But we take them to the range at least once a month now. And these motherfuckers are still fucking freezing up. And they are still shooting the wrong way. And when people are fucking moving, it's not the way you trained in your little 4 weeks or your little 2 to 5 days tactical course that you may have taken. So when you're talking about training, you guys haven't even trained the way some of these soldiers, these airmen, well, I'm not going to say airmen.
Don't talk about that. My dad was in the Air Force.
Soldiers and Marines have trained. We train 8 months out of the fucking year. And these soldiers still make mistakes. So when you talk this shit about training, your best bet is to take Taekwondo class and learn how to defend yourself.
Let's not get on the police. Let's not get on the police.
One moment. Because let me just set this straight. I asked about being proactive. Now, when people are giving suggestions about being proactive, you're saying it's not going to work. So we're just supposed to stand there and allow the people to just come at us, right? Like, I mean, come on now. I mean, even if, wait a minute, hello, that was a rhetorical question. That was not come off your mic and answer it.
I know.
So what?
Just stay on mute and let her finish her sentence.
I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna show him today, cause I ain't playing with y'all. Y'all keep fucking with me, and I'm not the one to fuck with. I play nice, but I sure can be a motherfucking bitch if I want to be. So don't bring it out. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted with jokes. I'm saying that preparing, that might mean that we got to strategize and start getting together in different groups and taking people out so that they can start learning how to shoot, if in fact this should come to it. I'm just saying, they're talking about a conservative war. What is that supposed to mean? I'm just trying to prepare instead of being taken, you know, and like, oh, well, we didn't know this was coming. We didn't know. Well, why don't you know? Why can't you see it?
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know what kind of civil war is supposed to be coming. I don't know what kind of war y'all planning on, but I'm not gonna be there.
I'm not either.
I didn't know there was a.
I'm not either. This is the conversation. This is what I'm perceiving the conversation to be. So when people are talking about, I don't know what y'all preparing for. I'm preparing my dinner right now. I'm sipping on my wine and I'm listening to y'all talk crazy.
They fantasizing. It's just like, what is First Lady? She not shooting nobody. She's gonna be pretty.
Hold up, you don't know what somebody gonna do.
He's bringing context to the conversation. That's it.
I'm just saying, we're not gonna.
She doesn't have a gun. You think she's outside trying to train with a fucking weapon?
No, we gotta protect her.
Okay, so she's just playing devil's advocate. So make it make sense.
I wasn't roasting her. I'm agreeing with it. I'm agreeing with it.
Okay, there you go.
Once again, let me hop in here for 1 second. I'm so confused how we got from Charlie Kirk getting shot to all of a sudden it's going to be a war on all black people in America. We need to get guns. We need tactical training. Let's be very honest. This is equivalent to the niggas in Chicago saying that if the military ICE were to come here, we're going to blow their asses down. No, the fuck they're not. Like, it's the same thing here. It's quite literally the exact same thing here. Let's say if, in a wild fucking fantasy, we were to get the entire black community to come together, excluding some of the niggas in the military, because respectfully, some of y'all would not join our side.
That retired coach.
Let's really think about this. Do we actually think us, with our handguns, because all of a sudden, there may be some ARs, all of a sudden y'all niggas are popping out with rocket launchers and tanks too. I'm gonna give us the benefit of the fucking doubt. Let's say we somehow got our own fucking Air Force jets and shit too. Do you really absolutely think that if the military
We're not talking about that. Why do you guys keep bringing that up?
Jay, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying before you cut me off.
Patty, it's so weird. Like, you guys keep bringing up this. We're not talking about that.
We're not talking about that at all. Jay, I should not have let you cut me off.
Well, then guess what?
Jay,
Maybe y'all need to clarify because I'm going to tell you.
What y'all talking about? Because I'm lost.
Hey, what you're not going to do is out-talk me. How about that? You're not going to out-talk me because I'll drop your ass. First of all, when you guys are speaking, maybe you need to listen to how you speak, Agent and Gemini. Y'all sound like y'all trying to start a civil war. Everybody gotta have guns. I got 2. I might get 4. You only got 2 hands. And if you're shooting with 2 weapons in 2 hands, you a fool. So you might want to go get your money back from your tactical class.
What I was about to say is this. What I was talking about, and I made it clear, if anybody's listening, they would have heard me say this multiple times. I'm not looking for a race war. I'm not preparing for a race war or a civil war. I've said that multiple times. Anybody else talking about that, they can have that conversation. I made it clear that's not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is that we should be able to be prepared to take care of our homes. Home defense. And if you're not prepared with a firearm to take care of your home, you're not prepared to do shit. Everybody should have a firearm to try to take care of their home. Not against a war. I don't think we can have a fight the government or fight some huge armed force. That's fucking retarded. And I'm not retarded. But I do think to have a weapon to protect your home and training to use that weapon is important.
Yeah, I mean, what we were referencing, and we said it several times, we were talking about civil unrest. We were never talking about fighting against the military. We're talking about the environment that we're dealing with right now, which is specifically violent towards Black people. So anyone else who has mentioned war, me nor Gemini have said that in our conversations. First Lady had asked a question as to what can be done that what should we do as a people? I said we need to be more proactive instead of reactive. I said that I think that Black gun ownership is one of the things that's important, or one of the things that are important. That is what me and Gemini said. I don't know where this war conversation. Yeah, I am Maya. I said, yes, everyone should get a gun and take tactical training. I don't know. You're the snitch. We know you would be the snitch in this war. But at the end of the day, I said what I said.
Maya don't snitch on all of us. Okay. What I'm hearing is buy more guns. Let's get more guns out. That's what I hear.
So that's why I had made the statement.
At a public demonstration, I'm not doing all that.
But that's why I made the statement about Black people and the percentage of guns that we already have, because I think what you're saying is already in effect. Like, Black people already have guns in great amounts, in a significant amount, I'll say that, to protect their homes. I don't think Black people are ignorant of that. So I'm trying to figure out the in-between between what, Black people, at a base, Black people just buying stuff to protect their home or their property, their belongings, whatnot. I mean, their family or whatnot. What's the other end? The other end is like a race war. So that's why I guess that's what it sounds like.
But how do you get to that extreme? Because I mean, my thing is we're talking about
because we already doing that.
I already brought up the example of how we've had pockets of like racist militias being brought up, and if they come to your area or your neighborhood, what is going to be the response, right?
We already got guns.
Those in your area, not mine.
I don't think that's the.
But that's not the only answer culturally. I'm not saying that's the only answer. That was one answer at giving First Lady. That's all.
Hey man, listen.
I mean, I get you. I'm not. I'm trying to argue with you, but I'm just.
Or get a shot today.
And what do y'all think y'all gonna do by yourselves?
All right, so let me bring out.
First Lady, you have my question.
I'm about to answer.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to answer you, because what the question was pertaining to is saying that maybe they won't be shooting, but their attitudes and their behaviors are definitely going to be even more heightened. We've already begun to see the shift. Does everybody agree? Do you see a shift in the difference in the people, in the climate? Yes or no?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Okay. So I was asking that question, right? And seeing that, okay, these people are already acting a little crazy. Now that this guy is gone, and depending on what type of energy is fueled by that, what are we prepared to do? Like, how are we going to respond to these people and their attitudes and their behaviors? So, who knows? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what could possibly happen, but I just know that these people are ready for fighting. They're ready. They're on the edge. They're scared people want to try to take their guns. I don't know. So I guess that's where the conversation kind of went, octopus, if you will.
And First Lady, earlier when you guys had me. Hold on. Trent got breaking news. Go ahead, Trent. We do? Okay. Speak up.
You sound real low, sir.
Your mic is low.
They got the suspect in custody. That's what he's saying.
Thank you, Trent.
Custody per Cash Patel from his official X account. He just announced that they're getting ready to have a press conference.
What race is this person?
We don't. They're not watching it now. They didn't show them yet. It's a press conference.
And First Lady, kind of what you were saying earlier, and because I had mentioned earlier about some of the things that I have been seeing on X, and I guess for some people who took some of the things that were going on X and then came on and espoused some of the race war stuff, that's where we got to. I was trying to make that clear earlier, that we had went off some quotes that were going off on X, and then somebody hopped in and said, well, this is going to be a race war, and that's how we got here.
Well, they blaming Democrats, not Black people.
Exactly.
That's why I don't understand.
They always associate. Do y'all want to hear the conference?
That's the biggest breaking news.
Yeah,
He was 31.
Do y'all want to hear the news conference?
Yeah, but I got breaking news real quick. Charlie Kirk was 31, y'all. That's kind of more like.
That's crazy. Yeah.
He looked old
He
as
was
fit up.
50-something.
Them guns told his age.
Real talk, race war, that phrase has been mentioned 100
So
million
y'all don't want to
times.
hear it? That's fine.
In the last 2 years.
Hey, come on, y'all. Ladies about to play. Okay.
Agency personnel from the Salt Lake Field Office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone.
They got a tip line. That don't mean it.
I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
This is pretty cool.
Did they travel for the Democrats? Communicating with, and she's on her way back right now. I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here.
Did they catch them at?
Not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, the life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation, here in the state of Utah, have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. It's foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person, because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk.
You understand it?
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
No, we don't.
If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere.
I am, they laughing.
I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American.
I don't.
We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us?
Yes.
I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Cook stood for
Blah, blah, blah.
will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans.
No.
With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody who is being interviewed right now.
That's not George Sand.
That is not George Sand. That is correct.
So the Eastern States are looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this.
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody, where, in a house long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be
You didn't have ballistics on it? Like,
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
You guys don't
They don't have the shooter, right?
they said they had somebody in custody.
Do you want to talk about
They've got a 60-something-year-old man who may have been guilty of
the only information we have on
No, not him. They have somebody else.
closer to TV here on campus? We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. We do know dressed in all dark clothing. We don't have much better description other than that. The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a third roof. Potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did the FBI and the DHS have anything that was threatened this morning? I can see. I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it. Any indications of foreign intelligence involved? As of now, I can't comment on any of that. Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? But who was there? Security?
Yeah, that's his question.
What happens on these kind of events?
Where was security at?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're different by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare.
Yeah, I think it's a wrap. To be honest.
I don't give a fuck about these niggas.
Thank
I was saying the police chief was making excuses.
Yeah, no, he was literally making excuses because my university.
Because most likely it's the white Republican that did it. They don't want to talk about it.
Charlie Kirk had his own security. We know he had his own security. They had campus police and they had the local police. These people were all present at this event. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes when you say things, you advocate that we in the United States would have a number of mass killings, shootings every year. You know, it's a price we pay to have guns. That's what he said. You say you can talk all that shit until you are the person paying the price, right? How many other people had to pay the price? Children in high school had to pay a price today and get shot. There was a young boy, 13 years old in Washington State, I believe, who had access to 23 fucking guns in his home, explosives. His parents are not being charged. They took his ass in for plotting. We have a lot of shit going on by people who want to go out here and do these things and then encourage people towards violent behavior and hate. And when it comes home to roost, it comes home. To say that, I never knew that he said that. I'm finding out a whole lot of things he said, but that right there to say that, you know, it's a price we pay, and he knows, but nobody else is willing to say it but him. Okay, then you got caught in the throat where those words come out of.
I think that the fact of the matter is that, one, not everybody is fully aware of who Charlie Kirk is, because Charlie Kirk was, Turning Point USA is a white supremacist group. They hide behind their seemingly a support of the Second Amendment, but really when you look at all their talking points, their white supremacist talking points, Southern Poverty, I think they've been on the radar of the Southern Poverty Law Commission as a white supremacist organization. What they do differently than, say, your regular old run-of-the-mill Ku Klux Klan or neo-Nazi party is they were specifically targeting undergraduates on college campuses, and their MO was this. What they did is they would encourage undergraduate students to start a Turning Point USA club on their campus, right? And then they would, once the club got official, they would petition Turning Point as a national organization, and they would send one of their national speakers there. This has happened in my state and many colleges around my area. It's happened in other colleges. And their goal, and this was even before the pandemic and during the pandemic, their goal was to recruit young, college, professionally mobile white supremacists and imbue them with white supremacist ideology and talking points. Now, they didn't always use white people for that. The two people that they used here was they had this black man that used to go around until he got mad and threatened somebody on social media, so they kind of put him away. Candace Owens was a part of their national platform, and all of these things. And what they used that for was to galvanize. They would say, oh, we're going to come and have a conversation or a debate. But actually, it wasn't a conversation or a debate. It was really them spewing their bullshit. And then they would say, we're going to ask a couple of questions from the audience, and they actually wouldn't do that. But what they would do, because, that was a part, it started a firestorm, and then it would attract other people to their ideologies. So they use it basically as a big sign-up drive. And so it was actually, these are some of the things that, say, some anti-racism organizations used to do, and they used it for white supremacist purposes. And also specifically, like you said, Charlie Kirk has said,
there will be a part of deaths if we're upholding gun laws in the ways that and they shall not be infringed. So I think that this is a win. I think this is a win for Charlie Kirk. I think this is a win for his organization. I think things happen exactly the way he wanted them to, and I think that we should be celebrated.
Wait, you think Charlie Kirk wanted to kill Bill?
Don't even respond. Don't respond.
Yeah. Well,
Charlie
Kirk said, he said that there will be a number of deaths, right? And those things are okay in order to protect gun laws. And so...
Wait, you think a 31-year-old man...
Marshall, don't even entertain this bullshit, man. Come on.
You think a 31-year-old man with 2 kids and a wife wants to die for the cause of gun rights, that he doesn't want to go home to his family at the end of the day?
That's what he said. That's what he said day in and day out.
I said earlier...
That was his whole platform.
If Charlie Kirk could come back after reviewing the after effects about this, I don't think he would say it's where the nation is mourning.
Exactly.
I mean, I just don't think it's a good idea to be dismissive about somebody who's politically violent.
It's not politically violent.
Hold on.
It was an assassination. What are you talking about?
He's not a political figure. It's not a fucking assassination. He got shot in the neck. He's not a fucking. He's not a king. He's not a.
No, but he is a political
He doesn't have diplomatic immunity. It's not an assassination.
Okay, great.
So I don't know why he was targeted.
Niggas get shot outside of clubs for saying dumb shit every fucking day. That doesn't mean it's an assassination. He got shot in the neck.
So
you don't take a shot from Marshall.
You don't know the motive, Marshall. You didn't have any response to him saying to several people quoting him saying that people dying is the cost of gun rights. You don't have any response to that, Marshall?
That doesn't mean the dude deserved to die.
I'm asking you if you have a response.
I think that there are reasonable gun restrictions that can be in place, yes. But that does not mean Charlie...
I didn't ask you about if you thought there were reasonable gun restrictions. I asked you to respond to his quote.
Exactly.
Okay, if you have guns in America, yes, there are going to be gun deaths. I don't know how to, like...
So he
I don't know how to get around that.
There we go. Okay.
That's the point is, the dude was taken out from 200 yards. He's been taking 200-yard shot for shits and giggles.
Knock him, Marshall. Thank you. Knock him.
Yo, we gotta have one mic in here. Come on.
Y'all remember there was a time when college campuses wouldn't even allow people so provocative on their campuses because they knew that this was a risk. But we wanted to push this.
Like, allow them to have a right to be on public land.
Listen, they do. They have a right. At that time, the colleges were aware that these are people whose rhetoric was hella provocative and very inflammatory. This is what people have been saying all along. Did I fucking say that? I don't. This is not the time for shit. No, that's you saying that. That's you saying that. Again, this is not the time for shit. This is not the time for blame. This is a time for a confrontation with reality and to accept reality.
Why people be mad? Why people be mad when you like?
The reality is, man,
why do people be mad when
All right, so the point, I think that it's just, Marshall, you like, nobody's saying that he deserved to die. Nobody's saying, well, some people are, but no, like, you can't get mad, bro. Like, you really can't get mad. Like, he was out here doing this is the life, you know, you live by the sword, you die by it.
Don't deserve
Why is Marshall telling black people how to use
It doesn't mean that you deserve it. But I do find it interesting when these things happen to someone on that side, the outrage and the wanting of humanity from people who y'all have fucked up over the last, you know, we have watched black, they may not have been, you know, had 1 million followers on YouTube, but we watch black people die incessantly, you know, through the 2000s, and you know, like, I didn't see nobody like doing all this on that side. So now it's like it's terrible, but
Charlie Kirk died of an overdose of fentanyl.
I have a question.
wait, and you can't expect people not to do this.
Wait, the funnier part
Yes,
about
I can expect
when we do, and
in the United States that
Well, then tell that to Trump. Then tell that to Trump, because Trump will be using violence by federalizing. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Why are you yelling?
You know what's funny?
See, this white man thinks it's okay to yell at black women, but what I'm saying,
fuck you, Marshall, seriously.
yeah, like my thing is that you're not crying about Trump using violence, like using the military against black people.
What's going on? What is going on?
I have a quick question.
I told them to chill, but they doing cartwheels on stage.
Yeah, y'all. If y'all want to do cartwheels, cartwheel your ass up out of here.
Will we be able to speak?
Bro, I'm gonna kick you. You ask
You
that
won't
shit
be
again.
able to speak when you.
You sound like AI. You sound like AI, sir. Are you real?
No,
Don't discriminate about my voice. What's that?
Okay, all I'm saying is
Order, be quiet. Everybody talking.
Yeah.
You in the media, they need to be over there.
All I'm saying is this: if you believe, you know, in any kind of metric of sowing and reaping, any kind of metric of law and justice, I mean, even listen on my PTR, that's the scripture. It says, "Let my enemies be destroyed by the very evil they planned for me. Let burning coals fall down on their heads. Let them be thrown into the fire, into the watery pits from which they can't escape." Like, I don't understand why people think that freedom of speech means freedom of consequences. There is no
Because of our country,
discernible
you're not
metric. I'm not done speaking.
Then speak faster.
Hey, rest in that femininity.
Yo, let's let him land.
Who's that guy that keeps talking?
Somebody keeps bringing his ass up because I shot him a second ago.
Who's this? That post?
Yeah, I sent him down.
That's my Indian friend.
Fuck him.
But bottom line is,
We gotta get you some new friends, bro.
bottom line is this: there's no way that you show that amount of hatred, that amount of fear, that you're doing this for years. Because, like I said, he was doing this before the pandemic. Turning Point was a organization and a national organization far before we even got into the pandemic. And I think it's poetically just for him to be killed for his talking points about like reckless gun use, and the fact that he had such racist ideologies, and then he was killed by a white man on a white ass campus.
We don't know that he was killed by a white man.
Die in the type of country and environment that he wanted. I mean, this is what he wanted. So he died. He died in the.
He whipped it up into religious fervor, and then he became a martyr of his own movement. Why are y'all mad?
Exactly. Why are you mad, Marshall?
I'm not mad.
Alright, so un momento, hello. Okay, wait a minute. I don't know who's speaking. I'm not sure who's speaking and why. Alright, sir, you have had your chance to speak and you have spoken. We have heard you, and I appreciate your feedback. MOG. I wasn't talking to you.
Sweetie.
Hi, Dr. AG. Oh, child.
Recap. Who died?
Charlie Kirk, child.
Kirk.
Oh no.
The man in Womack, the man who need a root and scale plan in their Womack's PTR.
Good night.
What happened?
He was
Somebody said cacao.
He was at a university and they shot him in his heart.
Somebody did.
That was not his heart. No,
That wasn't his heart.
that was his neck.
Straight to the neck. Oh, I didn't know. It was so graphic and so they hit what they meant to hit because I never seen so much.
They hit his aorta. They hit his aorta.
So does that mean? So that means America is making better snipers. So that
No.
I'm trying to get a clarity.
That nigga came up on the side of that nigga and shot him.
So wait,
What's going on?
so he was speaking at the time?
On mass shootings.
Yes,
Specifically, he was speaking on first he spoke on the trans mass shooter, and then he did his little gang violence mass shooting dog whistle, and in the middle of gang viol, somebody said.
Just in the audience? Oh my God.
And I think
When I tell you, you know how in the middle of the night when you be real parched and you gotta go and get you like a cup of fruit punch, it looked like I poured a cup of fruit punch.
Okay. Also, he didn't get shot in the aorta. He got shot in. It probably hit a carotid artery. So it's not the aorta. It's a carotid.
I was just saying that.
No, not you. It's the other people who keep saying.
No, but it was me because I said it.
That man ain't got no neck left. I don't know what they gonna do.
Wow.
It is, and that we're having a conversation in regards to, the racial implications behind it. The governor just finished speaking. He said,
Who shot him?
They said they had, first of all, they got somebody that was like a 60-year-old man, and then they was like, oops, wrong person, and now they have somebody, but they haven't confirmed that he is the actual person. They said they're still looking for a possible another person, but then they didn't. So it sounds like they got the person. So I guess they got it.
That's all that was.
Well, the exact
Okay, y'all doing a lot of chihuahua in
This is.
I know a lot of people needed this space, and I'm so grateful that you guys are here. But the chihuahua talk has got to stop.
First of all, I was saying the exact words were from the actual.
DJ, you're doing it right now. Dr. AG, we're downloading Dr. AG right now. Can we get her clear and straight? You
Okay, I was giving the exact quote, but okay, go ahead, God.
Okay, all right, go ahead with the quote. Come on. I thought you was just.
No, I wasn't. I was giving you the exact quote. They said the person was a person of interest. They never said they clarified. They never clarified that it was the exact person.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I said, but based off of the fact that they're saying they're not looking for the way they said it, it kind of sounds like they have the person that they think that they should have this time, but they also alluded to the fact that they're still investigating or searching for anybody that might.
They made a pretty big deal in the press conference of saying that they want people to call in with any suspicious stuff, that they're still looking. It was pretty ambiguous. I mean, they said yes, of interest, but you didn't get the feeling that they were anywhere near ready to say yes. However, they did say that they do have on camera. It was from a rooftop from one of the buildings, and they've got the camera footage of it, so they can match that up to the person of interest.
Thank you, Angela Lansbury.
AG, you there?
Hey, Corey, let me get in there for you.
Yes, I'm here.
So you were saying that some people's responses were inappropriate, if I heard that correctly.
Yeah.
Can you share how you feel? I'm one of the inappropriate people, I'm sure.
No, my personal thing is I'm not celebratory or any of that when any person loses their life in violence. So that's why it was inappropriate.
Okay.
No matter how I might feel about the person or whatever. Go, fucker.
So some of us, me included, I mean, some folk might think it is celebratory,
Yeah. I mean, everybody has their own kind of thing. It's no judgment.
I just wanted to give you the perspective that some of us have said Charlie Kirk has reaped the whirlwind that he sowed. And we have no quarter for sympathy. We are not in mourning as a nation. We ain't giving no excuses. Oh, this is tragic. This is what you planted in the ground, in the universe, and it grew. It just happened to be the weed that choked you the fuck out. That's my feeling. I don't have any negative association with the results that he has reaped. And me, April, Jeff, and other people have read direct quotes from Charlie Kirk about his feelings about people being killed by guns. And he was one of those people who is now killed by guns. Somebody else earlier read a quote from him saying, like, this empathy thing is some bullshit. Like, people, if we want the Second Amendment, you know, people gotta die. People gonna die. So, I mean, that's where we are. And some folk have said that is celebratory.
He just said it was a price to pay. And there is
It comes off as celebratory. You may not intend it to be, but it comes off that way.
Okay. So
Stop telling black people how to feel. Stop telling us how we should regulate our emotions.
Hold on, Marshall.
It's celebratory, Marshall, but at the same time,
He said it comes off as celebratory. He didn't tell y'all how to feel. What's the problem? What's the problem? No, I'm not down. Look, one thing what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let me go ahead and start moving motherfuckers because y'all play too much. Check this out. He said he didn't say nothing about telling you how to. He said it sounds celebratory. He didn't tell you how to feel.
Come on up.
None of yous.
Oops, you wanna come up? Come on.
Oh, that's the dog she's talking about. She's talking to her dog. I recognize. You know, let me just respond to Marshall real quick.
Why?
I don't care if it comes off as celebratory, Marshall. I really don't. Because what happens often is white people, especially in this country, feign morality and empathy and sympathy and care and calling to our greater angels, like the fucking governor said. But that shit is not present in your politics. It's not present in the laws that you pass. It's not present in how you treat homeless people, queer people, trans people, none of that shit. And so now all of a sudden we're supposed to tap into this wellspring of high morality? You could kiss my motherfucking ass. Excuse me, I'm not going to do too much because there are some ladies here that I respect. I don't care. No, I was going to say a bit more than that. I don't care how it comes off. It's
political violence, no matter what you think, disintegrates
Marshall,
Republican
I did not
democracy.
interrupt you, and you've been doing this shit continuously. This is the shit that we're talking about. Like this patriarchal position that white folk think they can have when talking to black folk. Don't lecture me on what the fuck I can say or feel in this instance with what you and your ancestors and this motherfucker's cohort have done to black folk in the way of political violence, and y'all have been silent.
That's actually not what I said. What I said was political violence when normalized takes down Republican democracies like it's going out of style. It's like the worst poison you could endure. Steroids and then stuck through a trainer. It destroys republics. It destroys democracies. When it becomes something that is just common, it destroys the entire ability to live in a democratic system with rules and a constitution. You may not like that, you may disagree with it, you may even think that Charlie Kirk is a little bit deserving of this. But the increasing tempo of political physical violence in my 34 years of life.
Welcome to Black Life, Marshall.
That the country is tipping itself toward an edge where it will destroy itself.
Oh, you should have known about that when they were destroying voting rights.
Let me get in one second. Let me get in there.
2 minutes in the legislature.
You should have thought about
One mic at a time so we can hear each other. One
to
mic.
live against women. That's when you should have thought about the fabric of this country being destroyed. When women's rights to autonomy over their body were being taken and black women were dying in hospitals. You should have thought about that shit when they were passing laws across this country that don't protect trans children and other queer folk, and they were being killed. Black trans women die. Their average lifespan is 37. That's the fact.
Okay, so fuck it. Let's light the whole thing
and
on
I've
fire.
never heard you say a goddamn thing about it. Now you're talking about the fabric of this country.
I'm not all of the white people. I was making a point about
you the avatar for all today.
Yeah, go after they're done with their exchange.
So yeah, I'm not gonna let y'all do that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, so I'm not gonna let y'all like use him as the avatar for white people.
I'm the only one. We're
not gonna do that, Corey. Not in here.
All right, cool.
I hate to tell you that you're not gonna do that to Marshall, because Marshall never does. Marshall tries to have an open conversation. He's never disrespectful. Y'all just want to. No, you're trying to take it to another level, and I'm not gonna let y'all do that. If you want to do this and you want to make a political statement, you're not gonna do it with Marshall. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Hold on, Patty. Your perspective of Marshall playing this middle ground always.
Guess what? You guys aren't going to listen. Liddy done told y'all before how y'all like to try to impose how y'all feel about somebody on somebody else. You're not gonna do it to me, and I'm not gonna explain myself. I got you, but what you're not gonna do is try to make me feel how you feel about somebody else. And if he's modded in here with me, that means he on Patty's side. He with Patty. So guess what? If he with Patty, I'm not gonna allow you to attack him. That's it. Now, if he say something out of hand, me and him can have that conversation. But I will drop him. But I'm gonna tell y'all not gonna be disrespecting Marshall. He just here. We're gonna have this conversation.
Okay.
That's it.
Patty, can I respond? Or is
Hey, but we're not gonna talk about Marshall. If you got something to say to me, say it to Patty.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
We talk, don't we?
Yeah, you know that. We talk about shit. I could talk to you. I got your phone number.
What I'm saying is that, and I get what you're saying about Marshall not being the bad guy, but Marshall's position is endemic of how white folk respond, right? MLK said in the letter from a Birmingham jail, it's not the racists that I'm afraid of or that are the problem. It's the silence of the moderates. It's the complicity of the moderates who try to play both sides. And calling for sympathy for Charlie Kirk is right in the middle of that moderate lane.
Alright, cool. So I'm gonna assume that y'all got all that out, hopefully. Hello? Okay.
Yeah, I've heard you, but I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
We good, Patty. We fine.
Whatever. If I go to New York, me and you eating together. So me and Corey are friends. If I have a conversation with him, that's between me and Corey. Corey already know what it's
We good. We fine.
I just know, and Corey knows that even with Marshall, he has Marshall on his side when he needs to have that even voice in his rooms. Am I correct, Corey?
Yes.
Okay.
I just put a link in the chat. That's Donald Trump's statement.
So, like, all I'm trying to say here is, I don't think anybody here, well, I can't say anybody, because some of y'all have, but I don't think the majority of people in here are trying to celebrate this nigga dying or anything for being shot. But at the same time, I kind of have to agree with Corey here. You can't in one breath say that it's okay with people dying as long as we continue to have the freedom of our Second Amendment, and then in the next instance, expect people to, or expect anyone at all, to be, or to give some type of sincerity or solemnness for your death when from a gun yourself were a staunch advocate against gun regulations. I mean, it's kind of it's irony and it's damn near poetic justice in and of itself. I mean, he has been and I know most of you probably know the guy too. I met him while I was in D.C. during college. Where he was talking about the turning point. He invited all the student government presidents from New York City out to D.C. and from New York all the way down to Georgia out to D.C. for a meeting. He was trying to get us to join Turning Point USA. Met the guy. I'm not saying he's a racist, but he's definitely a dick and a prick, if anything. I don't feel bad about him dying. I mean, he lived by what he died by at the end of the day. Nobody's celebrating that shit, but you can't be a staunch advocate for it and not willing to die by it. He died about it. I mean, it's that simple. That's how much of an advocate he was.
I can agree with you on that, Jay. I can agree with you 100% on that.
He said there was a price to pay. He was okay when the price was other people paying it. But you don't get to have what you want unless you get to pay the price. And I honestly give thoughts and prayers. That's all I can do right now is thoughts and prayers. Because the Bible also says if he was a Christian conservative, as he claimed to be, there's the power of life and death in the tongue. Paraphrase.
So what I wanted to say is that this is America, right? So it's like, welcome back to what the country was. We had maybe a 5 or 6 decade break, but what Trump was doing, that's what I was talking about before. This shit that he's doing and the division he sows and all the hatred and where people feel like they can come outside and that Patriot Front is outside, the Klan is outside. All these groups are outside right now. He's doing things in American cities. In the 60s, so you had 3 black and 2 white that got shot the same way that Charlie Kirk got shot. You had Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, and John F. Kennedy. This is what this country has been. It's a powder keg. They killed 600,000 white on white crime or whatever. They killed each other. Abe Lincoln got shot. This is fucking America. Do y'all understand this is the country we live in? This country was a country that was just here with people living on it. They got discovered. They killed the people who were farming and working the land, killed them, took their land, and just kept moving forward and kept killing people. Then they went over to Africa and pulled people over and brought them here, tortured them, raped them, bred them, killed them. This is fucking America. This is what America is. So just this shit that's going on now, I'm saying nobody should lose their life, but just from the anti-lynching bill was just signed into law in 2022. 2022. So all the nigger barbecues where they had the lynchings and people, you can go back and look at pictures with little kids out there with hot dogs and shit or whatever while a black man is hung by a tree with his genitals stuffed in his mouth. This is what America is. So it's unfortunate that this happened to Charlie Kirk, but get ready for more of this shit. The only thing I get concerned about is I want black people to stay the fuck inside. Black people don't shoot nobody, don't assassinate anybody, because they waiting to unleash the military on our ass. So it's good. This white on white shit, just keep it like that and just stay safe, black people. That's all I got to say.
Like I said, he died about that shit.
People often talk tough when they think they can never be touched. He had security. He had security everywhere he went. Why? Because the way his mouth ran.
Looking back on it, I wonder if he could have foreseen this himself. Would he have still been the same way? Would he still have been such a strong advocate over not having any type of gun regulation at all?
If he was a real G, Martin Luther King knew that his life was in danger, speaking out against racism in the Jim Crow South, fucking Thurgood Marshall or whatever going down the south, almost getting killed. You changing all these laws. So I'm saying, if he is true to the cause, people want to start you have to be ready to die for your faith or die for your belief, like it was in the 60s, like it was in the olden days. We're back there now because of the way that Trump has this world. People feel hopeless. It's like he's bringing the military. This shit is fucked up. We're back. We're back to an old America, a form that many of us have not seen in our lifetimes.
Why weren't we back to the old America when Gabby Giffords was attempted to be assassinated, or the 2 Minnesota Democrats who the Republicans really didn't show any grace on that writ large when they were assassinated 2 months ago. So we are so shocked that in a country where the MAGA party, who is in charge, the Republicans, people in the White House, and people who co-sign everything they do, like Charlie Kirk and all of them people, we are surprised when their rhetoric is violent, when their policies are violent, and when everything they do is violent towards so many people in this room and so many millions of people across America, and we're surprised that there's violence.
Spirit, I can tell you why. I think why when Gabby Giffords and why when this other stuff happened, because you had leadership that had sanity or people that tried to quell things. Trump has changed the Department of Defense to Department of War. It's like all this shit that he's doing, it's like somebody said earlier, I think Corey, about like this whole thing about reap the wind and sow the whirlwind. They are literally just putting things into the atmosphere now that haven't been there. Like America's a powder keg. We are super segregated. We super hate each other. It's like we just sort of keep this thing together. It's like fucking glue and strings or whatever. But to that point, now with this stuff now that's going on, who's going to be the one that's going to really down talk this? We on stage talking about, like, people feel like that Charlie Kirk got what he deserved. Like, what's the administration going to say? Are they going to quell it? Or is it going to be like, okay, we're taking the military in Chicago, like we're taking the military into Baltimore, we already have them in D.C. I'm saying Trump is putting shit in the atmosphere, and it's like we're going to have to deal with that. Like I said, I just want people to stay safe because this shit is not getting any better. It's like it's really got to get worse, I think, before it.
Michael, I find it ironic, right? And I'm not partying in his death, just for clarity, so people keep saying that, but he said that empathy was a made-up term. He rejected it as a valid concept. He said it was used for political manipulation, right? By the left, to be specific. He said they use it as a manipulation tactic for their agenda, right? He said that valuing empathy was dangerous. So he don't want us to empathize or sympathize, right? And he said that gun violence has there's going to be deaths, and that's just the cost of liberty. And he said that with the lack of what? Empathy. So now all of a sudden we're supposed to sit here and cry? Like, are we serious right now?
Here's what I was saying. Here's what I say.
I'm almost done. And he also said that systemic racism was a myth, right? It didn't exist. And when you start denying the obvious that's impacting us in significant ways, that means you're advocating for our demise, right? So why would we sit here and shed a fucking second of sorrow for him? Are you?
Yeah, no, you're fine. I don't have any sorrow for him at all, so I hope I didn't come across like that. I'm not celebrating this. Like
that in general. That wasn't to you, Mike.
Oh, okay. But here's what I was gonna say about some of the stuff he was saying is that. So if somebody tells you a lie, you don't have to believe that it's true. You don't have to behave like it's true. We need to be better. He was a piece of shit or whatever, basically. Like, he literally was a piece of shit. The stuff he said, I don't know if it was just a persona. He was a piece of shit in real life or behind the scenes. He was a good person. But what he gave out to the world, he was a piece of shit. So anything he said should be looked at as just lunacy and just something that was said by a piece of shit. Nobody should follow it, basically. That's what I was going to say as far as that.
Okay, so did anybody read, Mel had put something in the chat, did anybody say what, did y'all know Trump had a response?
Yeah, it was.
And we've been waiting for fucking responses for other shit. So he responded, and the dude just died a couple hours ago, and he said the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you.
He also has the flags
this man, we be waiting. We sat in this room. We'll have these conversations about certain things that's gone on. We have said, has the president released a statement yet? We checked Truth Social, we checked Twitter, no statement. Charlie Kirk died. He released a statement.
So you hear that, right? You hear what he just did. He's inciting the violence. So he said he has a heart to the young people. So young people, they killed your champion. Get out here in the streets, do what you got to do. I'm saying Trump is literally, like I said, this kind of powder keg. Trump is sitting here with a match trying to light the fuse. He's always trying to do this shit instead of quelling it and being like the gun violence is wrong. Like he literally, just in the statement you read, Patty, he is literally, that to me is an incitement to violence. That he's trying to like get people on the.
And Patty, the key to that too is he released that maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago on Truth Social. He don't waste no time when it comes to his own, when it comes to the races that he's close to. Yeah, you're right, Michael. He's absolutely trying to incite with that statement. He doesn't say that gun violence is deplorable, it shouldn't happen. Is look at your champion. What y'all gonna do? Indirectly, that's what he's saying. He's dog whistling, and he'll have enough distance to be able to say, I didn't incite that. But you know what? I also don't hear anybody that supports this Kurt, whatever guy that you say this. I don't know why he's saying we love you because he ain't here no more. But anybody that supports him, why weren't we having the same energy for January 6th?
Exactly. So
why was that same energy not present on January 6th when the violence was incited, right? And somebody died as a result of it. Where was that energy then?
All right, peace to the space. I did some homework on this guy, this Charlie Clark guy. I just want to say this, right? Kurt, Charlie Kirk. So let's be clear who he is. So right now, he got killed on what's known as the American Comeback Tour, right? And he got, his project is called AmeriFest, and his tag phrase is "Prove Me Wrong." I checked this guy out, and I checked out who is going to be speaking in his upcoming December AmeriFest, right? Here are the speakers, right? Check this out. Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Jesse Watkins, y'all know all the usual. But guess who's also on there? Dr. Ben Carson is on there, right? Which I found to be very peculiar. And there's one black dude on there. And if you look at the ticket prices for his events, right? The students are $50. Then you can pay $400 for a student VP package, right? If you look at the prices, this is a money-making machine, and they are this organization is directly responsible for spreading this message around the college profile, right? And I watched his videos, man. This guy is just really, really out there. He's been under the radar for a lot of us because we never heard his name. But rest assured, behind the scenes, this guy's raised a lot of money for Trump and his cohorts. And guess who's on there? On this list, this is the guy that I hear a lot of people on this app sucking up to and giving praise to. Grant Cardone is on that list as well. So this is a guy. He was not a guy that really brought anything to our country at all. He was just intent on spreading vitriol in his argument. And now, when you listen to him, you can see that there are a lot of people on this Clubhouse who utilizes his very talking points. It's scary shit. So y'all need to check that organization out. Again, the organization is called it's the American Comeback Tour. And y'all should just check that out. Go to the website, see who's involved, see who the names are, and get familiar with those names. And there's also a U.S. representative, Andy Biggs, is on there as well. So yeah, this was not some. They're gonna paint him as a martyr, so to speak. But this is not the case. So that's all I wanted to give y'all. Going back.
Hello guys. Let me quickly jump in here right now. So I will say that I kind of feel guilty that I'm not feeling sorry for him because at the end of the day, he's still a human being, and I don't think there should be political violence. However, I've watched that video like 50 times, and I'm trying to garner some sympathy somewhere, but it's just not coming. I mean, this is someone that spent his life promoting hate left, right, and center, all in the name of his political views. I've read some of the stuff he has said about, if you dead, I'm not quoting directly what he said, but saying stuff like, if you dead, it don't really matter as long as we get the Second Amendment and stuff. That's the kind of stuff he's saying. And I think someone put it in the chat. Is it CT? So I didn't see the person's name. Something about what this guy, Jesse Waters, is saying on Fox News, which I saw on Twitter, saying, they are at war with us. They tried to kill Kavanaugh. They shot Justice Scalise. They shot Trump. shot. He's literally saying there's war. Now, this is the kind of nonsense that they keep saying every time. And then when someone gets shot, you want some sympathy at least for whatever. So I mean, when you keep promoting this kind of nonsense up and down the whole place, why are you surprised when people get killed? And I'm still going to watch that video one more time and see if I'll feel anything, because right now I don't feel shit. I feel guilty that I don't feel anything, but well, it is what it is. This is what he promoted, and well, good luck to him.
Yeah, violence is not the answer. Yeah, not the culture. I mean, we're not promoting violence, but what the problem is that when violence does surface, the narrative is spun differently and is consistently. We are portrayed, if it was up, oh, we need to send troops out there, it's gun violence. And to me, to any black person, who supports this man, still supports this man, shame on y'all. Like, at this point, y'all gotta be honest at this point. Like, I mean, first it was fun, I would support Trump, like, I know, okay, cool. But now, this shit is very serious. So you have to ask yourself, it's only a matter of time before you're a target. It's only a matter of time.
So it's serious now.
They're going.
It's
only a matter of time.
It's only serious now. It wasn't serious before. It wasn't serious when he was elected. It's only now serious because of a racist white guy got shot. I mean, I'm speaking sure. Thank you. I was speaking.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, I really don't understand. I'm not really following your statement, Robert, about how this situation increases the severity of what Black people are experiencing in America. Have we lost track of what's been happening, or our rights being taken away and stuff like that? The policies?
Okay, so agent, we don't know each other, right? So if you knew me, right, it would make a little more logic to you. But I can assure you, I've been writing about this for years. What we are seeing right now is well documented. I've published articles, I've talked about it on Clubhouse extensively. So what we are witnessing is of no surprise to me. I reacted with urgency a long time ago. And so for me in particular, now I'm focusing on, the next phase. A lot of people are stuck where they are right now, and, people are processing it. But I'm looking beyond this, and I've always taken this seriously, and I've always encouraged individuals in real life, in Clubhouse, to take this seriously, that we elected a man who was a clear and present danger to our democracy. Very clear. And the point that I was making is that a lot of people pushed back on that, and, they responded, by telling me I was being overreactive, fear-mongering, all that bullshit, all that distraction talk. And look at our freaking country. What a fucking mess that we're in. So I hope that puts some things in perspective. Agent, a pleasure to meet you.
I wish we had these I don't mean in here, but I mean America, these kind of discussions when fucking children are murdered at school, going to fucking school. And we can have serious conversations in this country about that and show empathy for that or try to do something. So instead we have all of these, oh my God, clutching of pearls. How dare they say this when, a white supremacist and Nazi who we love, is speaking and gets killed. Well, I'm not going to celebrate. I don't want any fucking gun deaths, period. But I'll tell you this, if you cannot have empathy for fucking children, then you're dead to me.
I hate to be like this, Spirit, but Americans, Americans don't care about kids. After Sandy Hook happened, an elementary school full of children, they would have done something about gun laws, and what's it been, 25 years ago or something? They just don't care about kids. I mean, historically, just Americans don't care about kids, and it's fucked up. But it's just
I agree, and I think we're talking about the school shooting that recently happened, and that happened in the same state that Columbine happened. And you would have thought that state specifically, given that they've had a lot of school shootings, that they would have stricter gun rules specifically in that state. And nothing has moved when it comes to gun laws in Colorado. So I agree with what Michael was saying. Nobody cares about children. They really
we
don't.
have fucked up parents who have arsenals with their 13-year-olds having access. As I said earlier, the 13-year-old in Washington State who was plotting a murder at his school. 23 guns in the home that he had access to. So no, the president, vice president's going tomorrow to Utah. President Trump put out that statement about Charlie Kirk almost instantaneously after we found out he was dead. He's putting the flags at half staff. Half mast, I believe, is on a ship. Half staff is on land. Doesn't matter. But yeah, absolutely, Michael. He is stoking things with the way that this was a fucking podcaster. Yeah, he had political ideas and talk and rhetoric. He's not a legend. He's not some kind of giant of this country. People on the right, I would say MAGA, I don't even know who they are comparing him to Martin Luther King and how the hammer has to come down now, blah, blah. Who knows? They're full of venom and vitriol and violence and ready to vent it. There's all my V's for the day.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump or that administration has something to do with assassination, just like they talk about Kennedy with the CIA and all this shit. I literally wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that to be an inflection point to like get something set off or whatever. Because like the guy that tried to shoot at Trump or whatever, apparently he don't have good aim, but this dude does. Or whatever. I'm just saying, I just feel like it was professional. It might have been some government shit. So, just I ain't trying to be funny.
Or maybe to try to get some heat off the
Epstein story. Yeah. No, understand, Epstein is an issue, but they're trying to militarize. They want the military to be our police. He wants everything to be like what he saw in D.C. He went out the other day telling me he can walk the streets now. He's been talking about this. Again, I go by the April 28th executive order he signed, where he talked about getting the military into non-lethal ways of policing the public. He wants to be like North Korea. He wants to be like Xi Jinping. He wants to be that military force that's policing the American people. And I'm just saying, for black people, just stay inside. Don't get involved with this shit or whatever. And I hate to be like, I guess I'm getting older, so I'm just like, try to because keep yourself safe, because he wants us to fuck up. He's literally looking for us to fuck up so he can put the Marines in Chicago, put the Marines in the Southeast DC. He wants that shit. Like, he really wants us outside. So just let them just do whatever the fuck they're doing, and let's just stay out of it.
Yeah, don't walk in no fear, don't cower. Pay attention to your surroundings, pay attention to what's going on. Like, and know what it is out here. Y'all don't be out here sleeping. Like, stay woke as fuck, as a matter of fact. That's what I said. Stay woke as fuck. Stay alert. Stay in the know. And don't be out here don't be moving like that. This is not the time for that. It's really not. The agenda is very clear at this point. So I'm not even bothered. I'm not wasting any energy on convincing anybody or you got it. Like, okay, you got it. Feel how you want to feel, but I'm gonna move accordingly. And I'm going to speak truth to power.
We still within the first year of Trump taking office.
Gemini, it feels like 10 years.
Yeah, fatigue, man. I know they got a term for it. It's got to be some kind of term out there for the fatigue that leadership feels when he's in office. I'm sure one of you smart people will look that up. But there's a fatigue factor that comes along with him being in office.
But this is literally a part of the political tactic that they wanted to employ since they got in there, though.
The Yankees had a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before the game. That's wild. I'm turning in my Yankees fandom right now. That's wild. That's turning in my Yankees fandom for real. That's why they just gotta make him a martyr. It's wild. Wild.
Is it fucking neo-Nazi and white supremacists? What the fuck, have we lost our minds?
Exactly.
In fact, that's why I won't be fucking with MLB from here on out. I could do without MLB.
That's insane.
I want to see who's the NFL calculus too.
Y'all should have heard
this for school shootings.
It was ridiculous. He was literally crying about it, talking about he aligned with him on so many things. He was such a great TC. He said he was
Julio?
such a
That was Julio?
No, TC.
Julio?
TC, not Julio.
Julio?
But no, he said he was such a great mentor to him, and he learned so much, and people mischaracterized him. He was a great man, a great, great man. The equivalent, and this is the kicker for me, he said he's the equivalent of Martin Luther King, and he will be martyred as such. That's what he said.
TC said that, bro? TC said that?
TC said that, bro. I wouldn't lie. You could bring him in here and ask him.
No, I hear it.
If you bring it, you could bring him in the room and ask him. I guarantee you. He said what now? He's the equivalent. He said that them losing Kirk is the equivalent of us losing Martin Luther King. They're on the same level. That's what he said.
I think TC might be going through a divorce or something, because what?
Oh boy.
I wish I was making that shit up, but I'm not.
Who you divorcing,
When
man?
TC come in the room, can y'all do the silent treatment? Like, the motherfucker just trying to pull y'all aside. Like, y'all just keep getting playing with this shit. That's a stupid-ass comment. It's one of the dumbest fucking comments I've ever heard in the 57 years I've been alive. That fucker's dumb as fuck. So, please don't follow that shit when he comes in, because that's the dumbest fucking shit ever. Don't pay attention.
And that goes beyond trolling. To fix your mouth to say some shit like that,
Crazy.
I think you also have to consider where he said it.
But is that strange? This is the type of extremist rhetoric that they employ. It's always to the extreme. Did y'all just hear Patty read the quote?
Yeah, we heard it.
The great, even legendary, who was standing up for all youth in America.
Wait until you hear what Jesse Watson said. Just wait until you read that.
Like this appealing to the extreme, and then, like I said earlier, this call for sympathy and empathy. Girl, miss me. And he gonna use this better than his assassination attempt.
Corey,
Whatever that was.
may I ask you a question? What do you think about Jesse Waters' statement in regards to specifically saying that they're at war?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
can someone read it? I think he said they are at war with us and we can't let this happen and blah, blah. You know, I keep saying blah, 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 like what they say is not important. It is important, and I'm not brushing over or pushing it to the side. I actually had to tell my youngest, do not post anything on social media with your name attached. Do not send messages to any of your friends. You live in a state of MAGA, and it's a red state. You could lose your college admission. Anything, people could come to our house, and people may say I'm crazy and reactionary for that, but no, we live with crazy people. Okay, so I told him do not react on social media at all.
Well, I have it here. It says whether we want to accept it or not, they're at war with us, and what are we going to do about it? That's what Jesse Waters said.
I told you, young people.
He also said this can never happen again. It ends now. That's that.
Their strategy from the first day of this administration, 12:01 p.m. on January 20, has been to figure out how to provoke violence. Over and over again, that has been their strategy, and this is going to be used the exact same way. Like their entire rhetoric for people who are saying, like, why are y'all talking about race wars and all of this? Like, what was it, last week when another Southern white legislator was talking about we need a Marshall Plan for babies for our culture, red-haired white people. Like, this is the war. And when people were saying, like, why do we keep saying this race war, or why black people, this ain't got shit to do with black people? No. On the surface, no. But black people stand in the way of their achievement of this Marshall Plan for white babies.
black people stand in the way of what the Kentucky or Tennessee, wherever he was from, legislator was saying last night, that our ancestors built this for us. Talking to a room full of white folk.
That's a fact. So I asked the question last week, week before. So where are we going? Where are we leaving? That's number one. And then I just have a slight pushback, Corey. I believe they started planning November 5th at 10:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh no, they were planning this the first term, but
yes.
as we heard, right, the quote unquote adults in the room got in their way, which is why there are no adults in the room.
Exactly.
And this administration, every fucking job title that there is being fired and replaced like a revolving door for anybody who gets in the way of the agenda that they have. And most of this was detailed in Project 2025.
They're just like I said, just the duck mentality. Just I don't know, fucking Arkansas raising. As far as with like the Trump assassination attempt, how many assassination attempts, if you just go back and think about people that have been assassinated, from Fred Hampton to Malcolm X to whoever you want to think about, even Ronald Reagan got shot and like the bullet had to like go in and get it and he was like close to like that. How many like motherfuckers that got grazed in their ear and then they had like something that looked like ketchup coming out the side of their face or whatever, no blowback in their hair. But this shit today, if you saw that video, it's like a gusher came out of this motherfucker when he got shot. I'm just saying, it wouldn't surprise me if the government did this shit and it's an inflection point for this race war they want to jump off. That's what I'm saying. Black people I'm talking to now, when I get with the youth, anybody, just stay your ass inside. Don't get pulled out into this shit until it's absolutely necessary.
If they try to frame a black person for this would be the worst frame job of all time, bro.
They can't do it.
Like,
Utah, they
black people in Utah.
Yeah, in Utah, because he couldn't even the person couldn't have snuck in. This is white on white crime. Leave it over there. And we just need to stay. But yeah, they can't do black for this. It happened in Utah was a blessing for us.
I hear you, but here we go. Here's the equation: A squared plus B squared, right? So they've already started blaming it on the left. Black folk live on the plantation of the left. Black folk are dangerous. This is dangerous. This is why Trump has been calling for law and order. We have to implement law and order everywhere. These cities where crime is rampant, law and order, send the military. Oh, the courts are getting in our way. We can't send the military. So the citizens have to rise up and these militia groups and all of that bullshit. And so race war, no. But the lines are essentially politically drawn, and black folk, by and large, happen to be on one side. So the blowback, it will inevitably come to us.
We're on the same page, Corey. That's why I was saying, that's why I'm not celebrating this, because we're on the same page. Anything that happens to them on that side, and that's what I'm saying, stay inside.
What's the breaking news?
Police are saying that dispatch audio reviewed by this People magazine, that's all I could find, described a person of interest in all black with tactical gear and a black long gun. According to other transmissions, the person wore aviator glasses, a black bag, long pants, and longer hair.
White
They say they were wearing all black clothing and tactical gear. So we know by the shot this was someone who knew what they were doing. But the only mentions of black are the clothes so far.
Oh, sounds like
that's on purpose.
The Unabomber.
That's on purpose.
I know you just described the Unabomber.
That man who shot all those people.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound noticeable at all.
You can describe every article of clothing.
That's all the white boys' uniforms.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's every killer's uniform.
Yeah, but not his face. Not his
Okay. Let me just finish, get my word up. So that, I mean, everything that just sounds like general description of a person who does bad things. Like that just doesn't sound like okay, black with black aviators and a black long gun. Okay, and so you mean to tell me somebody dressed like that in Utah in the summer, nobody thought, oh, this is interesting. Why is this motherfucker dressed in tactical gear with the long gun?
He may have had a
They literally just described John Wick, bro.
If they're the white collar, then it ain't a problem. They just described Neo from the Matrix, and now like y'all let that rock.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Since January 20th, man, and somebody had said this earlier, but it's like each day since January 20th, like we've just seen the dismantling of the foundational bricks of our country. That shit is crazy, and it's being done in real time. We all witnessing. We witnesses to the very questions that we used to ask when we were studying in school, like authoritarian regimes and dictators, right? Y'all remember that? And we would always ask, how could people have let this happen, right? And now, in real time, in our grown-ass lives, we see how it happens. It happens over a period of time. It doesn't happen overnight. And, right now, our country, we're in a dismal position. I was on a call today with my team for a project, and we can't even price this shit out because, there's a labor force issue. There's pricing with the tariffs. There's our developer can't even render a freaking a pro forma because nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? And if that's us, experiencing that, I imagine other people working on projects are experiencing the same things. It's just uncertainty. Nobody can answer any questions. We just don't know. There's so much pending litigation. There's pending indicators as far as what the economy is going to do. You can't even do shit. I mean, even people work. Everybody's just in pause position because we don't know what's coming down the pipe, and this country is off kilter as a result of that, the uncertainty and the chaos.
I keep thinking of the guy who went into the movie theater, I don't know how many years it is ago, and all that kind of gear, and shot the place up and walked out, and the cops, they just took him in. It's funny how those people will never end up flat on the ground. I'm gonna address Casey too in the chat. I hate to do it. Y'all know I love to go out to chat. I'm gonna shut up. I am that white lady that has to tell my relatives and friends not to tweet because I have a teenager still who's in college. Yeah, it was me, Casey too. And because he is a teenager, there are sometimes I have to still tell him, remind him, hey, don't. There's things that you could say that people could take a certain way. I'm not a hater. I really don't care. Honestly, it's not a thing to me. He is the person who spoke violence to people. He's the person who was hateful and hate-filled. And ironically, he was shot in the throat. I don't know if that doesn't get to you or not. When you spread these type of things, sometimes it comes home to roost. So that's my character, and that's how my kids are great, motherfucker. My kids are great. Don't worry about it.
Well, we don't take abuse in here, so yeah, it was nice knowing you, Mr. Casey. Thank you for stopping by. Come back when you got a better attitude. Bye.
Thank you for
speaking. Well, that was that.
First Lady has spoken.
I strongly suggest you guys go to their website, to the organization. I won't say anything. I just want you guys to go in, click around, see who's in a part of the organization, look at just do it on. I don't need to say one word, So you guys do your homework, and I guess we'll talk about it, tomorrow a little bit more. But because this story is going to be up front for the next couple of days, and we need to really familiarize ourselves with the type of person that this individual was, and that's it. And then just chill, because this is something that we can't be baited. They try to bait us either way, and somehow they're going to turn this into a liberal thing. They're going to turn it into, against any cohort that they don't like, whether it's black people, Mexicans, whoever it is. this story is going to be spun. And it's going to be spun with the dog whistle and every other acts of violence. The war has started already, if you ask me. Anytime you have the president of a country deploying troops and military assets to different areas of the country, that's dealing with strategy. That's dealing with terrain. That's dealing with weaponry. Like that. That's what do we think this shit is? Like it's on and popping. Like it's in real time. And like you guys have said, it's only a matter of time before more lives are lost in an incident somewhere in this country. I don't know where, but it's just only a matter of time. Tick, 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 tick.
Thomas, I just sent you a question in the chat. I said, who are you speaking about, Thomas? It should have had a comma in there, but I'm not going to be a grammar Nazi right now. Yeah, can you tell me who are you speaking to, Thomas? When you said somebody is victim talk, and then you said effing moron. Who are you speaking about? Go ahead, stand on all your 10 fingers. Go ahead, let them type. Type away.
Not the typing sound.
Mm-hmm.
I got scared
Thomas?
because I thought she was talking to me. I just got here. I was
Oh, no, not you, Thomas.
See, you've been consistently scaring people all day. It's consistent.
It's Wednesday. Put a name on it. Yeah, people to put a name on it.
His name is Thomas Peterson.
Not Peterson.
Yes, not Peterson. It's Peterson.
Let me not be stereotype. I ain't gonna stereotype Peterson because that name, I don't know how many axe murderers and anyway, let me be quiet. But that name triggers me.
Why is it triggering? Go ahead.
Y'all know why.
Child. Go ahead, Spyro.
Sure, it's on a separate topic. I put in the chat that the Chuck Schumer forced a vote on releasing the Epstein file in the Senate, and they just voted against it. The Republicans, with the exception of, I believe it's Rand Paul and I think one other. No, she's not in the Senate. So yeah, it was a 51-49 vote to not release the files.
Wait, what's the ratio? 51-49?
51 to 49.
Oh, that's pretty tight. He needs to revisit that.
Well, it was Josh Hawley and Rand Paul. So they had forced a vote to demanding the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. And the Republicans shot it down.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right, so they don't really want to know. All right.
Josh Hawley's the one that pumped the system here.
Great day to push it through when the other news were trying it out. Do y'all think these motherfuckers?
Well, to be fair, they put it out earlier in the day.
I can't hear you, Ed.
They put it out earlier in the day, like 8 hours ago, and the vote just happened like 2 hours ago.
Well, in other news, the Supreme Court is going to rush the decision on tariffs, so that also will be coming up.
Can't wait till a Democrat get in there and just do whatever the fuck he want to do when they gotta walk back all the shit they're doing for him.
I just want the Gulf of Mexico back.
Man, the water been a little bit cleaner since they renamed it Gulf of America.
That's a damn lie.
The water's been clear on the Texas coast. I'm serious. You can put your feet in the water and you can see the bottom of your feet.
Do you think that happens overnight?
That's another lie.
4 years of Biden actually having an EPA.
You do understand sarcasm when you hear it.
No, I can't. Sarcasm's dead. Humor's dead.
I could tell what the king of dad jokes.
Oh, got it.
Now, what is the sarcasm that you speak of? Because I'm not familiar with your terminology, sir.
It's right next to something else you've never seen, a clitoris.
I would probably beg to differ. My wife says otherwise, but I mean, if you've got like a relationship issues you want to relate on the stage, I mean, we're all here for you. I mean, I'm not. Maybe someone else. But, you know, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, is that sarcasm you were talking about? Because I think I might get it down a little pat.
You all right for a beginner.
Oh, thank you.
As soon as you find that clitoris, you let me know, buddy.
Is that a model of the sports artist?
Did we really get the female anatomy into this? Oh my God.
Hey, look, man, we needed a break. We talking about white supremacists being dying and race wars and shit.
Now, what is it? Clitoramus?
I'm gonna take it tomorrow.
Mad at you. I'm still mad at you with the sundress, your sundress theory, sir. So you're still on
no party ass sundress every day, and but y'all probably like them smells, women's gas and stuff. So I mean, to each his own.
Depends on the woman. If it's Beyonce,
Sundresses are amazing.
It's time for you to go lay down, Charles. I think it's past your bedtime.
He said he wants a sundress every day of the week. Sometimes they be looking a little.
You gotta change it up, man. You gotta change it up.
I remember that conversation. I remember.
And y'all the ones who be getting food because the sundress be hiding a lot, and then they come up out that sundress and be looking like a busted motherfucker, bag of biscuits, and y'all be upset.
Yeah, that was funny. I'm like, oh,
You looking like Ghost Dad standing there up in the middle of your room.
Shit. That's gonna be my go-to when I get big. Watch.
When I get big, that's hilarious.
What sundresses y'all talking about? Usually the men talking about the ones that fit tight and fit.
That ain't a sundress. That's a body con.
That's some
But I think that's what the
them seersuckers and them sundresses, they be like kind of like it might be fitted at the top, but that shit be flowy.
I think the men like the ones that are fitted tight sundresses so they can see the booty shape.
There's tight sundresses.
That's a body con.
I guess.
We niggas, Jess, we don't know the name of that shit.
The one that's flowy.
Right. Niggas. I thought the sundress was the ones that they wear in the spring. They usually they kind of look like a nightgown.
Oh, that's a momo, but the sundress would be like
Maybe kind of elastic around the top part. And then
all right, my numbers are dropping. The numbers are dropping.
You can wear granny panties.
Don't leave.
Granny panties.
Don't leave.
Set this bitch on fire, lady.
All right, so listen. Do you own a firearm? So 42% of the people say yes. I have it, I have training. Yes, I have training. Okay. 6% says yes, but no training. 42% say no, never had one. 42% says no, I never had one. And then 13% says get rid of guns in U.S. So 136 people voted. And it's pretty much tie between yes, I have training, and no, never had one. Uh-oh. Yes, I have training, just took the lead. Okay.
Everybody voted on that.
What'd you say, Patty?
I said, yeah. Niggas ain't gonna be able to save you. Not with their little pistols.
Listen, I just need a bunker to get in. Y'all can have your fun fighting them and warn all y'all want to. Just give me a hole. Let me climb in it. Give me some food. I can plant my food.
Your little sundresses.
No, I wouldn't wear sundresses.
What about the
I
option
said I
for
wouldn't
having
wear them.
guns training and also wanting to get rid of guns in the U.S.?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What about those of us who have guns, have training, but also want to get rid of guns in the U.S.?
Well, then you gotta choose which one you want.
Well, we're supposed to pretend that you people don't exist, and that if you have a gun, that's supposed to be your whole cultural identity, like the Republican Party. See, that's the misconception. I didn't really stutter, like people with guns, because that's the misconception of the mislure of, you know, having proper gun control. Because I have friends that have like assault rifles, and they would love to have better gun controls to protect, you know, child. I think, what is it? Is it gun deaths are one of the leading reasons for children's death at this point? But we don't talk about it. Thoughts of concepts and prayers. So,
understand, Thomas, those are worth it for the Second Amendment. So saith the recently departed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Dark. Like, when do we stop like caring that MAGA's taking MAGA out? Right? Like, I mean, what happened was sad, and I get it. But at this point, I'm like concepts of thoughts and prayers, because it's the same energy he put in when he was talking about, like, you know, school shootings. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, like, we have to ignore that MAGA is literally insulting MAGA, because, I mean, I'll just go ahead and say it now, and then you can be like, Thomas, how did you know? But, well, it's likely in this whole crowd of just MAGA hats, you know, Trump's approval ratings aren't really that high anymore. He's got, like, the lowest approval rating since, well, I mean, shit, the last time he was in fucking office, right? So it's like, at this point, it's sad, it sucks, but when do we stop covering, or they start protecting the fact that MAGA is taking MAGA out? And I think someone said to the stage earlier that they're going to just find a way to spearheaded to that this is a democratical issue, when the truth of the matter fact is y'all are really just targeting each other because you don't like what the other person's saying. I mean, what was it, Scotty, you said that Josh Hawley voted for this Epstein thing, right?
Yeah.
And and he was what, the fist bump guy on the January assault, right?
Yeah.
Same dude. Yeah. So, you know, at this point, it's just like, we just wait for them to take each other out at this point. I'm sorry.
Thomas, let me read a quote. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is made up. It's a new age term, and it does a lot of damage. Guess who that?
Charlie Kirk.
That's right.
Yeah.
So they think, and Elon Musk thinks the same way. This is what the manosphere and these fucking right-wingers, they think empathy is weak. That's what they think.
They actually said that empathy was not Christian. That's what the white nationalists said. They wanted to get rid of empathy. I'm sorry, I just wanted to reinforce the fact that they want to get rid of empathy.
I mean, at this rate, I don't know why Second Amendment enthusiasts aren't thanking Charlie Cook for his service. Literally asked for it. He's one of the deaths that made the Second Amendment worth it, right? No? Or is it just other deaths?
You see what I'm saying? Like, and hey, what's going on, Sandra? How you doing? I hope you're doing okay up there. It's been a minute.
I'm good, trying to call you back.
I'm doing all right. I keep looking at these car rollouts, and I'm just keep thinking about you. So I just wanted to say what's up. So, but it's like, I mean, at this point, it's like, it's hitting the news, and it's like, oh my gosh, and it's like, for what? I mean, you had, what's his name, John Sink from the Young Turks over here talking about political violence, and it's like, but it's one side. It's literally one side. It's not even like it's just, you know, it's going back and forth. There was, one weirdo on the Democratic side that shot at a bunch of senators, like, back in, how long ago was it? But we have all this political violence recently, and it's all one freaking side. And then now it's just, What? And now that it affects your home, but when it's school kids, we can't talk about it right now. Let's give it more time. Thoughts and concepts of thoughts and prayers. Oh, but Johnny Kirk gets shot in the fucking neck, and then all of a sudden it's a national. It's $20.
It's political. It's too political when kids are dying. It's too political.
Oh yeah, you're right. Or it's fake news, like what's his name? What's the one that made all that money off of his dick pills, and then all of a sudden now he had to pay all that money back to the survivors of the Parkland shooters?
Oh, I can see his little rat face.
Alex Jones.
Yep.
He's a piece.
Yeah, 100%. Beats his wife. Guy's trash. But yeah, they love him. You know, turning the frogs gay. They made a whole concept song about it. But, you know, heaven forbid something happens to him, and then we're gonna watch all of a sudden, oh, it's all these Democrats, or you know, it's the LGBTQ community, because we can talk about them, but anything beyond that is beyond the scope of the capability of this fucking country. It's amazing to me. I literally, honestly, thank you for having this room, Patty, because I swear to God, I was gonna open one that says, "Should we care when MAGA kills MAGA?"
Actually, it was who interrupted the conversation? It was Womack and somebody else. Who was it? Yeah, that's what we were trying to do.
We opened this room because I sent you a text message.
Hey, are we celebrating somebody's death in here? I'm not clear.
No, I'm not celebrating nobody's death.
Celebrating anybody's death.
No.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
We need to open a new room. Because the room is that's, yeah.
Oh,
She said that
somebody celebrating.
Let me explain real quick.
That's what other people was talking about it. We had to open a new room. Lady said maybe we should open a new room, and then we let them have that conversation in this room. That's
So John Pierre has joined the stage. Hello, Glenn. You have also joined the stage. I'm not sure if you've been here. Let me pull to refresh. All right, so Glenn is new to the stage as well. Hey, John. Hey, Water. How are you? Hey, Glenn.
John Pierre.
John Pierre.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, hey, how's it going, Scotty? So, well, apparently there's breaking news that just happened. Kash Patel is saying that the person of interest that he had in custody, that he said was almost surely the assassin, has been released. So, the person that they were so sure did it is now back out on the streets.
Shut up. Hey, Tommy. What?
And I think that's an interesting part of this story, because when I look at Kash Patel, the FBI officials, the West Wing officials who've spoken on this, and I look at local law enforcement and the mayor, and I watch their press conference, there has not been coordination, number one, between the two sides, because they've been saying contradictory things for the whole day. And I think a part of it is because they were so, in my view, gung-ho about coming forward with commentary that they forgot how to do police work. Because when I watched that press conference, there was a lot of this country is going in the wrong direction and we need to heal and he's such a martyr. Not a lot of fact, which is usually what they lead with. Certainly they will offer condolences, but what I saw looked like something that would happen on Steve Bannon's show, not like something I would see law enforcement do in front of cameras. And I think that that's an interesting piece of this story. I also think it's really interesting that the media outlets that I've been looking at aren't using Charlie Kirk's words. They're not talking about the fact that this terrible thing happened in the middle of a question about gun violence and then playing his viewpoints about gun violence. And that's an interesting choice. All of these things are choices. You know, media literacy, very important. What you're saying, what they're choosing to put on that screen, the quotes that they're choosing to show from him, the quotes that they're choosing to show from politicians who are putting out statements, these are all choices. And I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know if that's just out of respect. And if they're going to have a real conversation about what his views were on guns, what his views were on empathy, all the things you guys I'm sure have been talking about. But I really hope that that real conversation happens, because if it doesn't, it's propaganda. if we don't have a real conversation about the era of political violence that we're in and who led us to that era, it's propaganda. If they don't play his own words about an act that ultimately led to his demise, it's propaganda. And so I'm going to be watching CNN, MSNBC. I mean, I was watching Ari Melber. I was watching Aaron Burnett. I'm looking at Anderson Cooper right now. It's a lot of wishy-washiness. It's a lot of empathy, right? Ironically.
I can't
Not a lot of
find
fact.
this story.
I'm sorry?
I can't find the release story. Can you post it, please?
They actually said that on YouTube. He
It's,
posted it on YouTube.
on
I'm asking the person who's speaking.
Yeah, it's on Cash Patel's Twitter. Because again, like I said,
Cash Patel's Twitter.
Yeah, he put it. I still call it Twitter, guys. I'm sorry.
Can you put it in if you don't mind? Because I'm looking at I'm going all through breaking news and I can't find it.
Yeah, sure. And I'm not surprised if you can't find it, because it's the point I kind of opened on, that this has been botched from the beginning. The communication, the coordination has not been done by the book, because they're so gung-ho about blaming this on the left and using this story in a political way that they're not doing good police work. They're not doing good communications. They're not doing, frankly, good politics. And so that's the reason why you're seeing that happen. Because normally these outlets would have been tipped off about it, and then you could put a statement out, but they're just going straight to Twitter, right? That Twitter, Truth Social, these platforms are their defaults, and they don't even go straight to journalists really anymore. They're going to people like Steve Bannon and Candace Owens, and so the whole entire structure that would get us the information accurately on time doesn't exist in Trump world, right? And so, yeah, that's not a problem. I'll try to find it and I'll come back.
It's already been posted in. It's Meriden just.
Okay.
It's right there. It's Meriden already posted on there. But to your point, though, it's like, I'm not holding my breath, because it's the same thing. Remember that bomber that was blowing up those houses in Alabama, right? And it's kind of weird, because when they found him living in a van. When they found him living in a van, they tarped up his van as they were going through while they were transporting it to the police yard or whatever. To the point where they were like, the police people were like, why are they tarp up the van? And the truth of the matter of fact is, he was highly MAGA. Like, he was just, his whole thing was Hillary Clinton and saving the kids and Donald Trump and all this pro stuff. So, the revolution is not going to be televised. It's been censored. Just like the active protests that are going down here in LA, they censored that. Remember when ICE decided to take their little trips to Flatbush, right? And they got their ass beat because apparently Haitians aren't playing that game, right? That got censored also. Same thing with Compton. Compton's beating ICE agents' asses in a high degree that they have to go down there with security. That's being censored as well. So when they find out what MAGA nut this is, and then they disown him, and then they sweep it under the table, it's not going to be televised. It's just going to be swept. It's just going to be more shit that becomes part of the noise. And of course, they're not going to say what he says or all the nonsensical shit that he says, because at this point, this violence and everything else is stuff that they've been stoking for years now. And now, unfortunately, Trump got his hand caught in the cookie jar with his Epstein shit, to the point he can't hide it anymore.
Yeah, I think that this is important for the left, Democrats in general, to acknowledge the culture shift that's happened with the media. What Trump world did very effectively is they engaged in a strategy to scare the media, to scare institutions like colleges out of doing the things that they've done and that they have a responsibility to do, which is to usher in truth and fact. They sued, and these institutions capitulated. You saw Kamala Harris talk about this, Barack Obama capitulated, ABC capitulated, CBS capitulated. Based on frivolous lawsuits, they ended up settling, because when one settled, you saw like dominoes, all the others settled. And now they're making decisions about what to put on air based upon what MAGA wants. Make no mistake about it, when you see those negative stories, when you see them talking about the Epstein files, all of a sudden, it's not because they're so anti-Donald Trump, it's because MAGA said, let's talk about that. Be very clear, they are in Trump's corner like they were in 2016 when he got $1 billion of free earned media over Hillary Clinton, just like Les Moonves said, who was the former head honcho, now disgraced, former head honcho at CBS, the serial sexual abuser. He said that Trump was bad for the country, but very good for business. Remember that? And so we're back in an era where they're going to do what MAGA says to do. And so this pomp and circumstance over Charlie Kirk, you just saw the New York Yankees. I don't know if you guys saw this or talked about it. The New York Yankees did a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Wasn't he the guy who said that if he saw a black pilot on a plane, he called them DEI pilots, he wouldn't want to fly on that plane? Is that the same Charlie Kirk? And so now you're seeing the mainstreamification, the real mainstreamification of all these isms, racism, sexism, misogyny, all of this stuff, homophobia. It's good for business. We see the same thing reflected with the manosphere. Every passport bro with the microphone no longer, because of new media, has to deal with blowback from sponsors. They're getting monthly subscription fees from all these incels all around the country, and so it's good for business. And so Democrats, the left, we have to recognize that that is the era that we're in, and we have to push back. And so when you see people with money providing funding for influencers who are Democrats, don't crap on that. That's what the Russians did. That's what Republicans did. We should be paying influencers on the left to put good information out there. And so we have to fight back.
So I just have a quick question. You know,
Looking great.
when we were growing up, I don't know, for me, I was always taught, like, you shouldn't talk about race, religion, and politics. Those three things. And I feel like the more we have gotten comfortable in speaking about it is where a lot of the hate is coming from. But what do you guys think about that? Because this guy, he's going around saying all his hateful stuff, and now look what happened.
Well, I want to say this. With you being 79, it was such a big difference between when I was growing up and when you was growing up.
Excuse me, sir, I'm 87. I'm 87. Get the age right.
My bad. But with that being said, I completely agree. When you give too many opinions out, it leaves a lot of room for you to be judged. And, you know, chickens always come home to roost. That's all I've been saying all day. Just like Brother Malcolm said about JFK.
But the thing, though, Ray, it's just the fact that the publicization of, and then it's just fear porn, you know, and that's all one party talked about. You talked about it during every campaign. Immigrants are taking your jobs. LGBT is turning our kids gay. You're losing your righthood as being a man, and the Democrats hate this country, and they're a bunch of pedophiles. You know, you create this nostalgia, and you want people to sit there and listen to it and vote, because now what you're doing is you're creating an emotion which is a visceral rage. And it's like, you know, you have to understand, like, with the right, they have their own armed militia that have been blowing up abortion clinics since the dawn of time. Well, we don't acknowledge it. We don't talk about it. It happens, and we say it's sad, and then move on as, you know, a whole generation of doctors are being wiped out or exterminated. And now all of a sudden what we have right now is we have a party that's like that Aurora Borealis snake, which eats itself. And somehow we're supposed to feel bad about it and sad, when the truth of the matter of fact is you were the one. You were the one that pushed this out. You were the one that made all this, put all this nonsensical shit in the news. There's 800 things we could be talking about right now to try to, I don't know, help the youth in this country. But no, we're going to sit here and pretend that this con man, this grifter, is somehow is a great person because he literally got his roosters did come home to roost. His chickens did come home to roost. You know, I'm sorry, I'm not celebrating his death, but at the same time, I'm not going to shed a tear for a snake. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to say, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, firstly, but you said, we were raised not to talk about race, religion, and politics. But it's the very people that tell you don't talk about it that have been using race, religion, and politics to oppress us, to hold us down, to create, to terrorize us. So like this whole and to what who was just speaking, Thomas, like that's the thing. They've been using race, religion, and politics to enact the very things that they're doing right now. Like I feel like we don't live in a time where we can't not talk about race, religion, and politics. It's those very things that they're using to bear us down, to bear down on us.
And I was gonna say that's almost what I was the same thing what I was gonna say, but I think the reason that whole motto right there that we have, because that's like an American motto. You don't talk about race, politics, or what is it? Something with something else. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. Is because we tiptoe around everything. We don't want to talk about nothing. We could have been over this, you know what I'm saying? But we always do this. So you don't know who's the fucking devil. You done chum chinny chin Jerude with a fucking racist because they know how to be nice to you at work. That's why, like, these are the conversations I want to have first. Yeah, what's your politic? Because if you got a crazy politic, my favorite conversation is with another motherfucker. I don't want to talk to you. And I think we should start having more of these conversations so then I can I can go get the fuck away from you. Because your ass crazy.
But the other thing I wanted to say to what Jean Pierre was saying is when I got the news about Charlie Kirk, not like John Pierre said, not one news outlet has said a word about not one news outlet has even called him controversial. They just said a father, a political activist.
CNN called him an activist.
Yes. An activist, but none of them called out any of the controversial things that he has said. None of them talked about him saying that talking about empathy. None of them talked about how he said, "Hey, look, you know what? If you don't have death threats, against your life, then you're not serving your country." Like none of them talked about any of this stuff. Like this dude got served the same shit that he's been spewing. But they want to talk about, Charlie Kirk and we should have a moment of silence. Like, no, we don't need that. Why are we having a moment of silence for a racist?
But wait a minute, who said that they needed a moment of silence?
John Pierre just said the Yankees, they had a moment of silence. And my sister called me today and said, in Congress they had a moment of silence. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? A moment of silence for a racist?
Wait a minute, hold up. So, did they have a moment of silence for the lady and her husband that got shot? The ones that were
The Minnesota legislators.
in Minnesota, yeah.
No.
I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
No.
So we didn't do a moment of silence for them?
And not for the dog either.
Why would they?
And not even for the damn dog?
And not for the dog.
But they flying flag with hashtag for a fucking racist in this country in 2025. That's what we doing.
No flag flown at half mast. No apology from Washington. Nothing. Cricket.
Wow.
Cricket.
Wow.
Yeah. Cricket.
They don't care if they die. They don't care if they die.
And they were shot in cold blood. Sorry, April.
I just wanted to say
I wanted to add that Andre's point real quick.
Gretchen Whitmer, who was almost kidnapped and killed, they make fun of her. When it came to George Floyd, who was murdered, they make fun of him every day. Charlie Kirk recently made fun of George Floyd being murdered and said he was a crackhead. When you go to Michelle, who was just murdered with her husband and dog, they make fun of her. Who was, the Democrat state lawmaker from Minnesota. When it came to Pelosi's husband, who was almost killed and was beaten up, they made fun of him. I don't want to hear anything from these people. Honestly, I don't. Because this is the thing. We're in a respectability politics world now, where if Hitler was alive today and was killed, these same motherfuckers would say, but he has a family, but he was a father, but he was a good man. Fuck.
I want to add to Andre's point real quick. Another thing people don't bring up about Charlie Kirk was that he literally called for the shooting and whipping of migrants. Shooting and whipping.
somebody had read something earlier. They didn't want him on campus. Is that true? Can somebody bring me up to this date with that story?
A group of students did write the administration and tried to urge the administration to not have him on campus. That is common. That's common with them in every campus he went to. Yeah, they didn't want him on campus. Like, why the fuck would you want the stinky classmate at your birthday party? Like, you know what I mean?
So listen. He was in the state of Utah. The state of Utah. I mean, last I checked, they're a red state. So it's fitting that his demise was there because I'm sure the folks that didn't want him there were the minority in the bunch of not wanting him there. But he went along with it, and they went along with it. So then, like, look, he that was an invitation to whatever was gonna go on and go on. So he got whatever he was there for.
Well, wait a minute, because the security officer of the school, I guess he was like the head security officer or whatever, he said there's 40,000 kids in that school. So do you think that there was a minority there?
No, I'm saying a minority as far as in the numbers of people, like the students that oppose him being there. They were in the minority.
Okay, you think
apparently, yeah.
Okay. Maybe they were in the majority because a lot of people said they didn't want him to be there.
Well, looking at the number of people that showed up, they look like they were
40,000 people though.
Yeah, they look like they weren't supportive of him being there. You thought it was ignorant, so they were coming.
And there was probably a lot of people from around town that was there too, like from that crowd side.
I think it's
one more thing.
And there was a lot of protesters that were actually there at the event, and then.
Is there a queue? Yeah, let me just mention.
You can be talking.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Who's talking?
There was a lot of protesters outside the event as well. And there was people that was trying to storm the event, because I'm reading an article right now that was talking about there was a lot of people there that did not want him there. They protested him coming there, and there was protests at the event.
Okay, so let me add this.
Spirit was next.
So thank you so much, Queen. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to mention the quote, "You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously." That quote was referencing black women. And that quote was Charlie Kirk. Thank you.
What? That was referencing black women. What
Yes,
show was
you
that?
do not have the brain
Charlie Kirk.
processing power.
No, I'm listening. I'm a little bit. You guys, excuse me, but I'm a little bit behind you guys. I'm just trying to catch up. So
Okay, you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. And then he added, you had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. And he was referring to Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. So there you go. There's the one that we should have empathy for. Fuck that motherfucker.
Zero fucks about Charlie.
I wasn't saying having empathy for anybody. Let me make that clear. I was just trying to catch up.
Referring to you.
Oh, okay. Because I said, "Are we celebrating somebody's death in here?" And then I'm reading the articles right now. I'm not too much upon him. I don't know too much about him, but I thank you. And from when I'm looking, he got shot at the school, and he got shot in his neck, and he perished. Correct? And
he didn't die immediately. He died at the hospital.
He died at the hospital. Okay.
Yeah, Russian. Most likely, he died when that shot hit. Because I saw the video.
That's not what they said on the news. I just read it. They said they died in the hospital.
Yeah, well, one of the bystanders said that it was there. He said he saw him talking. He said he saw blood coming out of him and his body go limp. And then they escorted him away in a limousine or like a car. And but yeah, whatever efforts they.
I have a question. I have talk to paramedics.
The way he was gushing after that shot, I think he died on route, if not right then. I don't see how he was living.
Well, it's a public event, so what they'll do is they'll rush him up
This is what they're reporting. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, they probably. He's just probably pronounced.
They're saying that he died. They said he died at the hospital.
So,
Yeah, they probably pronounced him dead at the hospital.
Yeah. Somebody wanted to ask me a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. I was like, what's the crime rate in Ohio? And do we send National Guards over there because you're talking about a national treasure got shot that we have to put everything half mast? So does that mean that we're going to put National Guards in Ohio now to lock that shit down because of this horrible tragedy that happened?
No, this happened in Utah. I never said Ohio. It happened in Utah.
Utah.
Yeah.
So does that mean we put National Guards now in Utah now to lock that down because Charlie Kirk got shot at a school?
We will have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what the Trump administration wants to do because, he's only against violence.
Obviously, the answer is to send a National Guard to Chicago for this. That's what the answer is.
Right.
I think it's going to be something more sinister. I think what we're going to see is a ramping up of surveillance because it's already going on. Let's be clear about that. But they're really going to ramp it up. Anything that you say, we're seeing it when people are coming into the country, even U.S. citizens are looking at your phone just to see if you've said anything that's anti-Donald Trump or anti-Israel. And so they're going to be watching, especially those who are influential, pop culture, celebrities, influencers. They're going to be watching what they do, and we have a great history of that, right? As we know in this country. You saw the files.
Yep, one word, Palantir.
Right.
So it's really interesting because I'm talking to my son, and he said that he was at his campus. And I was like, wait, your campus is a liberal campus. But he said, yeah, they were race baiting. He was basically race baiting. So I'm learning a lot about Charlie. Didn't know too much about him.
Yeah, he goes to every campus. And everybody in the crowd is not like a pro MAGA. He invites folks to debate him. So the person that was debating him when the shot was fired, he was anti-MAGA.
Can I tell you just some tea I know about him? Just because I've known he for a long time. So Charlie Kirk said just a few things that he essentially said. He said black people evolved from chimps. White people were made by God. He said that's why we look like monkeys. He said black people, we should have never ended slavery, and that we're in slavery because of our own fault. The Bible said it was fine and we should follow the Bible. He said that we should never, ever have given us voting rights because now look at what we did, and the civil rights movement should have never happened. He said Martin Luther King Jr. was a rapist and a liar and not a real pastor because black people can't be Christians. He said women should never have the right to vote. He said we should have whites-only towns. This is a legitimate racist. He has said crazy stuff about Jewish people as well. This is a literal Nazi. He is the reason why all of these Gen Z men are right-wing. They all were isolating in the house during the COVID era. He is who they were watching on TikTok and on X, Twitter at the time. This is one of the reasons why Trump won Gen Z men, Charlie Kirk. So this, and people online are tweeting, this is our George Floyd.
Disarmament. No nuclear weapons.
Women, don't say
nuclear
nothing.
weapons.
What's going
No
on?
nuclear weapons.
Okay.
No
Are you
nuclear
okay?
weapons.
Are you okay? Do we need to call this the psych ward? What's going on?
Yeah,
911.
The last thing I was gonna the last thing I wanted to tell Lisa is, by the way, a couple weeks ago he was making fun of George Floyd's murder online. So it's kind of crazy how and also the woman that died in Minnesota, the lawmaker, her husband and dog, made fun of them, said it was Democrats, said they deserve to die, who cares, it's all fake. Backed up the quote unquote, it's a hoax from Democrats. That's the Epstein nonsense. Originally he was all for getting the Epstein files released, but then when Trump said it was a hoax, he completely backed Trump up. He is in Trump's pocket and was in Trump's pocket completely. So
I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. All that shit is irrelevant.
I want to hear what she got to say. I want to hear what this young lady got to say. Go ahead. You might need prayer. Matt, wait a minute, Matt, don't let you finish. She's having
there on the phone.
Damn it, that's cool as fuck.
Send her some hugs. Hugs.
Kyla, are you okay?
Y'all got a problem?
No. With what?
To you.
We trying to figure out what you're talking about, sis.
This armor.
What are you
I want to
talking
have a
about?
conversation.
Guys, she wants to have a conversation with
We
us.
ain't gonna have a conversation. Wait, hold up. Is she getting beat up? What's going on?
In Chicago.
No, she just walked in the room butt ass naked. This motherfucker going through a mental health crisis, and y'all stupid motherfuckers ain't
No,
helping
I'm
shit.
not going through a
She
mental
walked out
health
the room
crisis.
butt naked in a hotel room.
I
That
am
shit's
fully
unacceptable.
competent. I do not consent to be governed.
I told
I do not consent. No is a statement.
Please quit asking for bullshit, y'all. Please stop.
No.
Cause y'all goofy as fuck, you know, a whole lot. Y'all can sit over here and fight.
Absolutely not.
This has to be a Democrat.
Should we call
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You start talking over her. It's weird.
She's talking over everybody.
No, I mean you guys are talking over her. Didn't you hear Patty and Lake First Lady said they want to hear her? Mute y'all's mic.
No, I think it's someone who's with her who's saying.
No, I said go on mute. Mute your mic. What is the problem?
No.
Don't pack all my shit in my mouth.
All right, I want you here. I want you here. I
You do not. You don't.
I want you
You
here.
don't. No, you don't.
I do. I really do. I really do.
Stay in this goddamn room. Stop doing that.
Okay,
bullshit.
so we need to have a conversation.
No. You need to take that shit in there. Because if you don't take that shit in there, believe that. No, something ain't adding up. I don't got time for that shit.
Something ain't adding up, baby. Something ain't adding up because I'm fully competent. I know exactly what's going on. And we are real time, y'all. And where is Key at? And if Key is here, then we in there.
Nobody know who the fuck you talking about.
Yes, if Key is here, then we are in there. Yep. If Key is there, then we are in there. And you will not harm a hair on his motherfucking head. You will not harm a hair on his head or this vessel. You will not dare touch him. Don't ask me who the fuck he is, because you already know who the fuck he is. Where the fuck are you? I want to see you face to face, whoever the fuck you is. Because I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to ye. That's my people. And I got my people. Don't worry about my people. I'm good. Me and my people, we straight. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang.
What hotel are you at?
Don't you worry about where the fuck I'm at. You already know where the fuck I'm at. Where the fuck are you at?
Oh,
Jesus. Lord and the mercy.
the spirit is moving.
Why are you behaving like that? Why are you behaving like that? Why are you behaving like that?
Okay.
It's just me and you in here.
No, you just don't know who you are, baby.
What the fuck, yo? I know who you are. Child, I had no doubt about that. Ain't nobody have to tell me that. No,
You just don't know who you are, baby.
no adult could fulfill that.
You just don't know who you are. This is the baptism of the Holy Spirit, y'all. Oh God, this is the baptism of the Holy Spirit. I'm here. This is the comforter. Oh my God, I'm so glad that I found y'all. Oh my God. I'm so glad I found y'all. I'm so glad I found y'all.
No, stop.
Who's there? Is it Key? Is it Key? Who's there?
I'm smoking on that Charlie pack tonight, baby.
See, now you getting dropped.
You can't control this, man. You either gonna talk to the Most High or you gonna prove to me that we got some shit going on and this is Key.
You guys are making fun. Stop it.
You either gonna talk to the Most High or prove to me that this is Key.
Ma'am, you're on Clubhouse. Is there anything we can do to help you? Where are you?
All right,
Like,
now this ain't
someone
no
we can
psychotic
call?
episode. Let me go figure this shit out. My nigga figure this shit out.
Okay. Have a good night.
need to figure this shit out.
All right.
I think
Have a
I'm
good
figure
night.
this shit out.
God bless.
Lord.
I feel like somebody needs a blessing.
Woo!
Christ gang, bang bang.
And
So you know that shit's not funny though.
It's not funny at all.
No, at all. You guys are some twisted motherfuckers right now.
Oh Lord.
You who?
I
Lord,
you.
my
He said,
ass.
"Oh Lord," so I can drop you because
Do you
y'all
see
are
these
different.
fucking demons on? I'm so sick of these
Y'all need to
demons.
relax. That was
You
not
know, you need to
calling
shut
my
the
name.
fuck up, though. That's crazy. When you see somebody in pain, all you can do is mock them. You guys are some twisted motherfuckers. Oh, Lord Jesus. Well, I'm just gonna pray. Excuse me. Don't just give me a minute. I need a minute, okay? Because I don't know what to feel right now. I don't know whether she was trolling, whether she was serious. I don't know. But in case that she was serious, I am praying that whatever she is going through, that she gets the healing, that she gets the help that she needs, that God covers her heart, her mind, her soul, her spirit from the top of her head to the sole of her feet. Whether it was a joke or not, the fact that you even want to play like that, if you were playing, then something is still wrong. And if she's not playing, I pray to God that something will cover her and keep her. I don't know, the man that she was with, it sounded like to me he was trying to leave. She said, I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay. And then she said, don't touch the boy. You can't touch him. Don't touch it. So I don't know what's going on. And then she didn't seem like she wanted to talk. We tried to ask questions. That's what made me kind of feel like maybe she's trolling. Don't ask me where the fuck I'm at. You know where I'm at. These are the words that she said.
But he also mentioned mental.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said that right from the beginning. Mm-hmm. He said that she's having a mental crisis right now. And then I think he said that we were weird. Did he call us weird?
I don't think he. I don't know if he
was questioning us.
Well, he doesn't know us, so he just knows that she goes from room to room and just be speaking to people. So he's just like, "Yo, y'all have her on the stage like this." Like,
I looked at her.
But I've never seen her in this room.
Yeah, I looked at her IG to try to see if we can identify anything.
She's a biblical smoke. She goes to the Maccabees. These are all religious spaces. And she also said the power of the Holy Spirit. This is the Holy Spirit. So I don't know if she done had too much religion that's then got into her mind and got things going on. I'm not sure. But
if you go to her Instagram page, it was totally different.
You clicked on it?
I did. Because I was trying to see if there was something that it wasn't religion. I can tell you that.
Definitely was it.
Okay.
Some of the names are though, Patty, if you look at the names.
Yeah, she was a dancer. And she was naked on her page.
First lady, you did as much as you could to kind of, to keep this as, to get as much information as possible. So you did. I just want to let you and the moderators know you guys did as much as you could have. It was very hard to try to pick up and follow. So and it's just part. It's just part of social media. Sometimes we don't know the whole angle or what is the stimulus for what somebody is saying. And this was a little hard to parse out at my end, to be honest with you. So you did the best you could.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
People have been harmed and killed on this app. You guys, it's easy to make fun. Sometimes you just have to sit there and be quiet and let people like First Lady handle it. First Lady's voice is calming. The lady was obviously in distress. And it was terrible to listen to. And I was praying to God we weren't going to hear something we don't want to hear. So I looked at her profile. I know Clubhouse won't do a damn thing about it, but at least I made a report of it. I think all of us find a way to help people if you can. Bless her. I hope that everything's okay.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. It's like you're so ready to make fun of somebody and take somebody's pain and use it for your pleasure. You couldn't know that you could have possibly helped somebody in this moment. So that was my whole thing. And, and I appreciate you too. If there would have been any other space, they would have dropped her before I could even find out what was said and kicked her out the room. So I appreciate you guys letting her speak. Even though you didn't get a chance to do anything for her, maybe something positive is going to come out. So to God be the glory.
real, I thought I was getting trolled at first. I so did. I thought it was a recording that somebody was playing. And then when she started actually responding to the comments I was made, I was like, oh shit, time to chill.
No, it was something about her voice when she joined that startled me right from the beginning. Like, wait a minute, hold up, this is something different. Because people come on the stage, they yell, but that just wasn't. That was a little strange. Mike P, I see you keep raising your hand. And you and I, we've had conversations. I just don't know if right now is a good time for you to come up because I really don't want to fight right now, and I don't want the people to fight. So if we could, not do that, I would definitely appreciate it. I don't know. That just took me out. That just took all my energy out. So y'all can have a conversation.
I just wanted to say,
Motel 6 right now.
oh God, it took me out, and I just tried to figure out, is she trying to drop us some clues? What is she talking about?
Exactly. Right.
And I was really trying to get beyond what she was saying to see what was really, if she would give us some more to work with.
And she said something about nuclear. Did she say something about that?
Yeah,
that was the first thing she said.
Yeah, then she was like a preach that she went off on, a chant.
It sounded like a protest at first.
But she also asked, was Key with us? Like
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like Key was a word we should know, or a name, or an entity that we should know. And she was looking for Key.
Yeah, but either way, the man could have been in distress. She could have been in distress. If she's going through a manic episode, she could probably hurt him, or she can hurt herself. So that's why I thought it was best to just try to look for clues. Somebody call the police, because that shit is kind of weird.
Exactly.
Because she could probably hurt him. We hear her yelling, but then you also, if you paid attention to the background, he was trying to leave. So I don't know. And she's not a small girl. If anybody went to that Instagram page, she is a big girl.
Oh yeah.
He said that she was out in the hallway naked.
Yep, that's what he said.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep. He said she's out. He said she out here in this hallway at the hotel naked.
But
And he's like, I'm leaving. And she said, no, I want you here. And then all of a sudden she softened up. She softened up for a minute, and then she went right back in. So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't. I don't think it was a troll. But then again, I'm like, I don't know.
They was both tweaking. I don't know what they was.
No, he didn't sound like he was tweaking. He didn't sound like he was. No, he's not. Okay, you're right, Water. You're right. Don't argue with her.
Nah, it definitely wasn't trolling. It definitely wasn't trolling, and he wasn't tweaking.
Everybody gotta be on drugs from a drug person. That's crazy.
I don't believe him.
Hello, I just want to thank the mods. I just want to thank the mods for standing in the gap.
Yo, mama.
We need more people to stand in the gap. Thank you, First Lady. We need people to stand in the gap. It's a crazy world out there. You play too much, girl.
If you were in the UK, they would tell you not to stand in the gap.
Okay.
They say, please mind the gap.
All right. So perhaps maybe the enemy came to destroy the conversation. I don't know. Or maybe that was a sign that we just need to leave that conversation alone. I'm not sure, but I know I'm kind of exhausted at this point. That gave me an extreme additional headache on top of the one I already had. And I ain't lying about that.
You exercise great restraint, First Lady, because you asked her a question, she went after you, and you exercise restraint. And I think it's a sign of emotional maturity, and I appreciate you. And great moderation skills, but...
Oh, thank you, Spirit.
I need to just say, it's been a really emotional day, and we're only on Wednesday.
We got a lot of practice with you guys.
Let's just take a deep breath. This is not for the weak. We got another 3.5 years of this.
No. I'm not speaking it into existence. I listen. People don't understand that change can come in a blink of an eye. Mike P, I'm scared. I'm scared to press that button to bring you up. I'm scared. I'm scared.
It's been one of those days. He got mental illness too. Cause he's talking about it's a crash out. He needs to stay down there.
Oh, he can come up. I have a kryptonite for him, so he can come up. I can guarantee you he'll behave.
No, he don't ever know how to behave.
He sounds so nice and mellow right now, you guys.
All right, Mr. Mike. Wait, so
he opened his mouth one time. I promise you, I'm kicking his ass out. I'm not playing this with Mike. He always do this crazy shit, and then he did that shit with that woman. It's like he don't know how to.
Oh, hey, Penny.
If you act stupid, I'm gonna post your picture, and you know you look like Sinbad.
Okay, Penny is here. Let me bring Penny up, and then I'm gonna bring Mike up. It sounds like Penny has part of the kryptonite for Mike. Okay, Mike.
So before y'all lose it with Mike, you just have to know that.
Hey, what up?
Hey, hey, friend. Oh, that's Gemini. That's my brother Gemini. Hey, everybody. So, one thing about Mike that we have to remember is just remain calm. It's like I don't even think he believes the shit or that he said.
Oh, Dr. Julio in the building? What's going on?
That's my bookie too. And Mike really is a nice person. He has this ogre Shrek energy where he says he has layers like the onion. And so I don't know why he does this from room to room, but I figured him out. You just have to just say, "Aw."
Penny, what are you? Penny, what are you?
Penny, that's the reason why I said I've had conversations with Mike, and I've seen a different side of Mike. So
he tries to be difficult, like intentionally.
I know exactly.
Penny, I've never been difficult with you a day in my life.
I don't know why he does that. I really don't.
Penny, I've never been difficult with you a day in my life.
I know, sweetie. That's what I'm trying to tell them.
What are you telling these people?
This is just a front he does. I don't know why he does it.
What is the front?
Can we get one mic? Can we get one mic on the Honorable Dr. Julio? Can we get one mic?
How y'all doing?
Good evening, Dr. Julio. How are you? How are you, sir?
Shaking up just a little.
Okay. So shaking up.
Oh my God, I came in at the right time. Hold on.
Oh, you fools will never.
I have a link here about with that. What's her name? Hold on. What's her name?
Wait a minute. Come on now.
No, I'm serious. I really do.
All right. Well, I was in the middle talking to him.
Amanda Seals. If we could play that when the first lady is done, thank you.
Oh.
Excuse me. Y'all being rude right now. Dr. Julio, are you shaken up because of the recent events with Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely. I think that we live in a the inability to have a healthy disagreement with somebody. I don't know who did it, Chris. I have no idea. What I would say is this, right? If of all the disagreements that I have with every last, one of you moderators, at least at the top three, me and Patty probably don't agree on much. Me and First Lady don't, but we could talk for hours without there being an issue. I think that what has happened today is reflective of a spiritual cancer that exists in this country. I don't give a shit whether you're Republican, Democrat, Socialist, Communist. I don't give a fuck what you are. We should be able to argue for hours without anybody losing their damn life. Period. I don't give a shit. And anyone that condones this act of horrendous violence is bullshit.
Okay. You're done.
Are you a doctor?
So are you claiming?
Not too much on the Honorable. Not too much. One mic on the Honorable Julio.
So are you claiming to know the motive of the shooter, Dr.
What I'm claiming you, ignoramus, is that with the action that happened.
Just let
people finish. Okay. All right. Listen, y'all. Listen. In order for us to have a conversation, we cannot throw, these little ad hominems. I hate using that word because I use it so much.
In
Let's
this
try
case,
to
personally, it
just
would be a red herring.
okay, whatever you want to call it. Can we please just try not to be negative? And y'all keep coming off mic. It doesn't help because even when somebody cuts me off, it triggers me. And then when somebody responds in an aggressive way, then you want to play victim. So instead of that, let's just allow one person to speak, and if there's an actual dialogue between two people, let's just try to, stay on mute if that's possible. Thank you. Appreciate you. Look. So someone was asking Dr. Julio, were you answering a question or somebody was asking you a question? What was going on? I don't.
Yeah, he started off after you called me an ignoramus again.
You asked me if I knew the motive of the shooter. All I spoke to was the action taken. I don't care about his motive. His motive is irrelevant. I don't give a damn what his motive was. He took an innocent man's life.
Yeah, but you claimed to say that because of the disagreement, that's why he took his life. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm telling you that is what I believe. That is, I do not know anything of certainty.
Got it.
And if you're too intellectually capable to understand that everything I just said is an opinion, then maybe you don't need to be having this conversation with me.
So,
maybe I should be shooting somebody with common sense.
Be nice,
He said that it doesn't matter because let me just have this minute. He killed an innocent man, and everything that I'm learning about this man is horrific. It's nothing innocent about him. So I don't know.
Okay, like what, Lisa? What did he do?
Okay, so Dr. Julio, can you just give me a moment to express my
No, tell me what he did that deserves him getting shot.
Sir, I listen. Okay, so let me go over. Who was talking to me earlier? Was it Matt? Matt
Goliath?
Matt Goliath. Are you there, Matt?
Are you here? Are you in the audience, Matt? Matt was talking about the school. Okay, but she was asking, he was telling her certain information about,
very disturbing, descriptive.
Tell me what he did that deserves him getting shot. Just answer that question directly.
Well, that wasn't your claim.
Promoting
hate.
That was my claim. Promoting hate.
No, you said he was innocent, and she said he's not innocent.
He was innocent of anything he didn't do anything that was
promoting hate and division.
How do you promote division, Lisa?
Okay, that's why, sir.
Dr. Julio, this ain't not your show. You can't just keep coming off and asking questions.
I feel like until you get me out of here. So.
But why you gotta be like that if you gotta have a conversation? I know you're asking a question, but you keep on, doing this rapid fire.
Because she's not answering it directly.
You can answer it over there.
I'm sorry you don't appreciate my answer, but I'm just saying. Let me just make it basic. Is he still here?
You can try that big mic shit somewhere else. Fuck that mother. Fuck, he gonna tell her how she needs to answer.
Right. It's what happens when you let Dr. Julio on stage. Foolery.
Do you guys want to play that link on top?
Good doctor, not come on. Your mama.
Wait a minute, Jazz, you got the real picture for me? I know you got a new picture. What's going on, Jazz? Hey, Jazz, welcome to the stage.
Hold on. Let me play this real quick. Okay.
Look at Jazz. All right, go ahead, play it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Nobody's listening to me today. I think I gotta get some headphones. So.
No, baby, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, hold on.
I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy. He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit. He also said he was in order to protect guns. If he was saying that,
She and chocolate.
Yo, why was I typing that chicken thing?
That man was in the middle of talking shit about gangs. White on white crime.
What the ass again?
These thugs, y'all. These thugs. It's
That was the ends, guys.
That was a mess. I don't know where you found that. Who was that?
That was Amanda Seals.
Oh, Amanda said that. Oh,
I was trying to play it for
I thought you were saying you wanted to play the Julio with Amanda Seals. God, diggity dog.
No, I was trying to play that for Austin Julio. That was here.
Damn.
Wait, that was Amanda still speaking?
Yeah.
Correct. And she was on live and she was eating a chocolate bar, guys. For the ones that was asking what she was eating.
A chocolate bar.
Yes, it was a chocolate bar.
Oh, and she was eating a whole chicken bone.
No, sometimes the chocolate gets stuck in your teeth, so you gotta.
No, man. She sounded like she had the bristle.
No, she was chocolate bar in her hand. You can see it on the live.
Listen, I said on my social media platform that when you sow hate, you blossom. You blossom hatred when you sow it. I don't feel bad. And it was pissing me off is our people trying to find an ounce or an inch of sadness and sympathy for a man and make excuses for no matter who it is, regardless of your political views. I don't care. It's not that I don't feel bad for his life. Nobody's life should be taken. But when you sow hate, what do you think is going to blossom from it? I'm sorry.
That's because you know who he is. A lot of people don't know who he is and what he stood for, and that's why they say that.
Well, he's a symptom of a much larger issue, my brother. Look who we got in the White House. Look who we put back in the White House. You are a product. People say elections warrant consequences. We don't know what the consequences are going to be like. And like she said, in the whitest of the whitest states, you get killed in the whitest of the whitest states. Talking about thugs, the black gang. What a way to go out.
There's a famous quote that says, "I don't wish death upon anyone, but I've read obituaries with great pleasure."
I've heard that quote.
Is that Mark Twain?
It's not Mark Twain, but they keep attributing it to him.
That's why I heard it attributed to, actually.
So what is the Jewish community saying anything about his departure?
The parade, probably.
Can I speak as one?
Yes, please. Thank you, Spider.
I'm not part of the other ones on there.
Sure.
No, he's a fucking neo-Nazi. What the fuck are we talking about? The Jews on this app, who are the fucking genocidal maniacs, may be saying something, but that's only because of his recent come around supporting the Israeli government because of their invasion of Gaza and the mass killings there, because the denominator there is that Charlie Kirk hates anybody not white. So if it's little Muslim children being killed, he doesn't give a fuck. If it's little Jewish children being killed, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care if black children, whatever. It's about white supremacy. So as far as the Jews that I know are concerned, we're just preparing dinner right now. That's about.
Oh, and for the record, it was Clarence Darrow, who was and not Mark Twain, who made that quote about not wishing death upon anyone, but reading obituaries with pleasure.
Well, but I knew it wasn't Mark Twain.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Sorrows, prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
I have a question because, I'm just scrolling through my Instagram and I see Dr. Heavenly from Married to Medicine speaking on this young man
you know, everybody's saddened on this man dying. Even TLC, the Dorico family, Daddy put out a whole speech. Wow. I guess since he's a believer, they're going to stand by him. What do you guys think about that?
What Heavenly say? I got
The Yankees actually had a moment for him at the Yankee Stadium.
I'm gonna put. You want me to play Heavenly?
Yeah. Well, let me hear what Heavenly got to say.
Okay.
This ought to be amazing.
It's just a.
It's Clarence Darrow. That's who's speaking.
Hold on. Good evening. I'm Dr. Heavenly Kimes, candidate for Georgia Congressional District 13. I am deeply saddened by the tragic death of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Regardless of political affiliation, no life should be lost to violence. Guns do not know parties, people do. We must come together as a nation to reject political violence in all its forms and push common sense gun safety laws to protect every single family. My prayers are with Mr. Kirk's loved ones, and my commitment remains with building a safer, more peaceful America.
So everybody said basically the same statement.
So I guess she's running, so that's why she spoke.
But you know, almost everybody said the same statement. If you read Obama's statement, he said the same thing.
You can hear the glee in her heart. like she didn't even read that like she was sad.
Yeah, but everybody has made the same statement, y'all. Like Obama said that. If you look up his statement, you look at Alexandria Ocasio, she said the same thing. All these Democrats have said the same thing. They're saying this is political violence. Like they said, they're praying for the family and they're praying for their kids. So I don't know.
I'm not mad at politicians are doing it. I'm not mad at that. But the Yankees making a choice to do a moment of silence in a city filled with fucking immigrants and all sorts of minorities. How dare they do a moment of silence for a white fucking supremacist and a neo-Nazi? That's a choice they didn't have to make, because unless you're doing it for all the school shootings and all the other fuck shit that happens to Democrats, like the ones in Minnesota, forget it. Then you're inconsistent and you're making a choice to side with white supremacy. That's it.
I actually don't fucking comment.
Come on. Come back again. We didn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Alright, give me two. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I actually don't even like that Obama commented on this shit. This motherfucker is a neo-Nazi political pundit that runs a podcast. I don't understand when we started platforming people who run organizations that he, like the one that he runs, and holding them in some high regard on the left. Like, we can just act like he was what he was. Yeah, it was a shitty situation. It was terrible. We shouldn't do this and leave it at that. But it's weird that elected officials and presidents are commenting on this guy. Is it not weird to anybody else? Am I tripping? Am I seeing this from a weird, fucked up lens?
I feel where you're coming from, but here's the thing: if they don't do it, that other side is looking for any little excuse for them to be like, you see what happens? Oh, they're not really, because they're already, throwing temper tantrums about the young lady that was killed, the Ukrainian lady that was killed in North Carolina. Like, hey, it took the left so long to cover this story and find it, y'all are barely covering the story, so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, too, you also got to think about it like this. You don't want, because it's at the same token that there are people like Charlie Kirk out here who, is a white supremacist. You don't want somebody sitting at home saying, you know what, we're going to take a shot at somebody on the left. And so if you don't have anybody standing on the record saying, hey, we denounce that, you now, in a weird way, open the door for it to be like, hey, you know what, we can go out there and we're going to, pick off somebody that's on the left. So, I feel where you're coming from, but I do agree that it is the right thing to do.
I also agree with Womack. I feel you, Womack, on the idea that it feels crazy, but I like what that Mike Albert, I spoke and did mess up the name. I I like what Mike had explained to it. I think for politics, there's always this balance that you're trying to strive. I don't think the Democrats want to be, how can I say this? I don't think they want to be positioned such that they seem like they're endorsing people being shot. And I think,
So how would we be endorsing unless we said it? So that's the problem with
yeah,
that's
no,
the
I
problem.
hadn't landed yet. I think it's
Yeah, go ahead and land.
I think, yeah, I think part of this is that I hear you on the part about, yeah, this guy does not really, there's a lot of stuff that Kirk has said throughout his time in platforming people. I think that's kind of an overall environment type of problem. But I think what they're trying to do is not to let people know that I think that the big part of it is letting people know that political violence should not be tolerated. Even when Obama had that message, Joe Biden came out saying there's no place in our country for this kind of violence as much. And now, I think that part is what they're trying to address. And you're not. I don't think that you're crazy for calling it out. I think it just reflects what's going on in the environment. We're trying to kind of figure out how to respond to things when so many people have a platform that has access to certain things, and how do you respond to it such that you don't want people being shot, but you also don't want to acknowledge or elevate a platform where there's a lot of questionable behind it. So I'll land there.
Yeah, it is a thin line. It's pretty much what you're saying. It's a thin line. Okay. Malak, is that you?
Yes, I'll jump in for a second. Can I just jump in for a second, y'all? If you don't mind, am I allowed to?
Yeah, Lisa, and then we'll go to Malak after you. Hey,
okay. I don't see how, in any possible way, Dems have to capitulate to. You don't have to say nothing. This was a white. I didn't know anything about this guy, and just a little bit that I'm reading, he was a white supremacist. He didn't want nothing for you. He cared nothing about you. He talked about George Floyd. He talked about black women. He called you monkeys. And I know we always want to be, and I'm the first person to want to be the better person, but this is a bridge too fucking far. And we sitting up here trying to tie ourselves up in knots. Because when I first came in, I said, we celebrating death. And I didn't know who this guy was. So just reading at the stoplight, this guy, okay, silence is golden. A small hymnal. And ask God to rest his soul. But us coming out in groves, talking about, this and that and the third, one person say something and the rest of us go on silent. I don't understand why we're trying to do this. And this is exactly why we have problems. You cannot. Anyway, I'm going to leave it right there until I calm down a little bit. Go ahead, Milan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I actually agree with Pierre and Lisa, because I definitely think that I understand that political violence needs to be condemned, point blank, period, no matter who does it or who it's directed at. I believe that. But I think what also needs to be said is that political violence didn't start today. And political violence, the long spectrum, the beginning of political violence doesn't start with people getting shot. It starts with this kind of rhetoric that we've been seeing. It started years ago. It starts with all this fascist talk, all this talk of dehumanizing people. And when you start speaking the language of political violence and think that you're going to be able to wield that and to direct that, and that's never going to affect you, that's a complete fallacy. So if you want to condemn political violence, that's fine, but I think they need to condemn the entire thing and start to understand what is really the roots of this. And frankly, I've never seen, you could post it in the chat if I'm missing something, I haven't seen anyone on the left or Democrats advocating for this kind of violence and dehumanization of other people the way the right does so routinely. So this is what y'all have unleashed, and this is the world that we live in now. That's what needs to be condemned, just as wrong.
Yeah, I think. Hold up, because we got a lot of people trying to speak here.
Okay.
So one, no worries. 1 second. because there's a lot of new speakers here. I just want to make sure that you guys understand. You can jump in the conversation anytime. It's popcorn style. We don't have to start a queue if, in fact, everybody can be adults, and I think that's best. One thing I do have a question. How do we know that it's political violence? I mean, I understand it makes sense to say it's political violence, but we don't know who the killer is, and we don't know why his motive. Do we know his motive? Like, I mean, it could have been racial. It didn't necessarily have to be political. I mean, this person has said a lot of racial things. So we're pinning it on political and we're making it political, but I don't know that it really is.
We're not sure because the person who they did say they brought in for interrogation and the person of interest was released because they the old white man who they had at first is saying who did it didn't. So the person is still at large. But I think just the fact is because of how his rhetoric has been and because again, like you said, they don't know the exact cause of why this happened, that they're automatically going to pin it and say it's political violence. But I can say this. I totally agree with some of the speakers basically saying that they're trying to make him a martyr at this point. They really are. And I feel like they need to speak up. Yes, you can condemn him being shot because regardless of somebody's rhetoric, we do still have the freedom of speech here. However, it comes with consequences. And the things he have said, he should not be lifted up as no hero, as no God, and that he was doing this and that he just went down with the blaze of glory. No. He was a bigot. He spoke on every racial matter, every religious matter, and he said every fiery thing you could possibly say to harm people, and that does need to be spoken out against. And the one thing about the Democrats, even when it comes to different Republicans that have been shot over the years, or any different people, they've always spoken out. However, they need to speak truth to power in order to try to get an upper hand on what's going on, because now you have Nancy May saying the dependence on the Democrats. You don't know if the shooter was Democratic, Republican, who they were. But now this is being used. I feel like they need to use the Republican game plan on what they do any other time a school shooting happened, which there was a school shooting today in Colorado.
Wow.
They need to start figuring out how to not only say no, this isn't right to do any political shooting if this is what this is. However, you need to dispel the things he said. This man has literally spoke on situations saying that, oh, well, you do need a few shootings in order to strengthen the Second Amendment. Look at you now.
You see,
the things he has said has been ignorant. The things he has said has been just straight nauseating. However, we're going to see what the Democrats going to actually do, and if the Republicans going to actually stand on 10 about the things they say. Because I don't want because it's Charlie Kirk and he was this and he was so right that we're going to start changing rules now. We want you to keep the same energy. Keep the same energy you did for those children. Keep the same energy you do for black violence. Keep the same energy you do in any other political realm. But now with somebody on your side, you need to keep the same energy.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm usually I come in this room and I like to mix it up, but I'm not sure if the Democrats have that much power to do what you're saying. As I agree 100%. I think that, but part of the reason why I say that is we got to be real. The Democrats, for a very long time, when it came to the woke movement, even though that there was some good things that they were saying, and even before that whole thing even came, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of talk about censorship, and the Democrats were a very big part of that. And what took place was that it got so beyond the pale, and it got so out of whack, and got so crazy that and people were getting canceled, and people were being silenced, and if you said something or the comedy stuff, it just got so crazy. So now that other side got emboldened, and now they're doubling down, even though they were already saying a bunch of foolishness prior to that. but it got politicized and it got put out there. I just don't know if the Democrats can take that, but I do agree that that's the position that they should do. But I don't even know if they have that kind of power, and I don't even know if they have who is going to say that. What Democrat that should have that clout actually has that clout to say what you're saying? What do you think that they should say? I don't know if there's.
I just said that they should go silent. One word. I'm sorry, Scotty. You already had Obama. Thank you, baby. You already had Obama speak. You've had Clinton speak. You have blah blah blah. I mean, come on. That's enough. This stuff that this guy that I'm reading here is ridiculous, and you want to promote him on any level? I mean, he passed away. God rest his soul. God forgive him for all the negative shit he said about other people, the hatred that's in his heart. But okay, he's gone.
Lisa,
and that's
he
one of those
literally
races on the planet.
said that some gun deaths are worth it
Wait a minute.
to protect stuff.
We got a lot going on. Dr. AG, are you trying to say something?
Oh, my bad.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, wait.
All right, so Malak is trying to get in. Spirit, I'm coming to you because you.
Too. I got a bit to say too.
No,
Okay,
it's okay. I made my point.
Can I go or Malak?
No, I'm gonna go to you.
I'm good.
Spire. Go ahead, Spire.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man. So I want to say two things. One thing to your point, Lisa. I think part of the equation for Democrats that are not even. I understand why a Democrat running would make a statement like we heard. I also understand why somebody like Obama or somebody in a high position that is not running would say that, and I think part of it may be in self-defense. Because if they don't say anything, people may put more of a target on his back. It just may be a self-defense, easy thing for them to say out of self-preservation. That's just my suspicion on why they would do that. In addition to the part where they actually believe that political violence is not good, and I agree with them on that. The other thing that Democrats will never do this, but I think it would be savage, is to have a gun control bill. If it turns out that this guy got a gun illegally and they could actually have a law that would have prevented this, have a gun control bill called the Charlie Kirk Gun Control Bill. But that's too savage for them.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, they go say something because they feel like targets. It's crazy that, we talk about school shootings all the time. Everybody's up in arms. And the topic that he got shot talking about was a school shooting. They asked him how many transgenders have carried out school shootings in the last 10 years, and he said too many. And it was actually 5. And then he was asked subsequently how many school shootings there were in the last 10 years, and he said, or mass shootings rather. And then he asked, are we including or excluding gang violence? And those are his last words. So again, like, sensationalism is taking over. It's really crazy how that happens. But we see in Minnesota, we had politicians get wiped out at their house. It was almost 2 sets of them until they were able to call 911 to thwart the shooter.
Door to condone it to continue. And that cannot happen, because what if it's somebody that we agree with that gets sniped, or maybe I did agree with this person, and so maybe 70% of the time, or 30%, or whatever. Like, I didn't agree with my mom sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna ever agree with anybody 100% either way. So it's like, when it gets to the point of you deserve to die because you think differently, we're opening up a box to where all of us can get it at any moment, even if it's I disagree that you fucked up on the road driving next to me, and now you get to shoot me in my head on the highway. You see what I'm saying? This is where we're going.
Well, I think that's what they want us to think. That's why he died, but that's not why he died. That's what they want us to think. He died because we disagree with each other, and everybody's coming out saying, "Oh, it's political violence." Nah, that was a state actor moving to disrupt the American people. That's what would, in my opinion, that's what happened.
So who did it?
I just never seen.
Well, he already said the Jews.
That's his opinion.
I think
And a lot of state actors could be involved. You know, a lot
Well,
of
top
people
of your list is Mossad, so the Jews. Got it.
Hey, they're causing chaos in America.
my thing is just how can you be all like righteous and shit, and but simultaneously celebrate this shit? Like it don't like people don't even people are. Man, we're like we're literally losing our brain.
Our humanity.
Yeah, like our souls are being extracted from us some way, somehow, because I don't understand how you could celebrate a motherfucker getting murdered on TV, but simultaneously saying you're like righteous or stand up for good and it's about the people and like what? Nigga, you're celebrating a fucking execution, man. You like what? Am I losing my mind?
Yeah. Seesaw. The idea that you were talking about earlier about how you think people no longer think for themselves and there's maybe given thoughts to think about from an outside input. That's a fascinating idea to me. So, what are some examples you can think of where you notice that?
Well, I'll start at something real elementary, like the popular word of the year, or when we went from if I say swag now I'm outdated, right? And now it's Riz, and it's just like the way I watch people flow from one trend to the next and don't ever question it. They don't ever ask themselves, like, why am I saying this? Or why do I now think skinny jeans is trash just because 70% of America thinks it's trash now, even though I was just rocking it a year ago. Now I'm out of, like, all of these little small, like, these are that's micro shit, right? Like, just watching, watching dudes, even with men, right? Like, oh man, I gotta breathe real quick, bro. Let me just.
Mohawks, remember everybody was rocking Mohawks?
Like, I just think that something about trends scare me, man. Like, I don't mind it, I get it, the end thing, but like, why does no one ever question it? Like, people don't see the cycle. Like, my mom wore bell bottoms, and then 20 years later they wore them again, and I don't know. It's just like what's the word? How am I? Give me the question again, so my brain can
Like, what kind of herd mentality do you think are actually sort of delivered to people without them realizing it, and they sort of just move along in step?
Oh, well, if you watch any CNN or any of that type of shit, and I'll tell you what it is. It's the speed in which a new train of thought can come out, and how quick it can be swallowed and accepted, and then like pushed, and now you want to regurgitate. So, for instance, like remember the thing about when the community, the LGBTQ community, had all these like trans books and homosexual books inside of schools and shit, and they were trying to like make it seem like this should be talked about and normalized, and the way that people who aren't even, but hear me out. I'm talking about when they were putting explicit pornography like books in children's schools, and allow where kids could check out a book and hear a man tell another man that he wants to feel him in his mouth. Shit like that. Bro, can I listen to what I'm saying? That book was in in an elementary school, man. And people were willing to go and stand behind that without questioning it. They didn't even think like, yeah, that's inappropriate for a 7-year-old.
Is that type of shit, did that happen for real? Hell yeah.
Yes.
And that type of shit is why I'm a conservative now. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna vote on that other side again because they for that bullshit.
Well, see, the gay agenda wasn't really the main perspective of the Democratic Party. It was supposed to be for the working class people. That was supposed to be the agenda. I don't know how it got corrupted.
That was Barack Obama ushered that shit in.
That was the 90s.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I see, the agenda been in progress for a long time, to obviously.
The Democratic Party was for what? What did you say?
It was supposed to be for the working class people. That's what I was raised on, the Democratic unions and all that type shit. And
I'll give you another one that bothered me. When I saw preachers go from preaching the word of God to all of a sudden it's about prosperity. But meanwhile, y'all the only motherfuckers getting rich in the church. Y'all the only ones with jets and Bentleys. Everybody else in the congregation fucked up. Fucked up.
Okay.
I'm from the Bible Belt, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like I've seen that shit.
South, hold on, brother.
That's up.
The South was heavily Democratic.
Oh yeah, but then the parties split. Yeah, back in the day.
When and where?
The Democratic Party was all about segregation, but then the parties flipped. And
how?
They brought in the black people for some reason. How they manipulated our vote over civil rights? Maybe it was civil rights. Boom, they got us on their side.
No. You only had 3 people. You had Strom Thurmond, and you had 2 other senators and governor. Senator and governor that flipped. That was it.
Well, I think black people as a whole
called out his own father and said,
"We Iranians, we go hand in hand with Jewish people. We go very long back in time, and we actually it's insane in Iran that Iranians have
did they become wolf in sheep's clothing towards?
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
The Democratic Party always supported slavery. The Republican Party always said, we don't want this shit. We went to a whole damn war. Split the country apart of the bullshit, but slavery was part of it. To say no. So don't believe that bullshit you've been taught, brother.
It's always been that way, but there was a black leader that went to the White House, made an agreement, and ushered that in among black people to become Democrat at some point in time. I don't know if it was like the very early 60s, late 50s.
Democrat in the South. If you know something, you were forced.
We're like, yes, we are supremacists. We think Jews are inherently problematic. And it was interesting because they would cite
That's a different conversation.
I don't know, Wednesday was in the room. Wednesday, do you remember this conversation? I think Othello was there too, actually.
Yeah, it was Othello, Benny Adams, and you weren't there, no.
I mean, Pastor,
it was 10 o'clock for me in Buttercup, so it must have been 8-something for you. So I'm assuming you thought you
was last night?
It was yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning, yeah.
Oh, then maybe it wasn't me.
You weren't there. No, Nicole, we did have an interesting conversation with the 3 of you before, and that was actually a great conversation. So we picked it up another time. Wednesday was there. Othello was there. Yeah, it had nothing to do with you. Actually, the conversation I had with you was actually pretty interesting because we got to hear from, we were comparing, contrasting through religions and atheism, right? But I think afterwards it was just me and Pastor and Benny Adam, and they said things that I found, listen, they're really civil people. They engaged respectfully, and I appreciate that. But I also felt pretty shaken by the conversation. I felt it was chilling. The things they believe about
Jesus. Somebody's critiquing your people.
I'm glad that you keep the mod by yourself.
Buttercup, what is the kahanis?
So a kahanis, let me explain again. A kahanis in Israel refers to followers of a man named Meir Kahana, and he sort of spawned the Jewish equivalent of Hamas. So they're the ones who do Jewish terrorism. Famously, there was Baruch Goldstein who shot up a bunch of people, and then was jailed. But since then, it's become widely accepted. You see in the West Bank, there's all these violent crimes against Palestinian villages. Those are the Kahanists. They believe in this like extremist ideology, but in Israel with no Arabs. But here on this app, me and Amos and other sort of Jews that are kind of in the middle, we in a tongue-in-cheek way, we refer to the extreme pro-Israel characters like Bibi Kapara and Harry Balzac and Norm, because they're so like reflexively pro-Israel, and they sort of like attack anyone who comes in their way. We in a tongue-in-cheek way, we call them Kahanists, because they're like the extremists in Israel. So we don't mean it literally. They don't literally follow Mayor Kahana. Me and Amos like to call them that in a tongue-in-cheek way.
So they're celebrating this Charles Kirk guy?
Yeah. And who I think is a Nazi, but they think is some hero of the Jewish people.
A guy who pushes Jewish replacement theory.
Yeah.
Wow.
Doesn't he? You have a video of that? Because people keep asking me for proof of his Nazi orientations.
Oh.
Yeah, I want a video. I don't want like the ADL.
Okay, fair enough.
Clark, I'm trying to look. Actually, I'm looking right now.
Charlie Kirk. He does write a lot about black. He's obsessed with black people. It's all over social media feeds. You can't avoid it. And Muslims.
I mean, he's gonna use the stats that you usually hear and black people, and he's gonna relate it to crime, and he's gonna, he's gonna say like subculture, the black subculture in America is fundamentally flawed. So that's the argument.
He spent the last week talking about that. And then he ends up passing away in the whitest state, the whitest city, the whitest university by presumably a white man. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's unclear who killed him.
Yeah, like I'm already like seeing videos like the truth about black culture. Charles Kirk tells students about black culture. Like he doesn't come at it from like a eugenics or like, he comes at it from a culture, like just subculture, just black people. I mean, it's not, listen, like a race, as a religious person, yeah, we might say things, but fundamentally, as someone who believes in God and Adam and Eve, and that we all come from, Adam, and we're all Beni Adam. In that sense, like you fundamentally can't be racist. The logic for racism just doesn't, it's denied in this narrative. But what it is that when people usually bring up white, black, they mean like, especially if they're religious, they mean the culture. So they're the subculture, I would say, in America.
The Temple Mount,
but I just believe like black culture in America is just a subculture of American culture.
Israel is the size of the state of New Jersey, yet at the same time, the population of Israel is
anti-Semitic. I see a summary on JTA, which is a well-known, very mainstream Jewish publication. So at times he drew criticism for veering into anti-Semitism as he discussed matters related to Israel and other topics. On October 2023, days after October 7, he derided Jewish philanthropy to American universities for subsidizing your own demise by supporting institutions that breed anti-Semites and endorse genocidal killers. Weeks later in the Charlie Kirk show, he also said Jewish people control not just colleges, but it's nonprofits, it's the movies, it's the Hollywood, all of it. Some conservatives decried his comments, including Eric Erickson, who said on X that Turning Point USA looked like it was a grifting operation, but an anti-Semitic grifting operation. The Spectre wrote that he has an anti-Semitism problem. Next month, he defended Elon Musk on his show after the tech mogul responded, "You have said the actual truth," to a user who posted a reference to the Great Replacement Theory. And basically, Kirk wrote, "Jews were coming to the disturbing realization that immigrants in the United States don't exactly like them too much. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them," Kirk said on the show, later adding that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. So it's mostly like Jewish liberals that he's going after as like the root of all evil, but it's still anti-Semitism. And I think for the right wing in Jewish community, it's very convenient that he's maligning and demonizing us. No, he's demonizing.
Yeah, it's anti-Jewish to point out like there are a lot of like
liberal
Jews, and they have
I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
So he also railed against Marxism, gun rights, transgender people. He blames Jews for all that, right? And so, yeah, I'll tell you why. Because anti-Semitism, the form it's taken is always like Jews are blamed for Marxism. They're blamed for capitalism. Like they're on all sides of the political spectrum. They're blamed for the supposed evil that these things cause. And like just because Jews are drawn to one movement or another doesn't mean they're the root of it. You know what I mean? And so I think he's demonizing liberal Jews, and then right-wing Jews are opportunistically saying, oh no, he just hates you because you're liberal, not because you're Jews. But it's okay to demonize them for their political views when Jews are just demonized for their political views no matter which side of the spectrum it is. You know what I mean? It doesn't, either way, it's a way that Jews have always been demonized for their political views. You know, the way he makes Jews the cause of all these problems when they're like 2% of the fucking population is why it's hateful.
I don't know necessarily about the breakdown with Jews in America. Like I mean, I have a different.
He's willing to curtail his white supremacist, Nazi views on Jewish people. He's willing to curtail and suppress it to push an American agenda, right, in unison with Israeli right-wingers, right? So they all had a meeting, right? And they're like, okay, we're allies.
What happened is Trump let these two people in bed together.
Let me finish. We're allies, we're wealthy, and we have a common enemy. Right-wing Israelis.
I wouldn't call them wealthy.
Right-wing Americans. We have a common enemy.
Yeah.
We're all Islamophobic. Period. That's our biggest enemy. So, white nationalists and white, even though later on they're going to pull it out as a gotcha moment towards the Jews, because they're already running through the streets saying the Jews will not replace us. So they're saying we're going to suppress that for now, and we're going to handle these Muslims. And what else do we agree upon? We're both anti-black. That is why people like Pepe can be in rooms with the Harrys, the BBs, and whatnot. They're saying right now we have a common agenda. We're both anti-black and we're both Islamophobic. And you know what I'm saying? That's our number one agenda. Let's get that right, and then we'll handle the rest later.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a problem since Trump came in office. Basically, put Jews and Nazis in bed together, and now we're stuck in a situation. Yeah.
Consider me a devil's advocate, but
go for it.
When we know for a fact that most Jews in America are Zionists, that's just a fact, and what Zionism entails, and what we see in Israel, and this is them believing that this is this is a right to have this state, to have this secular ethno state. So if you have the right to have this state and you celebrate this, and most Jews in America celebrate this, why is it that these WASPs, because that's what they are, they're just Anglo Protestant people, that's what it is. They're WASPs, and these WASPs want a WASP state. That's what they want. And so when they expect Jews to be idealistic about their principles, and that it wouldn't just apply to Jews, that you don't believe.
So you see this as a common ideology. Like they have the same ideology.
This is an ideal. Like if you Jews believe like Zionism is an ideal, and the way it's presenting itself in Israel, like why can't we also have that? So they'll like we also want that. So we are natural allies. Like you shouldn't be. That might
be. Yeah, I mean that's an interesting point. I don't know. I mean I understand how like people might see a commonality, like a common thread between Christian supremacy and Jewish supremacy, which is how a lot of people perceive Zionism.
Now, with liberal Jews, which is just like quote unquote, there are Jews who you see themselves, allied with like Palestine. So I would say these are liberal Jews. Now, these who ally themselves with Palestine, what would you say the percentage of liberal Jews who ally themselves with Palestine is?
So, I mean, in America, I think he's focused on American politics, right? And in America, the vast majority of Jews are liberal. And I think there's a big generation gap. I think there have been surveys. The younger generation is probably like 60-40 or something. I don't know. There's a Pew survey, which has probably changed even more since then, that shows the younger generation especially sort of shifting on the issue of Israel-Palestine. But the old guard, for sure, they have a different memory of Israel, and they remember an Israel that stood for other things, and so it's very divided. It's probably
boomers. So you would say the boomers, for the most part, are
versus
versus
millennials and Gen Z. Yeah.
They just group up usually Gen Z and millennials. I don't think we're that far off, But
yeah. Like this app, I hope you know, is not reflective of like Jews in America. It's like very divided along generational lines. It's hard to know on this app because on this app, like, we don't know how old people are. So, but it probably still is along generational lines.
I usually ask. They're older than at least me. I'm 30. I know most of the Zios on this app are older than me. So, but I don't know anybody younger than me, actually. Maybe.
I'm older than you too.
But anyways, but you saw my point. Like the WASP see Jews and Zionism as an ideal they want to achieve because they see that their
you made it. That's a good point. Benny and Pastor. I respect you. I enjoyed our conversation the other day, but we're talking about people who we think have Christian supremacist views, and I don't have a stomach for it right now because of our conversation the other day.
So I was in BB's room, right, when the Qatar thing happened, and I was like, man, that was so slimy how that happened. Like they got lured to slaughter. You were promising them that you would have a talk, to release the hostages, right? You lured them to a place and bombed them. That is the slimiest thing in the world. And the PM of Qatar denounced it, and he said that there should be a retaliation. So here we have this guy, what's his name? Charles Kirk.
Yeah.
Who has been pushing anti-black rhetoric for the past week. Really for the past few years, you know what I mean? But definitely the past week, he is an enemy of the black people, right? So I'm not going to say we can. So if Hamas is your op, Hamas is your enemy, right? And you can celebrate and laugh and say, yeah, we did that. We lured them to slaughter. Why can't we celebrate the enemy of the black people?
I don't know. I think generally we should take a higher ground if we're championing human rights. We should take a higher road and not champion death of anyone, and definitely not murder or vigilante justice. There should be, if someone says hate speech, the response, I believe, is to respond to them with your own speech and to challenge them and debunk them. But as long as they're not calling for physical harm to people, and if they do, then they have to deal with the criminal consequences, right?
Respectability politics. When an Arab dies or a black person dies, oh yeah, we can laugh that off. Oh,
there you go. Yeah. You make the connection. The connection.
Respectability politics. You know what I mean? But when a white
I just don't believe in laughing when people die. It's just because I don't think it's productive.
I'm not laughing. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past, for sure, the people in BB's room are very crude, but I don't think I would hold myself to their standard,
Yeah.
I think we're better than them. No offense, BB, I see you in the audience. I love you so much.
But you get it, right? Like his angle when it comes down to blacks is the same angle Zionists, or a very similar angle to how Zionists, justify their approach to Arabs in Israel. So it's that same mentality. So if it's okay for you, it's okay for me. That's how they see it. And if the liberal Jew is the standard of what is acceptable in America,
Because let's not lie, like the literal Jew, what they view as good or as wrong is usually supported by media and by the political parties in America.
And actually, this is the through line between the not the Kahanis, but the BB, tongue-in-cheek Kahanis, BB Kapara and his friends, and the Charlie Kirks of the world, is that they all vilify and demonize liberal Jews. And so that's why they have common ground. They see themselves in this literal Nazi because they demonize liberal Jews, and Bibi Kapara in the audience, hello, demonizes liberal Jews. And that's why they're on the same team, and they see there's a through line there. And thank you, Bibi. I'm glad you agree.
Unless you know, it's fine if you have all these sentiments toward Charlie Kirk. All I'm saying is that pretty much Charlie Kirk is just your overspoken liberal Zionist. Like that's all he is. Like as a
wasn't always Zionist. Like I think it was an opportunistic algorithm thing, honestly, because he became this way. He used to be. He never had a kind thing to say about Jews before October 7th.
I
a lot of people suddenly jumped on this issue. Yeah.
I believe he's a WASP supremacist. I understand he is a WASP supremacist. I am telling you, there are a lot of WASP supremacists in this country, and they're not necessarily telling you, I believe that I'm better than blacks or other races, or whatever you want to even call a race. But they see themselves as the right that they maintain WASP culture and create a setting that is going to maintain WASP culture. That's what they want, the preservation of WASP culture. And the way they see it is that the example is Israel. That's the example, that you need a state. You need a WASP state. So how do you argue with that? Because, if I argue that is race, that you're a race supremacist, then I'm practically saying the Zionist is a race supremacist. And I can't get away with that in America. So, that's why he's on these campuses.
I think you can get away with it in America. I think many people do argue. Yeah, I think people in America make the argument in an academic way that Zionism, at least in the way it manifests today, is a supremacist state. Jews do have supremacy over their Arab neighbors. This isn't an opinion that I think many Jews have. Okay, it's not that taboo. And I think the Jews who leave the lines. The Jews
universities saying that could get you suspended, could get you kicked out of the school, could even get federal charges against you, hate crime. Burning the Israeli flag has now been in risk. It puts you at risk of facing a hate crime charge, a federal charge. So that is America today. That is these institutions, liberal institutions.
I think it's abhorrent. I think it's anti-Semitic. I think it waters down the definition of anti-Semitism. It undermines real anti-Semitism, which is a real threat to people. And I think it's harmful to Jews. Benny Adam, you don't believe in anti-Semitism at all, so I don't know why you want to participate in this conversation. You don't believe it exists. Based on our conversation.
Anti-Jewish, anti-Jews.
No, he says he thinks Jews had everything they had coming to them, basically, because that's what you told me yesterday, Benny.
It's just a religious angle.
No, he thought that Jews were the reason they were persecuted was because of something they did, because of their superiority complex. Like the way the Holocaust happened because of their superiority complex.
But isn't the religious narrative, especially if you go through the Hebrew Bible, all the things that are bad that happened to Israel is because of Israel?
No, what do you mean? All the things that happened to bad in the Bible. I don't know what the Bible has to do with recent history, which is.
I'm saying the belief, the religion, the belief. If you go to these rabbis, and why is shit happening to us? Either they tell you, look, here's the example of the Hebrew Bible. This is why shit happens. So,
no, that's not my experience, Nicole. I'm sorry.
I know his specific perspective. I don't want to speak for you, Benny Adam, but I know that. I guess you are a Christian supremacist.
Yeah, he is. But he's proud of it. He's okay with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I technically anybody who believes in, if you claim, if I claim I'm a Muslim, I definitely believe what I believe is the truth, and what a Christian believes is falsehood. And does that make me a supremacist? Like, I'm not sure.
Well, you know,
But do you think you have rights above others? Do you think you're like are like superior to other religions? You know, or I don't know.
Superior, but again, I don't believe in race. Like, academically, it's a pseudo concept, and religiously, it's just like we're all of one Father to begin with. So.
Oh, so you separate things in cultures, pretty much cultures and subcultures, instead of race.
Yeah. No, race is stupid. The biggest problem in American thought as a culture, as a people, is that we have this concept of race, and for some reason, it's the main identifier when we want to approach people or how we see people. Like, immediately when you see someone in America, you immediately, black guy, and you already have this software in how to deal with this person. Yeah. You've already it's so hard to get beyond that in America,
because of our history. Yeah. Benny, I want you to speak up for yourself. I know I said a bunch of things about you. You say you don't agree with Charlie Kirk, and he's a Christian supremacist, and you also are. So I'm curious where the division is.
He's a loss.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of differences. First of all, he's Protestant and Orthodox. Just on that basis, we have a very different understanding of what is Christianity, and a lot of aspects of Christianity. He's not even apostolic, like he's not even Catholic. Second of all, from what I understand, and I don't know his theology inside out, but he's Christian Zionist, and that is, I believe, a heresy, big heresy. Now, when it comes to Christian Zionism, there are different approaches to it. So there's the one approach that believes that the Jewish people will, be killed when Messiah comes,
right? And
that they're just an ends to a means to bring about the Messiah, right? And they're expendable.
Yeah.
And then there's the other strain of Christian Zionism, which believes that actually no, the Jewish covenant is still intact, and that these people are still God's chosen people. Right, so I'm not sure where he falls on with this regard. From my perspective, they're both heresy. Right?
So you don't think the Jews need to be brought to Israel so they're the end times, they could die or whatever? Like the evangelicals are believing this end time vision.
Yes. So this is a prophecy from God, but that does not mean that we have no obligation to fulfill this prophecy. No Christian has ever believed that our purpose is to fulfill these prophecies in order to bring about Jesus. It's that these things will happen.
Evangelicals believe that they do.
Yes. But
so Christian Zionism, just for the pro-Israel people in the audience, Christian Zionism wants to see the demise of the Jews, right?
No, there's two strains. There's one that
is he evangelical?
Both are evangelical, right? But one of them believes that the demise of the Jews is inevitable, and we don't care that the demise of the Jews will happen in order to bring about the Messiah. These people also believe that a sliver of the Jewish people will actually accept Christ, and they will be saved, but the vast majority will be killed. And then there's another strain that believes that the Jewish covenant is still intact, and that the Jews, being God's chosen people, are genetically superior and don't need to believe in Christ in order to gain salvation. These are two different strains of Christian Zionism, both of which are Protestant, both of which are evangelical.
And you don't know
I don't know where Charlie...
Yeah, got it.
I think both are heresies.
Got it, I got
you. Right? And if you actually believe, or you follow apostolic Christian history, we never believed that we have to fulfill these prophecies in order for Jesus to come. This is not something... the Crusaders could have, when they took the Holy Land, brought all the Jews of Europe into the Holy Land in order to fulfill this prophecy. They did the opposite. They expelled them.
Have you ever debated a McZed or a George?
McZed just yells at me. I've seen him be intelligent with the atheist theology people when he's... But he's...
That'd be a good debate, Benny Adam and McZed.
I've spoken to McZed several times, but yeah. With regards to Christian supremacy, I think Christianity is supreme, or is the ultimate truth. but I don't think Christians, like as people, have any kind of supremacy over other people.
Okay.
There's a big distinction there.
Okay, so some of the things, I don't want to rehash what we talked about the other night, but it just got it just, like, I just can't, right now I just don't have the stomach for it. But I, like, some of your views seem to suggest that Jews are fundamentally one way and fundamentally flawed.
No, I think Judaism is fundamentally flawed.
But you said Jews deep you said something like you can't take the pit out of the person, or was that pastor who said that?
That was pastor who said that.
Okay, fine. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Judaism is fundamentally flawed.
How do you feel about today's events, Beniam?
Dude, it's tragic. Like, nobody should die, should be killed for their political views. Like, this is wrong, right? Regardless of, and now Charlie Kirk was very pro-Zion, by the way. He defended Israel's genocide.
I just want to say he jumped on the bandwagon after October 7 opportunism.
That's not true. Even before October 7, no, he was always very pro-Israel.
He was also anti-Semitic, though. He said anti-Semitic things.
Yeah, like I was saying, there are Protestants who believe that the Jews are down for, destruction, but still support them. Like, there's a joke about Nixon, how Nixon was a terrible anti-Semite, but a great supporter of Israel. Right? So, like, yeah, this does exist. But I, on the basis of him being very pro-Israel, even before October 7th, have a big disagreement with Charlie Kirk on this regard. And there are other aspects, other things like his vehement support of, ironically, gun violence or acceptance of gun violence in order to maintain the Second Amendment or whatever.
I mean, he hated black people, hated Muslims, right? Charlie Kirk. He would rail against them all the time. But Jewish people also. Well, he didn't demonize all Jews. He demonized lefty Jews, which is why right Jews, when we're having such divisions in the Jewish community, have embraced him, even though he demonizes Jews in an extremely, with vitriol, right? In the ways that he uses all the classic anti-Semitic tropes when he demonizes left-wing Jews. And that's why folks like Norm and Bibi in the audience embrace him, because he demonizes the Jews they disagree with, even though throughout history, anti-Semitism persecuted people based on their political beliefs, whether it was right or left, whether they were Marxists or capitalists. So when you endorse Bibi, Norm, and Daniel, when you endorse someone like Charlie Kirk, you're endorsing someone who's engaging in classic anti-Semitic tropes that led to the mass murder of Jewish people. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So, with regards to Charlie Kirk specifically, I don't know. Like, from what I know about him, is that he was a vehement supporter of the State of Israel up until probably a year after October 7th, because he started getting a lot of backlash from his own community with regards to his support of October 7th, the denial of a lot of things. Like, he denied that the USS Liberty incident even happened at some point. Right? And he had to step that back because just the fact that it happened. But he used to deny a lot of things that the anti-Israel crowd and the crossover of anti-Semitic crowd would say to him. And he had to change his view at some point. And he was called an anti-Semite about a year ago on specifically leftist, like Media Matters and stuff like that.
But also by mainstream Jewish publications, which I'm going to put in the chat for El Normo and Daniel and Bibi if he's still around.
Yeah, mainstream being leftist.
No, JT is not leftist. It's like a classic news wire for Jewish people. I'm going to post an article so they can understand that this is...
I'm pretty sure JT is pretty leftist.
JTA is the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. It's backed by a pro-Israel nonprofit. Here, I'll post it in the chat. And they say he's anti-Semitic.
I want to give a message to all right-wing Israelis, right-wing Zionists and Jews. You guys are linking up with these white supremacists, with these American right-wingers, thinking that you guys share the same sentiments. You guys are linking up with Pepe, right? These people are talking about, these guys are using the same anti-Semitic tropes that all white supremacists use in secret. You guys are just aligning right now because you have anti-Muslim, anti-black sentiments. you're not doing yourself or your nation or your people a service by linking up with these people. I saw that.
Thank you. No, that's it. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, Othello. Normo, I want you to be able to speak. Don't get too worked up. I'm curious because I think I think you're kind of a liberal, right? Before October 7th, so I'm curious what you think of Charlie Kirk.
I've always been a liberal. My whole life, my whole family is.
Okay.
By the way, we're not anti-black or anti-Boston.
Okay, so tell me what you think of Charlie Kirk and his beliefs.
No non-black group has given more to black folks than the Jews of America. That's a fact. Time, expertise, and money.
Yeah, we did support the civil rights. Yeah. Okay, so can you tell me about Charlie Kirk?
I never said Jews. I never said all Jews. I said right wing. I said right wing.
Well, what makes them anti-black?
Okay.
They've never done anything. And what makes them anti-black?
Normal, can you answer the question? I'm curious.
When I go into their rooms and they say nigger.
Oh, I don't know. So you're referring to somebody who's not here. I can't help you with that. I've never heard a Jewish person say that. If they say that word, I say stop it, and then I leave if they keep doing it.
Okay.
And I get that as much from Arabs, including Mikhail, who was just on the stage. He was screaming that word for hours at a time in Amir's room.
All right. We're not rehashing. Normal. What do you think of Charlie Kirk?
I only know a few clips that I've seen on YouTube, which he's debating people on Israel. That's the first time he came to my attention. Needless to say, I'm grateful for his support of Israel. I haven't seen anything else by him.
He's motivated by his Christian supremacy, which historically has been harmful. He says he is a Christian supremacist. His group says ADL. Do you think the ADL is far left, like your friends?
I don't think anybody's far left.
So the Anti-Defamation League says that they're far right Christian. The ADL says that Turning Point USA, the group that he founded and has branches on every college campus in America,
why don't you quote
is a pro-Christian.
I just read what they said, and they didn't say what you're saying. They said
the ADL, that's the Anti-Defamation League.
I looked it up.
They said they promote conspiracy theories, and they are a Christian supremacist group, and they're
you're gonna have to give me a direct quote.
Okay, did you see the link that I posted in the other room?
How can I see what's in the other room if I'm in this room?
No, previously. Okay, I'll send you the ADL link. Hang on.
I'm going to look up now. I'm asking Google or ChatGPT.
No.
Turning Point. Hang on. What was the word? Is Turning Point racist? That's what I'm going to say. Okay.
Are they?
Let's look it up.
This is ADL. Look at the link in the chat.
I'm there. I'm looking.
There's a link in the chat. This is what.
So it says, I'm going to read it to you. It is a right-wing student organization. This is from the ADL. Okay. Founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk, raised millions from conservative donors and played a significant role in GOP politics and elections. Since the group's founding, he's moved further to the right. He promotes Christian nationalism, the idea that Christians should dominate the government and other areas of life in the U.S. It attracts racists. White nationalists have attended. It has created a vast platform for extremist and far right-wing conspiracy theorists. No place does it say that it is a Christian supremacist, as you just said. Try telling the truth, Buttercup. I'll listen. I'll mute up. Go ahead.
Okay.
It doesn't say what you say it says. You have to tell the truth. You claim to be somehow involved in terrorism.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be an asshole about it. I'm going to read to you. Calm down.
Be an asshole.
Calm down.
I just read to you.
Okay, so don't be a dick.
Why am I being an asshole?
I'm letting you talk, so let me talk. Thank you.
Okay, so.
Okay. So this is what the ADL Jewish organization says. It's a right-wing organization founded by Charlie Kirk. He's moved further to the right. Okay, so it's the same thing.
I just read this to you.
Yeah.
Doesn't say that it's supremacist. Doesn't say that it's anti-Semitic. Doesn't say that it's anti-black. None of that.
Here it is. Promoting. Here we go. Then you scroll down, and it says promoting Christian nationalism activism. His politics moved farther to the right. He promoted conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, about COVID vaccines. And promoted Christian nationalism. That's what Christian supremacy is. That's what Christian supremacy is. I'm still reading. Calm down. Stop yelling. Jesus.
I'm not yelling.
He promoted the Seven Mountains, an idea associated with dominionism movement, which argues that Christians should be involved in 7 spheres of influence: government, media, education, business, arts, entertainment, church, and family. He referred to President Trump and said, "Finally, we have a president that understands this."
Okay, so no white supremacy, no Christian supremacy, right?
That's what Christian supremacy is, Christian nationalism.
Sorry, now you're I beg your pardon. There are two separate words for two separate phenomena.
What do you think it is?
You can say he's a Christian nationalist, according to the ADL. You can't say he's a Christian supremacist unless we have a source. And don't try to make believe one word means another, because it doesn't.
Okay, so do you deny that his events attract white supremacists and people who promote supremacist ideas? Do you know that he's associated with these organizations that promote? He collaborates with them. He's also been involved in like another. Okay.
Wait, yeah, Buttercup. Honestly, I'm reading through this ADL what page.
You're saying why?
I mean, even if you were to assume, even if you were to assume that Christian nationalism is Christian supremacy, again, there are different kinds of Christian, doctrines. It could be a Christian doctrine that believes that the Jews are still God's chosen people, in which case this would not be anti-Semitic in the least bit. Like if he was, for example, I don't know, Catholic supremacist, then maybe you can make that argument. Even then, not a great argument.
But he doesn't say that.
But more importantly, the ADL page doesn't say anything about him being anti-Semitic.
I don't think. I mean, I have no evidence that he was. So all of your points go out the window for you.
I don't know if you were in the room, Norm, but we did read a series of statements that he made about Jews being responsible for hatred against them.
You mean 10 years ago when he was 21?
Wait a minute.
No, after October 7th. After October 7th, he blamed them for it.
You'll have to show me that one. So far, it's just proven everything you said. But again,
okay, so in the chat, you'll see JTA. Click JTA. Mainstream. Listen, JTA is sponsored by a pro-Israel nonprofit. Okay. I used to work for
them. Don't try to Jew-wash your false statements. Okay.
Read the article that I just posted. Scroll up. JTA. Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist. This is what he says about Jews. Okay. While he defends. After visiting Israel, he said in 2019, that's when he discovered Israel and decided he's pro-Israel and defend Israel. So it was 2019. But after October 7th, he drew controversy when he said Jewish.
When he was 23.
No, in 2023, 2 years ago, Kirk.
2019.
That's when he became pro-Israel. Then in October 2023, he said the Jewish philanthropy to American universities have been subsidizing their own demise by supporting institutions that breed anti-Semites. Then on the Kirk show, let me finish. Yes, I know. I know what you're gonna say. Move on.
What do you mean move on? You don't want to stop and talk about what you're saying?
No, I know what you're going to say about that, so I wanted to go to the next point.
Well, we have been supporting institutions that have become anti-Semitic.
Okay, so you agree with that. Okay, great, good.
Well, Columbia and
good,
Harvard.
So great, you refuted it. Great job.
Wait, do you disagree?
No, you're 100% right, so we're going to move on to the next point.
Okay.
The Charlie Kirk Show, he also says that Jewish people control not just colleges and nonprofits, but the movies, Hollywood, and all of it.
Okay.
So that's an anti-Semitic statement, right? That he controls Hollywood?
Commonly held conspiracy theories.
Okay, anti-Semitic. He collaborates with them? Okay, all right. And now, all right. So you say it's common, it's gray, fine, gray area.
What point are you making right now?
Okay, I'm going through all his anti-Semitic statements. Stop, let's go through them. We went to 2, you said the second one was not so bad, fine.
You haven't said a single one that was anti-Semitic.
Okay, you brilliantly rebutted the first one. The second one you said was weak.
You agree with me.
Okay, yeah. I'm agreeing with you. You're saying weak is weak.
The ones that don't support your point. Just read the
I'm going through them. I want to hear your views on each of them. Charlie Kirk, listen. Let's go to the next one. He defended Elon Musk when he said, you have said the actual truth to a user who posted a reference to the Great Replacement Theory, writing that Jews were coming to the disturbing realization that immigrants to the United States don't exactly like them too much. Jewish communities have been pushing this kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, Kirk said on the show. They were adding.
Wait a second. He says, so Jews are pro-immigration, but the immigrants don't like the Jews. Any problem with that?
I'm finishing the statement. He's in the middle of the statement.
Any problem with that?
That's half the statement. It's the first half. No, the other half of the same statement is Jewish communities. This is the white replacement theory. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. He said on the show.
What you're saying now.
And then he said, let me finish the sentence. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm gonna stop. Let me finish. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country. This is the Jewish replacement theory, okay? His concerns about their working... Oh my God, you don't know what white replacement theory?
No, I don't know what you mean with your words.
I'm reading his statements that align. He's explaining why Jews are the reason.
Somebody quoting him. So I think to understand what he said, we should listen to what he said instead of listening to somebody quoting.
All right, you want to play your story?
You're trying to gaslight this woman, man. She's reading direct quotes. Now you're moving the goalposts and saying that's different video. So you're going to send her on a quest to find videos?
It's not a direct quote, sir.
You're not about to gaslight this woman.
Sir, no, you're not about to take your ignorance and stink up the room with your
No, you're gaslighting this woman.
You're stinking up the room.
And we're all seeing this.
Okay, we all now. We all now.
White supremacist rhetoric about human
okay, I want to hear the white supremacist part.
He's giving it.
Well, hang on, let me hear it. I want to hear something
giving it to you.
No, she's not.
Yes,
she
has.
makes no sense.
They went around saying the Jews will not replace us. The Jews will not replace us.
When did he say that? When did he say that?
No, wait.
No, Othello, hang on. Everybody stop. When did he say that, Othello?
He supported Elon Musk's defense of Jews.
No. When did he say Jews will not replace us?
When he said that when Elon Musk is speaking the absolute truth.
Okay.
Elon Musk shared a tweet or made a tweet.
What was the tweet?
Okay, read it, Buttercup.
Wait, I thought you knew it, Othello. You
No, he doesn't know every turn and twist of the social media controversy, okay?
Why is he talking?
Because he's referring to the same social media controversy.
I don't like gaslighting if you don't know what the fuck
you don't remember every twist and turn of fucking bullshit on social media.
When did he say Jews will not replace us?
What he described a philosophy that is associated with the folks who marched in Charlottesville and said Jews will not replace us, okay? Which is called, the theory is called white replacement theory, right?
Yeah. Who described that?
So Kirk wrote it in defense of Elon Musk when he shared the tweets and defended that endorsed this policy. And what he said in that context, Kirk said in the context of Elon Musk's tweets and endorsing white replacement theory, he espoused the similar views.
So now you're quoting the JTA, quoting Kirk, quoting Musk? That's what you're doing right now?
No. JTA is quoting a show, and there's a link, if you read the article. He links to Kirk's show, where on his show, which is linked in this article, he's talking about this Elon Musk tweet and why he endorses his
The Musk
views.
tweet is that somebody's telling the truth.
Someone who supports the great replacement theory. And who referenced it.
Who's that person?
The user who's referencing. I'm talking about Kirk and what he says to support this.
You told me that Kirk supports Musk to support somebody else who was unnamed.
No, but Kirk, when he's defending it, he's espoused the same ideas on the show that's linked.
So you're telling me that Kirk espouses white replacement theory?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Okay, so here's the statements he made on the show, which I can link if you would like. Here, let me link
Tell me where and when and what he said.
Okay. I just read it to you. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites. The idea, white replacement theory is that Jews are part of okay. So Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. They're saying Jewish people hate white people.
Right. It doesn't. You're telling me that Charlie Kirk says Jews hate white people?
Yes. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness is largely financed.
Wait. Is this in quotes? You're telling me this.
Tell you how many times
Yes, it's in quotes.
Charlie Kirk say Israel has the right to defend itself, but this sounds like BS to me.
Royal, we're talking about why he is anti-Semitic, even though he's a fierce defender of Israel. The reason he defends Israel is
You're
for
telling me that he
opportunistic reasons.
supports replacement theory, but you haven't. And you're quoting the JT Jewish Telegraph Agency.
Which is backed by My Jewish Learning, which is a
I know
Israel
what
or
the
Jacob.
JTA is. I know 1,000 times more about this.
I worked at the JTA, silly.
And you still don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
Oh, really? Is that a quote that you just read me from Charlie Kirk?
It's a direct quote from his show.
Read me the beginning of the quote.
Okay, I'll read it again.
Yes.
We're going in circles.
I'm
Here's
listening.
Kimmy. Stop getting so hostile. I respect you, Norm.
Stop being so hostile to the person who wants to dismantle Israel. Forgive me.
All right, dude, you're being. I thought you were gonna behave yourself. You're not behaving yourself, okay?
Wait, what the? Are you kidding me right now?
Behave yourself. Come on.
Are you kidding me?
This is my room.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, you're
Be
rude.
kind. There's a decorum in here.
Did you not say you want to dismantle Israel?
No. Yeah, once again, you're misrepresenting my words.
Okay, explain to me those words.
We're talking about your favorite guy, Kirk.
It's not my favorite guy. You're a liar. Stop
Okay, so
being
how
a
do you feel?
liar.
Tell us how you feel about him.
Stop being a liar. I told you what I feel about him. All I heard from him was a bunch of clips on YouTube saying how much he supports Israel and attacking the Nazi assholes
Yes,
who support
100%.
who support the murder of Jews. He attacks them and he debunks them. Like you. People just like you who support the murder of Jews. People who want to dismantle Israel and people who support
scaring me and I don't like
people.
it.
I beg your pardon?
Let me
I'm not swearing you. I'm quoting you directly. I wrote it down when you said it.
let me read some of Kirk's words.
Okay, that was turn.
All right, he says Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim they want people to stop using.
Where are you reading this from?
Same quote I read.
Oh, so you're reading, so you don't have a source, right?
He said the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country.
What is your source?
JTA.
Buttercup, can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
I'm asking the fellow. Fellow, where did you get that? He said it's on X. What's the source on X?
Okay, let me get it to you.
Please.
Royal, that disputes that he's pro-Israel. That's not the issue. We're talking about whether he also espouses Christian supremacist views and racism.
Which so far
Okay,
you have
I
not
have a few questions. How old are you, Buttercup?
Older than you.
Oh, wait. You're older than me. Great. Okay. Are you American or are you Israeli?
She's American.
You're American. Okay. Are you celebrating? Is this like a
Of course
celebration?
not. Of course not. We don't celebrate anyone's death. We're just talking about why Israeli people fetishize this guy.
Wait. You're calling him a... Wait.
I want to ask you, do you
You're
understand?
calling him a Nazi, so presumably you celebrate the death of Nazis, so don't lie.
I would never celebrate anyone's death. I'm just trying to honor his legacy properly.
Okay. Is Charlie Kirk a Nazi?
No, he's not.
Okay. Now, is Norm a Nazi? Because somebody told me you called me a Nazi earlier, and they recorded it.
I didn't call you a Nazi.
Hey, there's
That's what
your
they
source,
said.
Norm.
No, I said you are I called you Kahanis. You're part of the Kahanis room, but and I said it was tongue in cheek. I said it was tongue in cheek.
I was told you called me a Nazi.
No.
I did not.
This is your source.
I did not
Okay, do you
support
guys-
Kahana.
I mean,
But I said it was tongue in cheek. I made it clear that you don't support Kahanism. I said it's tongue in cheek. That me and almost call you Kahanis as a joke in a tongue in cheek way.
I don't think it's a joke. I think almost as serious. I think you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, almost as serious that you're a Kahanis? He calls you a
What's that?
Kahanis.
Huh? No.
Almost calls you a Kahanis.
You don't know what Kahana is.
Yes,
Use words that you know. Many of them.
Okay, do you understand that this happened on a college campus? The shooting happened on a college campus.
Yes.
Right. So that's my whole point. You know, people ranting and raving and trying to just continuously diminish his character when he was just shot dead a few hours ago.
Yes.
It's kind of giving us
Calling him a Nazi. It's filthy and
sounds like
disgusting.
you guys support, like, it literally sounds like you guys support school shootings. I don't even agree with Charlie Kirk, but I'm not going to sit here and just, you know, diminish his character, call him a Nazi and all this.
Buttercup supports viral resistance against oppression and dismantling Israel.
But this is not how we deal with U.S. citizens dying, like, especially on schools.
You don't call people who assassinated Nazis justifying their murder, Royal?
No, this is disgusting behavior. Honestly.
Listen. Even Buttercup is not justifying this.
Oh, well, if you call somebody a Nazi, then you're...
I've never endorsed his murder. I've only condemned it.
Calling him a Nazi endorses his murder.
No, it doesn't.
We gotta kill Nazis. Oh, yes, it does.
You endorse murders all the time, Norm.
Never did. Never did.
No.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Never did.
Hold on. Are you saying that just because someone is a Nazi that justifies you killing him?
No, I'm saying you
guys make that argument about the Jews.
No. Just even if I call Charlie Kirk a Nazi, that does not mean I de facto justify his assassination. It only means
I disagree with you.
Abnormal. It only means that. Hold on, because you're interrupting me. It only means that. Stop interrupting me.
Oh, don't
It only means that if you think it is justified to murder anyone,
no, you do.
Abnormal, stop interrupting me.
Stop bullshitting me.
Stop interrupting me.
Stop
It
bullshitting.
only means, dude. It only means.
Alright, just speak, Benny.
Thank you. He's gonna keep interrupting. But yeah, just because you call someone a Nazi, that does not mean you justify his murder.
Oh yeah,
It only justifies his murder. Again, I knew he would interrupt me. It only justifies his murder.
What's your next point?
You think that murdering Nazis is valid. That means that you think that murdering someone based on their political ideology is in fact valid. I do not think that. Even if someone is a Nazi, I do not think it is justified to murder them. I do not think it is justified to murder anybody based on their political ideology. You do, which is why you think that calling someone a Nazi is a justification for their assassination. We can say that people, Nazis or communists, and not justify their assassination, and in fact denounce it.
Thank you. You lost yourself as usual, Benyaga. You know,
No, you're just gonna control yourself and continue to interrupt.
I don't need to
Which is why I have to stop.
First Benny, then Normal, you'll have your turn, but we're doing
I'm not, honestly, I think I got my point across. He's gonna keep interrupting me, so I don't really care.
And Normal, you want to say something?
Listen, he thinks it's valid to kill people based on their political ideology.
that is why you call Charlie Kirk a Nazi.
No, but I denounce his assassination.
Oh, beautiful. Mazel tov.
So I don't think it's valid. You do.
Sir, you're a liar.
Now I'm at some doors
I'll
selling it
say-
this way,
I want
okay?
to be more accurate. I want to be more accurate. You're a fucking liar.
How am I a liar? In what way did I lie? Justify that statement.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next point. What do you have, Buttercup?
Justify that statement. How am I a liar? How am I a liar? Justify that statement.
Because you just claim to say what I say and what I think and what I do. You're a fucking liar.
In what way? If you really want to justify it.
By the way, it's a spin, and God punished the spin of the sin bearing false witness very harshly.
I did not bear false witness. Justify how I lied. Justify how I lied.
What you said,
Guys,
justify how I
guys,
lied. I'll tell you
guys,
now. You said that I justified killing Nazis, and I did not. You're a fucking
No
liar.
one's justifying killing Nazis.
Now you need to go back to your God.
Alright, nobody is justifying killing Nazis. Time out. Normo, do you want to move on to the next point, or do you want to go down? What do you want?
Go down?
Yeah, do you want to talk about something like substantive, or you want to just yell at Benny?
No, I didn't have to yell at Benny. Benny yelled at him.
No, you just continue to have to
Alright, last warning.
I know you're very insecure about what you have to
So
say.
that's all you could do. You could just interrupt me.
Alright, next person to interrupt is going down.
Here's the point, Buttercup.
Normal.
When you say that you want to dismantle the Jewish state,
Alright, Benny,
when you
Normal, you're not cooperating.
What's that? What do you mean cooperate?
We're trying to move on to the next point. We're being substantive. Let's move the fuck on.
Well, let's.
No, we can argue about my feelings about the Jewish state a different time. That's not the topic, silly. The topic is my feelings about the Jewish state is not the topic here.
No, I'm saying your murderousness towards
Alright,
Jews.
you know what? Enough already. Enough. This is just deranged.
Is it deranged?
Alright, I never called for the murder of anyone, including the Jewish state. The reason, I just want to say, Bibi Kapara and Norm, the reason they call me a murderer of the Jewish state is because I believe that the current form of the state is not sustainable. People keep dying. It's been escalatory violence for 70 years. And we need a new model so people can live in peace and stop dying. And he thinks that makes me a capo. He thinks that makes me a traitor. He thinks that makes me a bad Jew, and that's okay.
No, you're just an altruistic liberal, and
Yeah,
it's about
maybe I'm
time.
naive, but it's not a crime.
I know your kind. I'm from California. I'm from the Bay. Your kind is. No, No, I know, but you're part of an altruistic left in America. And Mazel tov, like, well, it's rare when I meet someone like you on these apps, and, you know, it's refreshing. We need left more. We need more left on this app.
Okay, so another point I wanted to make before Normo just went on crash out is that in addition to having these espousing these ideas of white replacement theory, he's also just goes on rampages all the time about black people. He's been like obsessed with fucking black people, and like is always just like demeaning them and accusing them and Muslims of being sort of the root of all evil in society, and that too is a reason that he is considered a supremacist. Jihadist loves Charlie Kirk, okay? That means he.
He also insinuated, and I just posted the link in the chat, he insinuated that Netanyahu proposed a stand-down order on October 7th and allowed Hamas to come into Israel and commit what they committed. So I posted the link in the chat. This guy is a type A white supremacist. I don't know if that is true though. I'm just saying he pushed it.
I mean, that is factually accurate. There was a stand-down order on October 7th that is completely...
Well, that's not accurate. That is speculation, and I think we need to be clear about that. I understand that people speculate.
Even in Israel, they're very critical of this.
Yes, no. I think you guys are conflating a lot of things. That there was a stand-down order so that October 7th could happen. That's not what happened. What happened is there were I actually read the internal post-mortem from the IDF that hasn't been made public, and like what happened, they talked about sort of their intelligence failures, and there's a lot of questions that are not answered because the Israeli government won't allow them to do an investigation. So the truth is we don't know, and I try to have the same high threshold for proof on both sides when each side makes claims, and the fact is we don't have proof yet. We don't have proof yet. Yes, but it wasn't a full investigation.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yes, and Kirk insinuated it, and I posted the link in the chat.
Without evidence.
He did. I remember that. But he was just like, I don't know.
So guys, I want the Zionists to learn. How do you feel about the fact that Kirk thinks that Netanyahu intentionally allowed October 7th to happen? How do you feel about that? Is that pro-Israel?
Israeli deep state.
He calls the Israeli deep state. This is your pro-Israel Jew champion that you guys are fetishizing right now.
Hide it. These white supremacists, man, it's in their subconscious. It's gonna come out. You just wait.
I'm so flattered by all the clarity in the audience.
But there is within Israel, like in the right, people who believe like the October 7th was a deep state job. They allowed this to happen so they could wipe out Gaza, continue to push Zionism into high gear. Like they wanted this.
That's not a far right conspiracy. It might be like on the left people speculate because there were all these like ridiculous intelligence failures combined with like not listening to the spotters, combined with like Netanyahu's alliance with Hamas. But the fact is, the people on the right don't say this. They love Netanyahu, and they wouldn't accuse him of causing this massacre. So if Charlie Kirk said that, and I'm going to read the link that you put in the chat, then that is should be a big taboo for these folks who think that he's some champion of the Jewish people. This is Forbes.com. Basically, okay, so conspiracy theories say that Benjamin Netanyahu issued a so-called stand-down order for the Israeli military, but there's nothing to show that the Israeli government knew of the surprise attack, which killed over 1,300 people. On TikTok, Facebook, and X, all right, let's see, it's fine. The origin of the conspiracy theory appears to be Charlie Kirk, a far-right influencer and strong supporter of Donald Trump, who leads Returning Point. He insisted he wasn't spreading conspiracy theory before. He immediately helped spread it, not to exaggerate conspiracy. Well, I'm not willing to go so far as say that Netanyahu knew that there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand-down order? Was there a stand-down order? He said, repeating the rhetorical question for emphasis. Kirk's wild speculation doesn't appear to have any basis in fact, but instead hinges on the fact that he has been to Israel many times and the whole country is a fortress. He's suggesting Netanyahu's supposed stand-down order was a bid to garner support due to the Israeli leader's domestic political problems around controversial judicial reform. Kirk insisted of the attack. When I first heard the story, I had the same gut feeling that I initially did. This is very hard to believe. The clip went viral on TikTok before migrating to places like X, where the hashtag BBNew gained steam on Monday. But of course, there's no evidence that Netanyahu knew of the attack in advance, although many Israelis are understandably upset over the intelligence failure. Just so we're clear, Charlie Kirk is implying that Bibi Netanyahu purposely let Hamas murder 1,200 Israelis and behead children, blah, 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 blah. So this is clearly...
I'm going to tell you this. October 7th, the initial timing, the Israelis were probably up against them. They ignored the spotters. It was a holy day. A lot of them were just not doing anything. But so they over-reliance on technology that was Hamas had years to figure out and exactly see how it responds. And they caught them with their pants down. But after the very few hours, like the 3-4 hours, after that, there was a delayed response. The military should have showed up. Hamas was not expecting to be able to overextend the way it is. They thought that after securing the military team, they would have fights with the military. So they would see tanks approaching and that they would be dealing with Apaches. So
I've heard this theory before, and it's fine. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just that Netanyahu won't allow an investigation to disprove it. Okay, so the same standards they apply.
Wait, check the no. That's not even all it is.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm just saying they won't allow an investigation, so we don't know one way or the other. And I'm gonna apply the same standard I do to Daniel when he gives me like fucking propaganda memes about starvation in Gaza. You need to have a certain standard of proof before you make a statement. A claim. I understand the claim. It's just a claim right now, and we won't know until there's a real investigation.
Check the link I put in the chat. This is a soldier from the Golani Brigade. He actually said that there was a stand-down order on the morning of October 7th to not conduct our normal morning routine. What was it like? Operations, right? So, like, this comes from the Golani, and this guy is named, not just like a wrong soldier. Check the link in the chat. This is, and he's not even the only soldier.
By Radio Rebelda, I'm sorry, but I don't know what this news site is.
You can find, okay.
This is not Radio Rebelda Cuba. Let's see, I want to see Israeli Shalom Sheet Reed, who is stationed at Pega, were playing. He said, citing Israeli, the Cradle reported, citing Israeli media outlets. So, okay, let's go find the Cradle.
Because October 7th, it took place like 4 in the morning, like after Fajr. So right after Fajr, they engaged in the operation. So right after dawn, the operation began. The October 7th, or Aqsa flood. Then the question is like, here's the how long did the Israeli military know after the operation began? Like, how long did it take them to know that?
I agree. There's a lot of questions, but my point is that I just want to hold. There's a lot of questions and a lot of unanswered things that, unfortunately, until there's an investigation, we won't know.
Well, Buttercup, you don't need an investigation to know this is what happened.
Okay. So I'm looking him up individually aside from his source. It says on July 20, he testified before a Knesset committee that he received an unusual order on the morning of the attack to halt border patrols. His testimony, also posted on social media, raised concerns about the broader failures leading up to the attack. Since his injury, he's been rehabilitated. He's become a public figure sharing his inspirational story. He can explain the implications of his testimony. Okay. He's given a strange order. Even the commander who gave the order didn't understand why they were giving this order. So, I mean, this is suspicious.
What time did the order come in?
5:20 a.m.
I mean, there was a lot of misinformation, a lot of mistakes that day. But I don't know. Listen, all I'm getting is this. Guys, I understand the theory. It's a claim, it's a theory, but we don't have more information. Like, all we know is, yeah, there was a lot of strange things. There was a lot of miscommunication, and there have been, like...
I'll tell you at least what happened. Let's put together what we do know. So there were claims from people
Guys, we're not doing this. We're talking about a Nazi. We're not talking about...
Okay, she doesn't want to talk about October. So.
No, we're not entertaining.
You guys can piece that together.
Yeah, I think together...
What Charlie Kirk said wasn't wrong. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's not the topic. I don't want to go through your anti-Jewish conspiracy theories right now.
This is not an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory.
I know, we don't have enough data right now.
This is an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory, really.
Because you're speculating. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying we don't have data. We don't have data. It's anecdotal, dude. It's called anecdotal data.
Just drop it.
It's one guy's testimony, okay? Let's move on.
Wait, so if I bring you more guys to substantiate his testimony, you'll
It's a topic, and if you keep harping on it, then we need to focus on the issue. We're not talking about October 7th.
Charlie Kirk is a Nazi. Okay.
The topic is Charlie Kirk. If you don't want to talk about it, then you don't have to talk about it.
Well, this was something that Charlie Kirk talked about. But anyway, all right, fine.
Okay, so you're arguing he's a truth teller. You're saying he's a truth teller by
I'm saying that not everything he said was a lie.
Okay, so then you do agree with him. I don't know if you agree.
Yes, I can both agree and disagree with a person. I don't have to wholeheartedly agree or disagree with somebody. It's not just because CNN lied, that doesn't mean everything that CNN says is a lie.
Okay, he has no evidence. He offered anecdotal evidence for something that spread like wildfire, and we have not found substantial data to support it yet, but perhaps there will be in the future. In the meantime, let's give it a rest and focus on the facts that Israelis have aligned themselves with someone who spreads anti-Jewish conspiracy theories. And this is included because he doesn't have enough data, just like you and I don't have enough data. So it's speculation until he does have the data. He did it before there was any data in, so that's why it's speculation. Until the data comes in, then we just don't know. I'm not saying this because I'm a defender of Israel or not. I'm not a defender of Netanyahu. I think he's a crook. I think he aligns himself with Hamas. I'm not like I think he's a fucking genocidal monster. I think he aligned himself with Hamas. I think he propped up Hamas for years. But that doesn't mean we have to entertain every speculative story.
We'll move on from this. He doesn't want to talk about October 7th. He doesn't want to talk about next guy. I think if the shooter is what we all think the shooter is, Antifa, most likely far left. I think the left is like seeing what's happening. I think we're gonna see more radicalism, like in America. If it is the far left, I would be surprised if the shooter's on the right. That's just, but I mean, with the shooters that we've seen, like the one who shot Trump, like that guy was also like on the right apparently. So it's we don't really know anything about that guy. That's what's funny. I don't know. So I'm not gonna make my bets on this one because the shooter, with the pattern that we've seen, could totally be, on the right. I don't know. So look, if you're willing to entertain conspiracy theories,
We did read those comments he said about Jews are being, and they're accusing them of their cultural Marxism, accusing them of being controlling the media and Hollywood. But Norm says that's all fine. It's a normal anti-Semitic conspiracy theory we're cool with, as long as he supports Israel. So they didn't really care about that. Thanks, Sam.
I mean, they are very influential. You could say that, like, Zionists.
See, this is.
You don't want to say Jews. You could say
honestly,
Zionists. Do you deny that Zionists are very influential in Western media?
Yes, they're.
Whoa.
No. On the one hand, no. It depends who you ask, right? So, in my experience as a journalist, when both sides accuse you of bias, you're usually on the right track. Like, you're usually somewhere. It means you're trying to be balanced, and nobody's happy. You're taking the balanced road. And both Zionists and anti-Zionists accuse the New York Times of being completely biased for the other side. And so papers like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, which hold themselves to high journalistic standards, which means that they attribute every statement that they make, and they do it with neutrality, and they attempt, even if they get something wrong, they correct the record. They're subject to libel law, so if they say something wrong, they can be sued. and they used original sources, and when they need to explain the way that
Mossad agents.
they employ Mossad agents, what are you talking about?
They had a Mossad agent for one of their articles, and so like a former Mossad agent.
No, there's a woman who was used to be an Israeli, so she's serving the IDF or something, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that woman. Was it just IDF, or was she like some
IDF.
sort of Mossad?
No, but everyone in Israel serves in the IDF.
Or whatever her department. She was an officer. She's not like some.
Okay, she wasn't an officer when she was reporting for the paper, though. She has
She's a
served.
former,
Okay, but everyone in Israel is that way, so that's generally not a disqualifier.
But what she was, what her department was in the IDF, I believe it had something to do with media or something.
Okay. So, like, I think since we're talking about a guy who espouses anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Mikhail, I respect you, I like you, but you also espouse anti-Semitic conspiracies, and so do you, Benny Adam, and so I think it's
I'm saying facts. Facts. You can't deny that American media, Western media, is
controlled by
very
the Jews.
Zionist.
Okay.
It's very Zionistic.
I think there are outlets that are more Zionistic and those that are more left-leaning. There's a whole media ecosystem.
Even left and right media organizations in America and in Western Europe in general are both deeply influenced, I wouldn't say controlled, but influenced by Zionist Jews.
So they're influenced, I think, by an America-centric narrative, which tends to be very Zionist, right? Because of America's history with Israel, their geopolitical interests in the region, their AIPAC, of course, the way our government is shaped by Israel, and I think it's wrong.
Our government is shaped by Israel. That's the point.
Yes, because over time...
Yeah, and who runs Israel? Jews.
Okay.
I mean, forget Jews, Zionists. How about that? We just see using Zion.
Sorry, Benny.
It's like we're just talking about the same points instead of getting to the top.
I mean, they're really just like they're. I think
no finesse, man. Like you guys don't know how to get in the flow of this shit, man.
Yeah.
Go for it. Go.
You know,
they're getting distracted by their own.
Yeah, I mean, we know what it is. You think them people down there haven't heard?
Well, he's Canadian. He's not American, so like. So he can't relate to like in America. He can't put himself in the political mind. So all he can relate to us with is like, you know, on a broader spectrum.
We talking about Kahanis, what she's calling Kahanis on this app, supporting someone who has espoused anti-Semitic.
And you guys are espousing the same ideas. It's not really helping this case. So you're basically siding with the pro-Israel right when you espouse the same anti-Semitic conspiracy
theories. We're doing America mode. Okay, hey, I'm on the left too. Like I'm with you guys. Like I'm a leftist. I'm not like a far leftist. I might be more closer to the middle.
But what you guys are doing essentially is you're lining yourself up with the Bibi Kaparas of the world and the norms by saying, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk's anti-Semitic conspiracy theories were 100% true. So you're basically saying, if you're aligned with Charlie Kirk, then you're aligned with these guys.
We're not saying it's 100% true. I'm not saying it's 100%
the whole point,
true.
Well, you're getting derailed by them. You're getting too excited. They're so alluring for you. They're so tempting for you.
Charlie Kirk is no doubt, and I'll say it right here, is no doubt a WASP supremacist. He wants WASP only. He is a WASP advocate, and that's what he wants. He wants a WASP state, or a state that, you know, its constitution is WASPism.
The problem
that's
is,
what he wants.
I want to be honest with you and Benny, because I respect you. You guys have hold views about Jewish people that when you hear these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, that like those of us who recognize them as tropes hear them as tropes. You guys hear them as alluring because of your views about Jewish people and the control over our political systems and our media and politics and everything. And I'm not saying AIPAC doesn't have disproportional power and it's an atrocity and that all the fucking bad shit that's happening in Israel right now and Gaza. But the fact that the reason it's frustrating to have both of you on stage when we're trying to talk about a really nuanced issue, which is the fact that right-wing Jews have aligned themselves with a man who espouses these hateful views, is that you and Benny Adam, because of your own politics, are seduced by these ideas. So whenever we bring up, we're like, oh yeah, it's true. Fuck the Jews, you know.
Exactly. We're not here to talk about. We're not here to.
We're just so easily seduced. You're such a sucker for this shit, you know.
I mean, tell me, Buttercup, if we're in World War II, and someone said on the streets, we're literally in Normandy.
I'm just
right
saying,
now.
focus. Stop getting distracted by your own sort of prejudices, you know.
I'm just saying, and then we have a conversation, and we're having a conversation about politics in America, and one says, "Fuck the Germans." Like, we're fighting the not like at that point. Is it like, are we being like anti-German? Are we saying like all Germans are bad, or like we want to like? Where do we draw the line in these things?
Well,
like when someone says Jews, like do we mean every single Jew, or do we mean like
the line
the
in
majority?
The room has to be drawn. The line in the room has to be drawn because we're not here to debate.
All these, they're very alluring to people like you and Benny and Pastor. I understand, they're tempting, they're tasty,
Okay,
they're
well,
juicy,
I'm willing
okay?
to move
But
on.
like,
I've
just
said
move
I'm
the
willing
fuck
to
on
move
because it's not the topic, okay?
Okay, I've said I'm willing to move on. Yeah, you want to make it a left versus Charlie Kirk? I'm with you.
I think this might be too nuanced an issue to just like to explain what Kahanists are and to explain what Nazis are, to explain what anti-Semitism that it exists at all is like it may be too much to explain in a conversation like this. These are like these are subtle alliances that I find repulsive, and it's kind of an internal debate in the Jewish community. It's something to explain it to you. For people who identify as Jews in America, it's been really, really gross to see our institutions, many Jewish institutions align themselves with neo-Nazis and white supremacists and Christian supremacists and the Christian right that espouse these views that not only espouse conspiracy theories about Jewish people, but they demonize left-wing Jews, which is a huge portion of the population. So they're basically demonizing the vast majority of Jews in America, which is really dangerous and really harmful.
The thing is, he had to clean it up. That's the whole thing.
It's not clear why he went to this pro-Israel crazy, becoming like a champion.
He had to clean it up because he had to align himself under Trump. You line yourself under Trump, you line yourself under AIPAC, right? Trump was like, yo, you need to clean that shit up because I can't bring you with me if you saying this shit. So he cleaned it up and he recognized, okay, Israel is our allies. Let me clean this shit up and let me get on this right-wing Islamophobic anti-black train and we're just going to unite over those sentiments.
Yeah. I appreciate your new fellow. You get it. Like, there's just like it's like people pitting identities against each other here, and like there's all these like subtle internal bigotries that we're like missing the bigger picture here. We're getting like hung up on, it's such a complicated alliance to explain, and I understand, and you're muddying it.
I understand.
I was talking to a right-wing Israeli Zionist that's in this room right now. He has a buttercut picture. This was a couple years ago. I said, why would you share a stage with Pepe and mod him, knowing his anti-black stance, knowing his white supremacist stance? He said, brother, I don't give a fuck what he feels about your community, as long as he's pro-Zionist.
Chilling. That's anti-Jewish in my opinion. We have a long, at least on the progressive Jewish side, legacy of social justice, and it's like foundational to the way I understand at least modern American Jewish identity. And like that really, it grosses me out that our Jewish institutions have been so cowardly about this issue, how they endorse Elon Musk's Hitler thing, like Hitler salute. I mean, it's just, why would anyone? It's not even clear anymore what it means to be Jewish. It's like it's just really shattering. It's like the world, the earth is jerked out from under us. Everything we thought was right is suddenly like our institutions are turning on us and demonizing us, along with Nazis like Charlie Kirk.
No, I know there needs to be
there are a lot of leftist Jews who are truly leftist, who believe in leftist values in America. I'm with you. I believe in leftist
The
values.
vast majority of Jews, that's who they're demonizing.
I might be a Muslim, and we might be, the way I come off in my conversations, because it has to do with the conflict. I present my views from that angle, but from within America, I'm a leftist. So I'll tell you the values and principles and ideals that don't talk about any identity. That we should axiomatically believe in this stuff. So we're against racism. We're against, ethno-supremacy. We're against ideological supremacy, support, the freedoms of everyone to worship and commit to any tradition they want and identify any way they want. I'm with you on these
And Mikhail, and that's
and I believe
precisely.
a lot of Jews do believe in these values.
And that's precisely what Charlie Kirk is demonizing and characterizing as Jewish, driven by Jews and Jewish power. Just as you see Jewish power, promoting this pro-Zionist conventions, he sees Jewish power as fighting white people and promoting this spirit of inclusivity and human and social justice.
Yeah, he terrorizes Jews. So he terrorizes Jews that you shouldn't go against me because you advocate because I'm no different than Zionism. That's what he says.
He says we're advocating for our own demise by believing in justice for all and equality, basically. That's his argument. And that's the vast majority of Jews that have these values. American Jews. That's just American Jewish identity.
Yeah, we're all equal.
It is essential to it. Yeah.
We're all equal. The thing is that he uses to terrorize you guys is that, Israel sees that, it's a Jewish state and you celebrate Zionism. So, if you celebrate that, why is it only exclusive to Jews and why can't I also celebrate that, that mentality or that ideology? Or that ideal, why can't I?
Yeah.
This is what the white guy is saying in America. This is the WASP mentality. This is how they got you guys hijacked.
And I think you actually made a point earlier, and I want to take it a step further about the sort of the through line between Zionism and this Christian supremacy, right? He sees Israel as being, like it or not, whether they are or not, for the people who take issue with this, he sees them as an ethno-state that espouses these Judeo-supremacist ideals, and he wants that in America. That's what he believes America should be, right? And so that's the through line. That's what he admires. That is clear. So essentially, what you're doing, Bibi Kapara and Aleph and Norm, when you fetishize this man, is you are aligning yourself with this through line that he's painted, which is that that Zionism is synonymous with Jewish supremacy, because he himself believes that this is a noble, worthy aspiration. I don't know if that made any sense, Mikhail. Maybe you can explain it better than I can.
That makes sense.
So, I don't know.
I mean, the problem with the left, we're altruistic. We want to speak in principles and ideals. When we get to the nuances of it all, we don't want to be, trying to even bring up identity or culture. So, or even talk about race or anything like that. We don't want it. We always want to keep it general. And I think that's it's not working out. We gotta be at this point. We gotta really line up what we believe in, and that's it. We gotta pass judgment. If we know what the ideals are, we gotta start condemning. And I believe the left in America is doing that. We're finally kicking in. It's especially when it comes down to Israel.
Is Cleto Pepe? Who's Cleto?
Yeah, that's Pepe.
Okay. So he's supremacist?
That is being oppressed. That is being oppressed. this final like awakening that we're having. Finally, we're gonna be altruistic and we're gonna be honest and we're gonna condemn what needs to be condemned. This is being oppressed in America right now, and the bedrock of all this is our universities. And if they manage to like enclose us within the universities and like oppress us using the very institution, like that destroys who we are. And at that point, we need to
What are you talking
fight
about?
back against this.
What are the universities doing? I mean, I know there's like this debate about free speech happening, but I think both sides claim the universities are being weaponized against them, right? So
yeah.
So I don't like that's another sort of hot.
Well,
like,
why is it being weaponized now? Like, why now over Israel? Like, all of this is happening. Like, why is it shift? Why is the freedom of speech and like the way it's presented in America being dictated by the event that is Israel and what's happening in Gaza? Like, why is that the case? Why is it so influential in American politics? And
I mean, I think the genocide is part of it. I mean, I understand why it's the number one. For a while, it was the number one story. I mean, for Israel is, and America have this unique relationship, right? And Israel does have, because of Israel's relationship with America and AIPAC sort of influence on our politics. A lot of things that happen in Israel are big news, right? But then the war, which has turned into this proxy war with like Iran and Russia and China, of course it's the main story. I mean, I don't think that's like a conspiracy theory, mostly. And plus there's like a fucking genocide happening that's supposed to never happen again, in my opinion. Allegedly, okay, guys?
I don't know, like, there's been a genocide happening, and I'm not saying, like, just Palestine. I'm telling you, since the war on terror happened, there have been millions of Muslims who have been killed around the world, and especially in the Arab world. And, there have been conflicts that have been brewing in this region, and there seems to be no end to this. And when we always look at these conflicts, we're seeing a Western hand. There's always a Western hand in these conflicts.
Okay, Pepe wants to come up, Buttercup. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah. And so,
isn't Pepe like now? A bigot? Like, I don't know, why should someone said he's like a white supremacist guy that got clipped at the chest?
Well, let's see what he has to say, because he's one of the Kahanas. So
is he?
I want to see why.
What's his background?
Why, as a Zionist,
I can't do another like anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist.
It's not that he's not unreasonable. He just like he doesn't really.
He's in the rooms with BB. Yeah.
Okay. What's up, Pepe? What's up?
What's up? So you're conflating Mayor Kahana with Nazis?
No, I'm not. So I'm going to explain again. Mayor Kahanis, as you may know, are the far right in Israel. They are followers of Mayor Kahana who espouse violence and are kind of the root of all the violence that comes from Israeli society. But the reason I'm using the word Kahanis, Vincent, is because me and Amos, who runs the coexistence room, we use the word Kahanis tongue-in-cheek to describe Bibi Kapara and Harry Balzac and those sort of reflexive pro-Israel extremists. But obviously they are not followers of Mayor Kahanas. These are Americans, and the Kahanas movement is an Israeli movement. So we're talking about Israeli sort of reflexive, far-right, pro-Israel people who just attack anyone who disagrees with them.
But didn't Mayor Kahana get his start in the United States? He started the Jewish Defense League?
Yeah. So they're a fringy thing. I have no idea that
what was wrong with the Jewish Defense League? In other words, he was telling
Jews
Jews not to be a bunch of fucking pussies and to stand up for themselves.
Okay. So you are a Kahanis. You're like a literal Kahanis.
I'm not a Jew. I'm not a but I do.
But you like that
He
idea.
believes in the
Yes.
ideology.
Oh yeah, I think Israel would be a better place if people believed, and followed what he believed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me clarify then. This room is not about people like you who actually espouse Mayor Kahana's view. They're about Bibi Kapara's room on Clubhouse, who fetishize Charlie Kirk, who we are arguing is a Christian supremacist who actually espouses views that are against Jewish interests. And so that's what we're arguing.
Well, is that factual though?
Yes,
we presented some evidence, and I'm not saying it's factual. That's our opinion, and we're presenting this opinion and the evidence we have, and we gave people a chance to respond if they could respond civilly. If you have a different view, I'm open to hearing it.
Sure. I was raised Catholic, so we don't believe that there needs to be a state of Israel. Israel is the church, at least Catholic doctrine. We have our own covenant with God. It doesn't supersede the covenant that God has with Jews. However, we do not believe there has to be a Jewish state in which Jews have to be there warring with the world, and then the rapture is going to happen, and whatever stupid shit that these evangelicals believe. That's so foreign to me. But I'm a Zionist. I mean, they have a country, and just to be fair, it was a shithole. There was nothing there.
We're people there.
It's a regional superpower.
Okay, I don't want to get into the history of Israel. I think the topic here, Cleo, and I am interested to hear your views as someone who identifies with the Kahanist ideology or thinks at least it's worthwhile. It serves the Jewish people, at very least, right? I am interested to hear what you think about the fact that, Charlie Kirk, whether this sort of recent alliance, since Trump came in office, he's sort of courted a lot of white supremacists and Proud Boys and white nationalist groups, and also courted the far-right pro-Israel right and Republican Jewish establishment. And as a result, they're sort of in bed together. And since then, we've seen a lot of alliances between sort of this far-right, Christian right, white supremacist personalities and the pro-Israel cause. And we're seeing sort of a lot of collaboration between these two used to be very polarized segments of society.
Sure. So as somebody who's been in more dissident right-wing circles, a lot of you would call it far right. It doesn't matter. Charlie Kirk has been the butt of jokes, including from people like myself. I'm not going to lie. I've always looked at him as kind of like a tool of the Republican Party, to basically win over young conservatives. Now, I think he's a very gifted individual in terms of his debate tactics. I couldn't do what he did, and most people couldn't. With that being said, I don't think that he was in bed with us. I think that we looked at him as kind of a. And this isn't a fault of his. He was doing his job. But
he was like a shill for the Israeli government, wasn't he?
No.
Or do you think he was an opportunist just trying to get clicks because this is really good for the algorithm?
No. He's somebody. First of all, there was.
I am curious about how you characterize him as someone who's kind of studied him more than most of us.
Sure. So do I think he was a quote unquote Zionist shill? Yes. But do I think that he was? First of all, I think there's one thing you have to understand is that a lot of these Republicans that are especially evangelical Christians, Baptists, and so forth. They do believe that stuff. That is truly, authentically who they are. I'm not going to knock him for that. Now, I don't. When it comes to him, if you backtrack 8 years, how this all started, they were. You know who the Groypers are, right? The Nick Fuentes, stands, the followers. Yeah, so in 2016, you would have him and Rob Smith. Rob Smith was a black conservative. He was a veteran, also homosexual. They would be on stage. The Groypers, what they would do is they would line up in the queue to ask questions, and they were very targeted towards Jews. They were targeted towards a lot of people. And of course, they're very, I don't even want to describe the Quakers. They're fucking retards. But they were always fucking with him. And what you've always gotten, I'm somebody who's like spoken a lot with the former leaders of the alt-right, like Jared Spencer. I talked with him quite a bit. When it comes to like quote unquote kosher conservatism, they were not on board with that shit. He was always considered like a normie conservacuck. And I'm somebody who's a Zionist. Like I support Israel. But he's always gotten a lot of shit. But
that's not
at the end of the day, I look at him.
I've already explained this to you a million times.
Well, okay, but hold on a second.
Zionism is that
I just want to finish. I'll finish with this one. I just want to finish this one point. He's somebody who I think genuinely was. He likely did stand for principles that he actually believed. I've never seen anything racist. He never said anything racist. He never said anything anti-Semitic. And that's why he got bullied from the right. And then, yet at the same time, what's really ironic is that he's being persecuted as this fucking Nazi, this bigot, but he never did that fucking shit. That is what actually is pissing me off the most.
Can we read something to you? Let's read something directly from his words, okay? Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, Kirk said on the show. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country. That's one thing.
Post the link. There's one thing. There's one thing Jews aren't going to deny this. There's no shortage of baggy left-wing Jews in the United States. Like, they're a dime a dozen. Like, we can agree on that.
I don't think he's going to agree it's anti-Semitic because his statements.
Zionist Jews are so loud, but there are a lot of liberal Jews and people.
No, listen, Cleto, I don't think you're going to see it as anti-Semitic, the quotes we're going to give you, because he mainly demonizes left-wing Jews and progressive Jews, and in the way that the pro-Israel right demonizes left-wing Jews. And so I think because you consider it the way you identify yourself, I think you'll probably think his views are accurate, and left-wing Jews are a threat to society in the way he describes.
Yeah, I would say, Jewish people...
And maybe contributing to their own demise or their own harm or whatever.
Sure, absolutely. I do think
so then, I don't know, there's no point in debating it, really, because you kind of espouse the same...
No, I'm saying, I would say the difference is, like, at least you guys are a much smaller portion of the population. I would say Jews are very... I'm just going to say this is very taboo to say, but I would say on average a little bit smarter than white Gentiles, and they tend to
kicking in.
Amazing.
But why didn't he
hold on.
He's a Judophile, it's fine. So he's a philo-Semite.
Okay, yeah, philo-Semite, amazing.
Wow.
I'm just going off of just like you can just look at the track record between white Gentiles and particular type of Jews, and they, one group is obviously very overrepresented in being successful. I mean,
there's like social external things that contribute to that, though.
It doesn't matter
what
contributed. Sure, it doesn't matter what contributed to that. However, what matters is that they have an oversized contribution. It is what it is. I can't fucking control that. Now, when it comes to
it must be eugenics.
I would say that when it comes
it's really going off the rails.
But I would say when it comes to the left-wing Jews versus let's say left-wing Gentiles, you're obviously going to have a little bit of an overrepresentation amongst the left-wing Jews, and and they're every bit as obnoxious as the left-wing Gentiles. I don't know how to say this. This is not even me like saying anything negative about Jews, or if anything, it's saying that they tend to be a little bit more. I mean, Buttercup, are you gonna say that they're not on average a little bit more successful than us? I mean, it's common fucking sense.
I mean, I'm Jewish, so
You guys are more. Yes, I do too. But you guys are on average. I'm talking about
some
averages.
of them are on this app. The Kahanis we were referring to are the dumb Jews among us. You know,
but on average,
and bad at math.
But on average, are Jews not a little bit more successful than white Gentiles? It's an obvious fucking answer. It's yes. It is resounding fucking yes.
I don't want to get into this. This is like a eugenics debate, which I'm not really comfortable.
It's not a eugenics.
Actually, I think Palestinians are rising. To be honest, everyone I know who grew up in like a refugee camp in the West Bank and clawed their way out is super successful and overeducated. So I don't know. I think
some of them can be, just like in Kuwait.
It has to do with history and social context. There's a million things. Jews were forced into finance because they were forced to be money lenders. So of course they had.
I know all that, but even the Lebanese Christians, I would say, are very similar to Jews. Where like wherever they go in the world, they tend to be pretty successful. Sure, there can be context because of
these are external things that shape people.
Sure, that is fine, and that very well could be the case. I'm not even arguing that it's quote unquote genetic. I don't think so Lebanese Christians are smarter than us.
Let's move on. What's the point? There's a point. What is the point you're trying to
make? My point is that you're like sitting here not wanting to admit that Jewish people, by and large, have been able to, I guess, elevate the ladder and have some of the loudest microphones. They obviously have. Okay, so when I compare lefty Jews to lefty Gentiles, there's obviously a disproportionate amount of Jews that are going to be amongst the most obnoxious lefties. Ezra Klein. I actually listened to Ezra Klein. Like Ezra Klein's a good example. What is there, Pac-Man?
Yeah, but also
there's a
on
bunch
the
of
right,
Jews
dude. But wait, also on the right you have loudmouth Jews that are very vocal. Shapiro, right? You have
Shapiro. Yes, but I said they're kind of overrepresented. Generally,
more than the right?
No, I'd say both. I would say both. But I said it's kind of like, okay, well, are you making the argument
you're trying to make here?
Is the argument that you're trying to make is that Jews just like fucking weasel their way into these positions and only platform each other?
No. There's many social and sociological reasons for why Jews are very, very active in politics. And very active and very vocal.
Which ethnic group is the most active in politics in the United States?
No, it's not a fucking contest. Who gives a shit? What's your point?
Yeah. No, Jews are. Literally, Jews are.
Okay, but what's your point in the context of whether or not...
because somebody was trying to sit here and like you guys are trying to make it sound because some of the loudest leftists are Jewish. Somehow that's anti-Semitic. No, it's not. Like they're overrepresented on the left, like they are on the fucking right. Like I.
All right, thank you for sharing your view. Okay, fine. Does anyone else want to speak? Butch, you have any thoughts? Or this new guy with the blue hat? I don't know how to say your name because it's in another language.
What's the topic?
The topic is Charlie Kirk and whether or not he's a bigot.
Do you think Hamas would have spared raping? I don't know. You could be an ugly bitch, but do you think Hamas would have spared raping you or killing you?
Oh my God.
As someone who could
Where did that come from?
That was
As someone who could have been potentially one of the people on October 7th, I'll tell you that that we're not about that.
I think Hamas would tolerate Nora.
That's what Pepe does when he loses an argument.
Pepe thinks like we're.
Why did it go into rape? Like that was such a turn. Jesus Christ.
He's
a Gentile cop.
We're Islamists, we're Muslims, we're not Christians. Like they went in Bosnia and they started raping the Muslims there. We're not like that. We don't do what Christians.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. This was it was like a weird.
Yeah, his first instinct.
Yeah.
His first instinct. Just to talk shit.
Tell me about you. Who are you? I don't know you.
But yeah, so I had to tell me by saying like, yo, as a Muslim, like I don't support the killing of Charlie Kirk, and
I don't either. Of course not.
even though this guy was, someone who talked shit about Muslims, he talked shit about Islam quite often. I think even his most recent tweet, he had a debate recently, just completely shitting on Muslims. No, I just I don't agree, with that. So just like I still, the loss of a life is still like a loss of a life, So all life is precious type thing. But yeah, it's just So, and here's the thing, though. Here's another thing.
Way about Gaza. He didn't feel that way about what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah, I know. He just because he didn't feel like that, we don't have to, type thing. But I would say another thing is like when you look at the population of Muslims in America, it's only 1%. So why are
So yeah, why is he writing
guys like Cleo? Yeah, why are they even like what are they like so threatened about?
They're obsessed,
I understand maybe. Yeah, I understand maybe Europeans, complaining about Muslims or whatever, but literally, why would as an American, why do you what do you have to really stand on? So that's kind of
maybe.
And actually, white terrorists have caused way more harm to our country than Muslims overall. I mean, most terrorists in our country are homegrown.
I'll blame the left for that.
No, but they're right wing. They're mostly right.
You mean domestic terrorists, white domestic?
Yeah, I mean most mass murders and shootings and hate, fueled by hatred and hate crimes are fueled by white loner types, right? In America.
That Cleo guy ran out the room, man.
I think that's what the FBI said. He said
he doesn't want to be clipped again.
The FBI said the number one threat is not terrorism; it's white incels.
Yeah.
But I noticed something about that Pepe individual. This guy, he when it comes to Muslims, he's ready to attack Muslims and talk shit about them. But when it comes to Jews, he's very hesitant. I noticed that he doesn't he really watches his words. And he's very careful about what he says.
Yeah, it's the same thing Kirk did. It's the same thing a lot of these white supremacists do. They want to align themselves with allies over the sentiments of Islamophobia as well as anti-blackness for power or some semblance of power. And we see it on the macrocosm with Charles Kirk. We also see it on the microcosm with the Pepes, the BBs, the Harrys. So, as well as the Abbeys and the Pepes, they love each other. They go crazy for each other.
There's also
there was a weird a men's rightsy incel vibe there with Pepe. He immediately went to whether or not I'm hot enough to rape. That's a strange.
That was sick.
That was disgusting. He seemed reasonable, and then suddenly it sounded psychotic.
I hope John Kitover caught that one. Don't delete that, John.
That's Pepe. He's the radio show guy, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess so.
Latino?
I don't know. You just said he's Catholic. Is he Latino?
Yeah, he's probably Latino. He's probably one of those no sabos.
Cauliflower, tell me about you. Where do you fall in this whole thing?
So I feel nothing for this person.
Charlie Kirk.
Who was shot. Yeah, I mean, it was really weird. I felt a little bit, I questioned myself briefly, is something wrong with me? Because I had watched the video and I was eating my lunch, while this happened. And I just left it on the Instagram loop. I was I just couldn't kind of stop watching it. It was really weird. I was am I a psychopath or what?
It looks like a movie. I mean, it doesn't look real.
Yeah. I tried to get myself to feel bad for the guy, but I just fucking can't. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel bad for him, for his family. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to cause him pain. I'm almost traumatized just by the amount of gore we see on the news these days.
Well, okay, look, we've been seeing all kinds of stuff happen to immigrants, to people in war, people in Gaza, people, you know, and it's just kind of like when you see something like this, it's like, yeah, because, you know, they've been doing it to other people, so. But I think my biggest concern is they're going to want their lick back.
Yeah.
One minute he was talking about gun control, and then he gets shot in the neck with a gun. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, but he said, what did he say? It's worth it? Or something like that?
Is it the gang violence? So he was defending gun violence, and then he dies, you know?
Somebody shot him. Yeah, the last words he ever said was gang violence. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
The guy says, what do you think about the mass shootings? He's, what about the gang violence? Bang, he's dead.
Well, you know.
He was a gang member?
Well, you know, it's people like Charles Kirk that overblow statistics and overblow certain things in certain communities to push an agenda, right? So he's going to overblow gang violence, even though black-on-black crime is 12,000 people a year. And so that's way under, that's a point percentage of the actual African Americans, the 40 million that are in the United States. So this is not something that's plaguing us. This is 12,000 people a year, right? And this is something that we can work together on as Americans to quell over time. President Trump's doing it in his own way, which, you know, I somewhat support, you know, sending in troops. And it's proven to work in Washington, D.C., you know what I mean? So, you know, amongst other things, I think there's other things that we could do to cut that number down. But what these anti-black people do is they overblow the statistics. Like, this is just plaguing the black community, right? And they rely on how people view us in mainstream media to push that narrative as well. When white people overrepresent themselves in online pedophilia and child sex trafficking, and sex trafficking has become the number 2 illegal operation in the United States.
All right, so this is like veering into anti-white, like, you know.
No. I'm saying that they're
overrepresented. Like, let's not like smear anyone, generalize about anyone.
No, these are statistics. These are .gov statistics.
You're doing the same thing he's doing.
No, we're doing the same thing they accuse us.
No, but this is what I'm saying. If 12,000 people are.
So what Charlie Kirk said about us, that we smeared white people.
If 12,000 people die from black-on-black crime a year, right? But if we go over to child trafficking, that affects 300,000 to 600,000 kids a year. So what I'm saying is they overblow these black statistics to push anti-black agendas. And Charlie Kirk has been doing that for the past few years, but he's been taking it to the max for the past week.
Yeah, the guy was a real pain in the neck.
What do you
oh my God.
What do you guys think triggered it?
Who do you think is recording my room? Is that John? Is that who?
Yeah, he literally has a room right now called Buttercup 2.0, calling Charlie Kirk and Jews Nazis.
Who's that?
Stupid. And what?
No, it's John Kitover, and it's in the house called A Mere Terrorist Call FBI.
Oh my God.
Stop, it's like a fucking shit show.
Is that Mayor's room?
No, this is John Kitover.
How does he juggle so many accounts at once? I don't get it.
He has 57 phones. He has 57 phones.
How? How does he have
57 accounts?
Client who pays him? Like, how does he get money?
He's crazy. He's literally crazy.
Guys, I have a question. Okay, first, well, maybe two questions, but first, what do you think was the straw that broke the camel's back for when it came to Charlie Kirk? And then number two is like, who do you guys think is next?
What do you mean? What caused
Who
someone
do
to
you
shoot
guys
him?
think is next?
I mean, you think it's gonna stop here?
I don't think he caused his own death. First of all, no one deserves to get shot. I don't believe in vigilante justice.
It was only a matter of time, honestly. I'm surprised, like, how far this guy got, like, because I know
They have a suspect yet?
That's what I'm waiting on to pass any judges.
That's what everybody's
No, I
waiting
don't
on.
think
Yeah.
so.
They've been released already, so I don't know what's going
They had two suspects, I think, and they released both of them. So they don't know who did it.
Hmm.
Well, Utah has the most white people per capita. And then so if we go to white people, they do the most mass shootings per capita. So it's statistically conducive for it to happen in Utah.
Vincent, you're like obsessed with me. I don't even think I've had one conversation with this guy, and he's fucking obsessed with me. Is Vincent someone else? Does anyone know who Vincent is?
He's like this black convert. He's now Jewish now. I don't know. That's what people think. Well, he's a Zionist, obviously, because I don't know.
Vincent, I think you might have a wrong impression of me. I engage with Jews because they're my people, and I think I want to have a dialogue with them, okay? I'm not trying to defame you or anybody. I just feel that, I have a different opinion about Gaza and the Israel-Palestine conflict, and I feel the need to vent my frustration and engage with Jewish people who have a different view. That's all, okay?
He's a chat warrior. He does this in every room. Like, just, he never comes up. You never hear his voice. You never hear his intellect. He's just a chat warrior.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Do I need to push the limit? I'll push the limit on this guy. Like, at the end of the day, the left is an alliance. So if you've been in American university, yeah, you understand. Yes, exactly. So we are an alliance, and so this guy literally went against Islam, advocated for pretty much like destroying us and destroying our ideology and outlawing us, and so he wasn't subtle, at least when it came down to Islam and Muslims. Deport all Muslims anyways. So, from that perspective, yeah, fuck him, obviously. So I don't give a crap about him. Like, he put himself against Islam and Muslims for some sort of like global agenda and a crusader agenda, and he paid the price. So I don't know. Just in case it might be one of us. I don't know. It could be. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe. Could be one of us. But so before, if it turns out to be one of us, like he there's a weight behind your words, so words do matter, and you're gonna declare yourself an open threat, like. Sure. Is it against the law? Absolutely. It's illegal. No one should go against anybody. You're gonna get persecuted.
Against murder in this room, just to be clear, we're against murder. We just think it's sad that pro-Israel Jews align themselves with this Nazi.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen like that.
It's emblematic of a larger problem, which is that right-wing Jews, because these supremacist right-wing characters vilify and demonize the left wing and especially left wing Jews, and the right wing, the Kahanists, which are the sort of pro-Israel right, they also demonize left wing Jews in the same way, in this vitriolic, horrific way, and also, and then Charlie Kirk did. So we have Nazis and right wing establishment and Kahanis on this app, which again is not referring to literal Kahanis, it's the Bibi Kapara and company and the folks that are in the audience. All vilify people in my community, people like me, left-wing Jews, people who are for equal rights, people who, espouse mainstream Jewish liberal ideals. And they vilify us, they make us seem like we're the root of all evil. They call me names on this app every single day. And they're just falling into the same trap of like hatred and exclusion and bigotry.
Buttercup, you always know the right is always going to start going into like, they're going to attack identity, and they're always going to, if you're black, they're going to attack you, and they're going to bring up your demographics. If you're white, they're going to do this. If you're Jewish, they're going to do. If you're Middle Eastern, they're going to do this. So you know how they do it. Like, this is just the general way of the right in America. They come after you. They usually tackle your race or your identity, and they attack that.
Yeah.
So
I guess to me it's personal because I feel like my people have like bought in this hateful ideology, hook, line, and sinker. They really, really embrace Charlie Kirk. Israelis especially that I'm friendly with would send me his clips not knowing the context at all. They only know him for his pro-Israel sort of rants. And they don't know what he stands for, and it really just breaks my heart that he's like torn my community apart, that he's hijacked like half of my community, and they don't know that they're aligning themselves with people who espouse hateful things that ultimately will come for them one day.
Can I ask you a question, Buttercup?
Yeah, of course.
If you don't mind.
Of course.
What's the difference between a left-wing Jew and a right-wing Jew? I thought we were all right-wing. We're the God's chosen people.
Are you Jewish?
Chosen people. Of course I'm Jewish.
And you think we're all right-wing? Have you live in America?
How could you be on a left wing and have other religions and other people, but I'll be under the,
Is this a real person?
God?
Do you guys know this guy?
I mean, so far he's had some. Clearly, he's witty.
So, I don't know what rock you've been living under, but I understand that because of Israel and a lot of Jews, their identities are linked with Israel. They veer to the right because they think that Republican Party better represents Israel's interests.
Donald Trump loves us, yes.
Israel, you mean? He doesn't love us. He loves Israel. I mean, he doesn't love Israel even. He just is good at pandering to Jews and making them think that he's like Israel's best friend, right?
He's doing a good job.
I don't know. It's not looking very good for anybody over there. Just saying. A lot of people are dying. Kids are dying.
Netanyahu just bombed Iran. Thank you.
Who is this guy? Is this a real person? This is not a real person.
That might be Norm.
And there's like this
Sounds like Norm.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Norm.
But we had another show on here that was making it with the same exact voice. I moved them down too, but they had another. It was like Buttercup, but like Butch Buttercup.
I'm loving the Buttercup.
You got me for like a second.
I'm loving the Buttercup PTOs they got going on.
But yeah, it should be angry. Oh yeah, those guys.
That's it's cute.
Wait.
It's like.
Somebody was talking about Hassan Piker earlier. The Korean person, the person with the Korean name. They're saying that Hassan Piker actually witnessed this live, watched it live. He's like a street. Do you guys know who Hassan Piker is?
Yeah, of course. I love Hassan.
Okay.
But I don't think it should happen like this. We're in America, free speech. The guy offered himself to be debated. You know what I mean? College to college. It could have been a thing where he only showed the debates that he won. Who knows? How he marketed himself.
Definitely.
But what I'm saying is that this is not good for our democracy. It's not good for our politics. I'm a kind of person where I feel like I can defeat anyone intellectually, and he offered himself to intellectually spar with many people, like that was his whole brand.
I mean, he has his ass handed to him quite a few times.
Yeah, so I feel like to resort to.
But they don't promote those clips, right?
Yeah, I feel like to resort to it, it's kind of the coward's way. Even if I feel like he's anti-black, even if I feel like he's.
Every clip I've seen, he didn't really engage on the issues. He was just snarky. He was like a norm character, you know.
I just feel like we could have defeated him intellectually. We could have defeated him in other ways. And played chess.
Of course, no, we should never endorse violence.
No. I've already discussed with Pepe a lot. Like, if you break him, if you break him down to the ideals, like if you go, you'll see that he will align with the ideals. So if
we're talking about Pepe, or
yeah, Pepe is like a leftist in ideals, but like he's just like someone who is.
I was talking about Kirk.
I thought you were talking about Kirk.
Yeah, I was talking about Kirk, but maybe he's talking about Pepe.
Oh, Kirk is a wasp. Like,
seems like he broke at some point in this conversation.
They're all wasps. It's just like white guys who are usually on the right are usually wasps, and at different degrees will advocate the extremism. The extremists will advocate for like a wasp state, and you'll see those are the ones who are obsessed with like Jews and Zionists. So those kind of wasps were practically like Nazis at that point.
They're all mad at the mainstream media right now. They feel like they're not getting any love from the mainstream media. They feel like everything is promoting like interracial marriages. They feel like they're being like whited out. They feel like their racial stock amongst the world is dwindling. They're so used to having this semblance of white power that they're starting to get worried. They're mad at like the internet and TikTok, which is why they're trying to ban it. They're mad that like all this BIPOC indigenous sovereignty and remembrance is happening amongst the people, and they are they're scrambling right now. They're scrambling,
Yeah, they're scrambling because there's a reason they are scrambling, because the demographics are gonna flip in America. Like we're talking, you gotta be honest. People, the right and the left in America, they are represented based on like racial lines. There's a racial correlation to the left and the right in America.
Yeah.
Just if one demographic grows, the left also grows. We're reaching a tipping point. Latinos are going to be the majority demographic by 2070, and so that's why that could explain a lot of the new like ICE policies.
So Kirk,
Ustad, real quick, Ustad, what were you saying about Hassan Piker earlier? Or we can table it. I just wanted to let him know that I wanted to ask, about Hassan Piker. But yeah, though, if you want to keep going.
Let's change the topic. Let's talk about Hassan Piker or about him.
Yeah, so apparently he was watching the shooting live. Like he didn't know it was going to happen. He was just watching it live, and he had obviously a horrific reaction to it. And he said like he was urging his followers not to make fun of the shooting or the death of Charlie Kirk, because he said this is terrible and stuff like that. And he also felt like that he might be next.
Did you see this video? Yeah, because they're gonna want their like. Did you see the video of Hassan reacting?
No. It was. I was watching Kyle from Secular Talk, and he was talking about it. So, but I think the video's out there. It's not really hard to find, but yeah.
Piker isn't stupid. He's not gonna go in the middle of a university and set himself up. Like he would have probably gotten shot long before Kirk did. Honestly.
Kirk, like I said, Kirk represented their white knight. He was the one that's supposed to go to the universities and galvanize the youth and fight and push back on leftist ideology that seemed to be spreading faster in these institutions of higher education. Why? Because they're learning the truth of the world.
Not only that.
Not really. They're losing, dude.
His purpose is also to thwart like the young people or youth from accepting the ideology of Nick Fuentes. Like Nick Fuentes is like somebody who's rising becoming extremely popular among among young people.
Well, also the leftist ideologies, right? Like white people are seeing their children radicalize and support pro-Palestinian agendas in record numbers right now, similar to when the Black Panthers linked up with the white kids at the universities and became anti-war during that time. And we all know that once that happened, that's when the U.S. government started going after the Black Panthers and locking them up until this very day. I think a Black Panther just got out like 6 months ago. So they're really worried. They're scrambling. And they needed people like Kirk to go and galvanize the youth, get them back on board with conservative agendas, right-wing agendas, and he was their white knight.
Yeah. You know what interesting thing about Kirk is that...
I'm sorry, but someone was kind enough to post in the chat, Free Palestine posted in the chat, the actual video of him saying the anti-Semitic stuff that we're trying to demonstrate, he said. Is it okay if I play it real quick?
Yes.
Okay. So here's...
They went all Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing, anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Cogman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of it, so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We were on top of it. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Jewish community.
All right, so that's the clip of him blaming Jews for Marxism, blaming Jews for financing, lefty causes, and just sort of like drawing this like vast conspiracy of.
Further putting you all in danger. Yeah, I think that's what that's doing as well.
He's generalizing. Listen, I'm not saying there aren't influential Jews who are moneyed. There's George Soroses who have influence and money, but there's to attribute that much power. Oh, here's another one.
To do, and Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
Okay. So I think that's pretty explicit. These are like, if you're not like trained in recognizing anti-Semitic tropes, this is the classic anti-Semitic tropes about moneyed Jews controlling everything and having too much power and driving political trends.
But I don't think he was speaking I think he was speaking as an ally. He was as
an ally to the right-wing Jews, but he was demonizing the left-wing Jews, which is the majority of Jews in America. So it sounded like
he was speaking to all Jews and he was giving them advice. He was like, you guys need to stop, something like that,
Right. I think he was saying stop the left-wing powerful Jews, right? Like the influential left-wing Jews.
Well, he never said left or right wing. That's his problem. That's
So he said the donors. He kept talking about the donors, and whenever people talk about George Soros, yes, he's an influential left-wing Jew, but like people usually, he's a stand-in for like Jewish influence, Jewish money, Jewish power. You know.
I think which is a usual talking point, is that you are seeing behind a lot of the organizations that are for inclusion and minority advocate like organizations, that you will usually see big Jewish sponsors of, if not themselves, being run by liberal Jews. So that's usually what it is, and that he sees these inclusion and minority advocate organizations or migration or immigrant organizations as anti-white organizations. That's just how he sees it.
I think HASC is one of them. HASC was like a Jewish, it was like a refugee, it supports immigrants basically. And it's when they blame the white replacement theory, people blame on Jews. They say, oh, because they support immigrants, they're trying to replace us, and that's why Jews are responsible for this white replacement or whatever.
And how do they justify this? Because they use Zionism. So you're like, oh, all you Jews, you're advocates of Zionism, right? So it's like, if Zionism, you're preserving a Jewish ethno-state by controlling the demographics in the region. So why so we have legitimacy here. So what we're advocating for has legitimacy. So the right in America is getting away with advocating for these policies and like what you're seeing today with ICE, because they can like corner Jews in America with Zionism.
Right. I mean, they're trying to sort of weaponize Zionism. They're like, if you're a true Zionist, you won't join these lefty causes. Basically, they're trying to manipulate. They're basically saying, like Trump has said it too. He's basically saying like he's made statements like, Jews who don't support Israel, Jews who don't support him, basically are endangering themselves. Anyone who doesn't support Trump is endangering themselves. They're not looking out for themselves because they don't support. That means they don't support Israel by proxy. And this is like a talking point on the far right, basically.
Yeah. Actually, I would say it's one of their main angles.
And it's interesting. People accuse Jews of like being too influential. I think Jews are being influenced and exploited by this sort of like the divisive political forces, right? They're being manipulated and hijacked by these like far right people who say, who are exploiting their loyalty to Israel and their fealty to the Israeli government and putting them in bed with people who actually hate them,
There can't be the problem, and I'll tell you, especially with the leftist Jews, like it's too late in the game for you to be caught and frozen like a deer in front of headlights when someone puts you in when someone on the right asks you about Zionism. Your position should be very clear. We don't need to be educating you on what Zionism is. We don't need to be educating you on what's going on in Palestine or the Greater Project or the War on Terror. Like none of this, it's too late in the game for you as someone on the left to not be aware of this and aware of what's going on when it comes down to this conflict. And our greater doings as America and our foreign policy in the wars since 9/11, even before, so we got to be clear. And as a generation, there is no reason for ignorance. We have social media. Everything's accessible.
Or supporting
So, you can't be on the left and be ignorant at this point. Your position should be clear. What you're advocating for should be clear.
Yeah.
And that's a problem with a lot of leftist Jews. Like, the right comes in, blah, Israel. And then they're like, that's not going to work.
Listen, I think a lot of Jews are conflicted about Israel, and I don't like it's a tough thing, right? Like, I don't know if my positions are pure, and we're always like put on this purity test. Like, are you anti-Israel enough to like hang with us liberals, you know? And the fact is, like, I think I don't know if I've discussed it with you, but I've talked to in Amir's room about it. Is our feelings are complicated, you know? Like, a lot of American Jews are especially those who have Eastern European or European ancestry, are just here by an accident of fate. Like, we could have ended up in Israel because we were all refugees at one point, you know? And so for many of us, you know, even if we're harsh critics of the Israeli government, and even if we see what's happening there as a genocide, it's really, really hard to, I think we need to,
And yeah, as I was studying that, it was like people in influence were this, that, and this, and Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
And I was like, word? And so I revisited Ted Kaczynski, and at that point, the manifesto was online,
similar.
on
It was similar type.
and it was about some similar ideas. Like,
Who is Ted Kaczynski?
Continue in the same mindset, or do we
Oh,
understand
shit.
that those were
Y'all ever heard of
those were
Michael Zarsky?
circumstances and they were bad
I
circumstances?
don't think so.
And we should not be advocating for those circumstances.
Oh, okay.
That's where we're at today.
And my kids probably had it on in the background, but yeah, so that's when I was like revisiting, because I grew up with Ted Kaczynski when I was little, but I just remember the face on the news all the time, and the drawing they had with his aviator glasses.
But there's also like there has been movement. I think there's a generation that is really
Yeah, he was in the news when I was like
the narratives
9 or
that have been
10.
fed. I can only speak for American Jews. These
He wore a
refugees have
hoodie,
very different
too.
experience.
He had
but,
the
like,
hoodie.
a
OJ
lot of us
was
who are
happening
raised
around that time.
Zionists
There was a lot of shit going
grew
on in
up
the 90s.
and met
What do they keep calling
Palestinians
now? What, a
legally in
shiesty?
college and heard the other side of the story and just were extremely disillusioned by some of these talking points that were really shallow and
Yeah, so
thoroughly
it was definitely
unconvincing
got their little,
and just not coherent.
I was
And
interested.
so, like, anyone who's like
I had this little
intelligent
stint where I was
and
studying
can think
like
for
all the like
themselves, it's
famous
just feels
Americana
lied to. They feel like they lied to us. And
serial
so there's
killers,
just
and I
like
was
a
trying
real
to see if like there
disillusionment,
was
I
like
think,
a
in my
correlation
generation.
with the IQ and
That,
and
but
these
I
people.
think it's hard
Ted
because we have,
Kaczynski was like one of
you
the
know,
more
I love
unique
people who
ones,
are
but
Zionists who
I
have
don't
views that
think
I
there's like a
even find
correlation with their
abhorrent,
IQ. They're
and
just
it's very
some
hard
of
for
them
me to talk
happen
to
to
them
have high
about this
IQs, but
topic
I don't
because
think
they're my family and I don't want to fight with them. And
But nah, there was
Who
and
they
I
say
think
the
that's where the
smartest
conflict
serial
is. And so
killer
it's like it's
was?
hard when
there was this
people
one guy.
on
He
the
was
left
he was
kind
like
of give us
6
these
foot
purity
something.
tests, these
His name
litmus
was
tests of we're
Edmund
liberal enough,
Kemper.
we meet the
They
requirements.
said he
Like,
had a pretty high IQ.
I really
I
feel
think
like
I
I
heard
get
of that.
more respect in Amir's
Tell the
room
story.
that they too also
So
test my
his
to
dad
make
was like
sure
a
I'm
World War II vet.
anti-Zionist in
His
the right
mom
ways,
was
you
like
know? And it's
some
fine and I'm
teacher
fine
or
with
some
it, I
shit,
can
but like
handle it, but
they
like
were like terrible fucking parents, and they ended up getting divorced.
you know,
And his
I just
mom
it's a tough time right
absolutely
now.
hated
I
him,
understand.
hated his guts, would just terrorize him, make him feel like less than a man, like she hated him a little bit. It was just a terrible experience. So eventually, I think he was like killing animals. You know, they all start off practicing killing some animals.
Otherwise,
Find a motherfucking kid killing animals.
no, this is not
Probably either got
necessarily
a
about,
motherfucking
like,
somebody for the military or a
it's
future
about
serial killer on your hands right here.
What about beating animals?
We don't
They finished the three.
in
It's
ethnic
similar.
states. We
It's,
believe
I used to beat
that
animals.
if there is any sort of
It's three
diversity
that are
of
the big predictors.
demographics
It's
in
sexual
any
abuse,
place,
harming animals, and playing with fire.
and you know,
Yes,
whether
yes,
that's
And
like
if you have all three of those in your childhood,
Not everyone,
yeah, they
not every
correlate that to
pro-Palestine
being
person
kind
believes
of
that.
a
Some people do believe in
psychopathic
an
killer.
ethno-state, but they think
later
it should be
in
a
life.
Palestinian state. Some
Exactly.
people do want
So
to
I
be
guess he
Palestinian.
might have got
Zionism,
that about me such on these stories.
But they do want
Killed
these
his
people to leave.
grandparents.
Like, there are
He
people who
ended up
feel
going
that
living with his
strongly.
grandparents.
They're not a
Killed
monolith
them.
of pro-Palestine.
Got put in a mental institution. He was so high IQ that
American Palestinians. I'm talking about like
mind
the
you, he was
left
weird
in
before he
America,
killed
not
people
like
doing weird shit.
immigrants or people
He might
who are
have
just
he had already started killing animals.
I don't think the left in America is a
He
monolith
ended up
either. And
reading
this is
like the
something that pros or people
psychological
try to paint them as.
manuals
Is
in
this
his,
just like
he finessed like
virulently
the psych
anti-Semitic,
people that let him read the
monolith,
manuals.
hateful
He
people.
ended
I
up
think
reading
there's
like
like a wide
DSM and all
range
of
of
this and
people on the
understanding
left
his
who have
own
different
self as
views
well as
and
just
we've
psychology
created a
and
big
just
tent.
people in general. And he
And
was
I
actually
think it's
used by
really
the FBI to
powerful,
kind
and
of like
I don't like that
profile
like
create the
Jewish
schematics
people
to
on the
map out
left
serial
always cut
killers
through
because
these like
he had
purity
profound
tests.
insight.
When like the
Right,
fact
so-
is we're
so-
fractured and we need
So
to
he ended up finessing
getting out of the fucking place, getting put back in normal society, and his mom, who kind of started this whole journey, and he ended up starting tweaking. So he started.
How do you beat the murder cases?
with his grandpa?
Because he was a juvie.
Oh shit! How old was he when he did that?
Like persecuted.
She like 14.
I didn't see what her parents. We're looking for some LED lights.
So being a
Yeah, he was like 14 when he killed his grandparents. So he ended up getting out. And I guess he was trying to integrate back into society, but he was just a weirdo in general. So imagine he was huge, bro. He was like 6 foot something, 240. Big motherfucker now.
You know, I should also bring this up from what y'all mentioned earlier. And I know El Normo will know this reference. You guys might know it if y'all get into film. But El Normo, you remember the film?
Jews in general are not clear about their positions when they
Goddamn, now I just forgot the name. Silence of the Lambs. Of course. And that was about a serial killer who was like a tranny weirdo guy. Like he was sucking his dick between his thighs, wearing wigs and shit.
Buffalo Bill. I thought they made that about Hannibal Lecter.
Well, Hannibal Lecter was the psychopath in prison who was giving the FBI clues to how to find him. So when Theophilus when he was just talking about that, it kind of brought that light bulb in. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of what they were talking about in Silence of the Lambs. Jodie Foster was a brand new FBI agent who got put on the case. And they were like, if you interview Hannibal Lecter, he might help you find this tranny killer, serial killer. And so the whole movie is about that relationship of her trying to get close to him and kind of like not falling in love with him, but admiring his mind because he's a genius. And he knows that she's a genius too. So he's playing with her, but still trying to help her career. But he's a psychopathic cannibal. You know what I mean? It's a really good movie if you haven't seen it.
No, yeah, my mom used to make me watch them motherfuckers when I was a kid, bro.
I grew
up watching them.
You know what I would do if I
was a psychological
thriller. And I think it's compatible with
psychological thrillers. Hey, Normal, you know what I would do if I was filming? I would write a script, right? I would use real life characters like a fucking Eddie Kemper, but I would put him in it. I would use his archetype and put him in like a different time. Like imagine Eddie Kemper in medieval times. If you had a serial killer with a 2-something IQ, or whatever IQ, high IQ, imagine him being a warlord in some medieval fucking, you know what I'm saying, Game of Thrones type.
There's a precedent for that too.
El Normo, put Ted Bundy and he'd go crazy.
Arminian, there's a historical precedent for that. Look up the serial killer, probably the first prominent serial killer in Western history. Gilles de Rais, French one. G-I-L-L-E-S or G-I-L-E-S D-E-R-A-I-S. Gilles de Rais. Yeah.
I don't know why I heard that name before.
Yeah, there's a novel about him by Joris Carl Leesman, a French novelist, but Gilles de Rais, that motherfucker was crazy. And he was really medieval because he was looking for like the Fountain of Youth or some shit like that. Like he was going wild.
Normal. Think about it, right? Like think about like some of the like great like normal people you know, and like imagine if they were in like if they had actual use cases for him. Like he probably would have been a great warlord if he wasn't such a sicko.
He was a warlord, and then after
like Kemper or something like. Was 6 foot. You know what I'm saying?
Benny, I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Mikhail. Like, I understand that.
Well, if you look into him, you'll see what he got away with. You know, and he was a part of the military at the time. He was a marquis.
That's not the conversation.
But he went off. I mean, he was trying to find like the potion to turn.
Wait, who is Ed? Are you talking about Edmund Kemper?
There are Palestinians that want to create a Palestine.
Yeah, that's who Theophrastus is talking about.
And they're all
who is Edmund Kemper?
He was a big, doofy serial killer who murdered his grandparents.
Oh yeah, that's the same dude. He's still alive. He's like 78.
Even amongst just the Palestinian portion of it, there are.
He's in that series.
The people
What's
who
it
want
called?
to create
Mind Hunters?
Yeah, Mind Hunters. Basically, grab the book.
Y'all hear what I said? He's still alive.
Oh, we heard you.
I'm not supposed to smell that.
Is he free or is he locked up?
No, he locked up.
They never been okay, so yeah, they keeping him alive. They studying him, man. They studying him.
How many times? How many times did they? How many times? How many people did he kill?
But that does
Bro, he
exist.
started killing college girls, bro. He started,
No, but that does
he
exist.
started, cause you remember like when feminism really took off in the 70s and shit, when it became super mainstream, a lot of people was just like, oh, let's be hitchhikers. I don't know what in their brain just said, hey, since we're free, let's hitchhike. But motherfuckers started hitchhiking, and niggas like him and Ted Bundy was just preying on them and shit. And so, you know, killing a bunch of girls and shit. And then he killed his mom at the end, bro. He killed his mom, cut her head off, and did some freaky degenerate shit with her.
What?
Yeah, bro.
Anyway,
Cut her head off and did some freaky degenerate shit.
Yeah, he's very degenerate. Yeah, he did.
What did he fuck his arm in the face?
I don't even want to talk about it. It's so freaky, bro.
I don't.
that's not even
Sometimes I think I might be trolling you. When you're talking about the benefits of the free market, man. I go from hitchhiking to Uber, bro. Like that's solved a major problem that was going on with that hitchhiking. Was it hitchhiking a thing? It wasn't a thing that Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but you know, so I won't use that as a prime example. But like you guys said, man, people out here hitchhiking and getting picked up by Ted Bundy. Damn, you ain't got no star ratings, you ain't got no reviews, nigga. Like,
Dude, they didn't even have it. I ain't gonna lie, man. Back in the 50s, no, back in the 1900s, before like the 90s, 2000s, it's easy to get away with murder, bro. They wasn't even using forensic, for the most part, bro.
Well, I mean, they still said today, like, half the murder cases are solved.
That's not being isolationist.
You got some motherfuckers, if there's not enough information being shared, that's probably the main way you could get murder solved. People spoke up. But, like, I can imagine myself, man, if I knew about a murder, like I knew people that knew the murderer, I'd be kind of hesitant to speak up. I don't want to get involved with that. You know? Especially if I live in the same community as the murderer.
Let's hear from you. I want to hear an alternative.
Scared to point the motherfucker out. You know, like, who the fuck really want to go do all that?
You a film director?
Yes.
On the one who
Film and television.
I never knew that. That's what's up, bro. You definitely got it. So what type of shows do you make? Or your shit's diverse?
Mostly non-fiction.
Non-fiction?
Yeah.
Like sci-fi type shit?
No, that's fiction.
Oh, not fiction. Okay.
So is it like documentary or
I do
some documentary, some reality? They do some comedy. They do some paranormal stuff that was pretty wild. You know this game called Paranormal State?
That's what it is. No, I was gonna ask you. I thought you did fictional and shit. So I was gonna ask you like, they should do like a serial killer in modern day time. We ain't seen a movie like that in forever.
I feel like technology is so on point. That's why we have saw the decrease in like active serial killers. It's not like the profile, the personality don't exist. It's just like the opportunity in space doesn't exist as much. So it's like I feel like you see less. But I also have this. This is something I wonder, right? So,
But like, I think
y'all notice in like at least American history, I can't speak for other countries. I don't even know if they exist in other countries to the frequency they do here. But notice post World War II, there's like a mass proliferation of serial killers in the United States. Did y'all not find that phenomenon kind of like interesting? Like, why is that? Like, is it because feminism? Is it because folklore? Like, what the fuck?
I think that you have a high level of serial killers, and you just have a high level of violence in general in America. Like
like as opposed to maybe like Western European countries where they don't have a high murder rate the way we do. It has a race
like a population rate, like super
well, the rate is still, I mean, of course, it's higher in fucking maybe Brazil or Venezuela or something. But it's like really high for a Western developed nation in America, and it overshadows everything you can do in Britain or a France, to say nothing of a Sweden. But it has a lot to do with knowing what's possible here, knowing what you can achieve here, whether it's becoming a playboy or a millionaire, and having to see that shit all the time, and you're not achieving it. And so that's like one of the fucked up parts of living in an individualistic capitalist society. It's like, damn man, who is this motherfucker that he got all the bitches and all the yachts and the mansions? And it does lead to frustration. The remedy to it is to teach people that you can use your mind to achieve those things, but the education system in America doesn't teach people to use their mind, it teaches them to use their feelings. So that's why you have the shit like what happened today. That's why you have the shit like what happened to that young Ukrainian lady, and added to an item.
Did they ever figure out why the black dude did that shit to the Ukrainian?
Nah, he was a tweaker. And if that might not disappear from the news.
That shit made no rational sense, man.
That shit was crazy. That shit definitely was crazy.
Bro, they going crazy with that shit on Twitter. The white supremacists, they like, they not crazy.
Twitter. Everyone I know who uses Twitter, they're like, oh, it's about to be a race war.
I think you're confused.
And I'm like,
Nah, Twitter will have you think that, but
yeah, I'm like, what? It's supposed to be a race war?
Discussing person, discussing
Twitter will have you thinking it's like race wars 12.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, it ain't gonna kind of blow over once y'all get onto some other meme or viral video.
Clubhouse, I don't think it's the same thing. If you go
I mean, I think that's our state race is that they have to be a fan of the vote.
And that's the crazy thing.
They can't have no sustained effort to do a French Revolution. I don't think they that capable. So
I think our traditions are too sweet, bro. I think we're too entrenched in our own lives. Our conditions are too sweet. We have so much prosperity. We don't got to worry about invaders. We don't have to worry about we're in a very comfortable place as Americans, bro. It's like, even if you don't, like I said, demographic, you can move to fucking Utah. You can move to goddamn Wyoming.
And Americans are not getting their quality of life and their standard of living from doing revolution. Their standard of living from working hard and doing overtime.
Exactly, bro. It's just too
taking out some credit card debt for show.
Like, imagine trying to start a revolution where you just love your hobby. Like, I love working on cars. I'm just being hypothetical. I don't work on cars. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, motherfucker, I'm working on a credit card before he gets.
He's still around. He's still in the
Exactly. So, like,
all you gotta do is open.
I think the only way that we'll truly get revolution is like, it has to be like political collapse plus economic collapse, and I just don't think that
This home cause a revolution in America.
In politics, like
exactly, that ain't gonna be a problem for America. We got the bread basket right now. That's not to say we won't go through some hard times.
I think politically, I think that will be a Russian pieces. I think we're largely hopefully it never turns to like a hell state of political violence, but I think largely it's going to be in the politics, bro. It's going to be like through these mechanisms, through these Turning Point USAs, through these federalist societies, through these memes.
The only way America can fall is through a nuclear strike. Nothing else can make this country fall. We will go through our dark periods for sure, but unless you take out New York, DC, LA, whatever, and hit the port, we're not about to fall.
Israel.
And if we fall, that means the whole planet gets killed. So we all back to paleo in this day.
I like this radical idea.
So until you get to that point, you gotta remember, man, we've had political assassination in this country, you know, for decades. It happened. They killed Abraham Lincoln. You know what I'm saying? They shot him in the head, and he gushed out. And we went to Civil War, but it wasn't like, nah, it ain't gonna be no America after this. So, you know, put it in a historical perspective. It's crazy.
I can't see the modern American in Civil War, bro. It's just too many. It's like we're way deeper than we used to be. We got way more, like you said, it's more money, more diversions, more technologies, more. It's just too, bro. We're just. They would really be like, we have to be on some suicidal shit, like, and
this country needs to purge its soul. And I'm not using purge in a way of like the Soviet gulag would use it. I mean, it just needs to expose them for how stupid they are. You know, because they're the ones who are like making this shit fizzle up. It's the trolls online. And I don't know, I think somebody said earlier, not in this room, like, they need some more regulation on the internet or whatever. Like, I don't know, I think you probably just need to be able to use the internet as a real time, period. And it's public. You know, like, put your shit out there and we know who you are. Don't say what you gonna say.
Question.
You know, you in the streets, it's just like taking a picture of a motherfucker walking across the street. You in public. Because of our digital technology, we have a digital public now. But people are trying to play with it like it's still private. You can't put shit online. Somebody can hack your shit and find you. You know, they'll figure it out. Put the fucking Matrix barcode on your shit. Oh, that's a Elm Street. You know, like, it is what it is. So just make that shit public.
Yeah, they say the waves, shit,
ground.
Right.
To be a Zionist, to believe that, you know, someone that.
Yeah, I heard that in the other room the other night.
As a Jewish
like, yeah, I remember, you know, I ain't gonna bring her up because I don't want to further what she's going through, but yeah, you know, if a motherfucker hears you,
whether you approach it,
get all your shit and then start putting it out. I mean, where the fuck is Roger? Do y'all know Roger off the app? Yeah, they said he got doxxed. Now he's been on that.
Not the same thing.
That's the kind of Zionist
I thought he was out. I thought he had his regular name on that shit.
I don't know.
No, his name is not really Roger. Yeah, look, he has his information online, but it's not tied to his clubhouse identity. But somebody, you know, wedded the two and doxed him.
That Israel has a right to exist as a
Jewish state. Come on, man. Like, alright, if you want to do it like that, your shit should be out here too.
That doesn't mean to the exclusion.
Put your name on it, man. Like, who are you? What's your picture looking like? If you want to do it anonymously, then, you know, do it like I do it, man. You know, I don't be cussing nobody out. I don't be threatening nobody. I don't disagree.
But that's what pisses me off about this whole, like, okay, it's like, even with the Charlie Kirk, and it just ain't gonna compare Roger to fucking Charlie Kirk, but it's like, just because a motherfucker has a strong opinion, I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable, you gotta, like, is it doxing? Is it?
So he hasn't been hard pressed.
No, it don't dox me, even if I crash out. You know, and I think that's what the sister was saying the other day, like, she crashed out and the dude took advantage of that and was like, all right, fuck it, I'm going DEFCON 5.
Whether you label him a
I'm
Zionist
cool
or
with a
not
crash out,
Zionist,
man. As long as you're not threatening me.
what he believes is
You know,
the
you
same thing that
crashing out. Oh, fuck you. You don't know shit. You fucking N-word. You fucking K-word. You don't know shit. Fuck you. They yelling all in the phone and shit. Gotta kick them down. They coming back up. Other mods bringing them up. I mean, that's a crash out, man. It's a crash out. Yeah, we laugh at it. We, you know, we get into it. But for a motherfucker next step and be like, this is who this person is and these are who his kids are. This is where he lives. This is what he does for a living. This is where he works. Nah, man. If you're doing all that, your name needs to be on this bitch.
Who cares?
I don't feel like I can be
We're doing the same dumb litmus test that
you know what I'm saying?
Everybody can be doxxed.
I'm talking about, but what I'm talking about is like, I don't give a fuck.
To trap people.
Yeah, me too. You can pull up.
cares? No one has a
Well,
right
if you want to.
right? People just
That's why I always thought it was
It's
funny.
not a
I'm
real
like,
question. It's a fake
Like,
question that
okay,
you're kind
you got
of
my address. What, like, what are you gonna do with that accent?
because they're trying to get people
What
to say,
exactly?
oh, you're
Like,
anti-Semitic.
I gave you my address. I don't think you understand.
Everyone in the world has a right to, doesn't
I'll take it.
doesn't have a right to say things.
Well, I mean, that is the American
I
way.
think you're
Of
getting
course,
stuck
you're
in the
going
same
to protect the home front,
linguistic,
even if the home front is your front yard. You know, I know everybody on the app got the thing.
behind that question.
You know, waiting for a reason. It is what it is, but
And you're using the same
if
thing
the
to call
culture
them
is
Zionists.
getting to that where it's like, I want to expose you just to see if something bad can happen to
It
you.
means
I mean, that's
Zionism
some bitch
is
ass shit.
found in Israel.
You know, just express your opinion.
Right to
Nobody even, I never
it's,
even,
you believe in two states or you don't believe in
never
two
even
states.
got
If you
mad
believe in two
enough to
states, you're the same
fight
as
somebody in
Erdogan,
my app,
you're the
right?
same as
Like,
Clinton, you're the same as
if
anyone who
it's
thinks
like,
he wants a solution.
I'm just
Okay?
like, bro, like, it's since we just talking, we don't know each other in real life. I don't, you know what I'm saying? You haven't personally harmed me.
sir?
You ain't did nothing to nobody I care about. You ain't,
Okay,
you know,
as opposed to
maybe
what?
there's no money.
Dismantling it and
As
creating
far as
something
like
new.
the
I'm the only
disrespect
fucking
concerned,
lunatic that
I
thinks
don't think we
thinks
would
that on
even get
Earth.
there in
No
real
one
life.
else
You know what I'm
thinks
saying?
that.
We probably wouldn't even be having a conversation, so we just on the app just talking.
The
Right, but
doxing
it's a fringe view. It's a fringe
always
view, and
happens
I'm on the fringe.
for the most part when you
liberal,
just
progressive,
intellectually
pro-Palestine
vested.
people want a two-state
That's a
solution
fact.
where one's a two-state
Somebody
and one's a
intellectually
Palestinian state and have their own
vested
governments. That's what most
in front of a room, and they be